Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Color Flame Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1, Ignite. Izuku Midoriya sighed as he made his way back home, feeling rather depressed despite just meeting his childhood hero. Encountering All Might had been total dumb luck on his part. And yet the conversation that arose from that encounter was disheartening to say the least. All Might had told him that if he was quirkless, it just wasn't possible for him to be a hero. Izuku turned his gaze towards the darkening sky, reflecting on the revelations All Might had given him. He was still shell-shocked that the greatest hero was crippled, not unlike Izuku himself in a way. He knew full well what it was like to have to deal with a weak body, and Izuku respected All Might even more for continuing to do hero work despite his disability. But it still stung when All Might told him that he couldn't become a hero without a quirk. He closed his eyes, forcing the frustration he felt down. That was fine. Izuku had planned for this if and when it ever came to pass. He was a smart kid, he made good grades, and even if he couldn't become a hero, that didn't necessarily mean he couldn't be involved with them in some way. He could look into the support class of UA if he was admitted despite his quirkless state. Yes, that was a possibility. Not to mention Katsuki would be pissed if he didn't make it into UA with him. His lips quirked up in a small smile at the thought of his friend. Katsuki was rough around the edges and well okay. He was actually a complete a-hole, but they'd known each other since they were 3 and he was the only friend Izuku had. The guy was honestly like an angry mother hen. If angry mother hens could make big explosions and screamed at everyone for annoying them. Suddenly, an uproar from a nearby street grabbed his attention. He blinked and approached the crowd, trying to figure out what was going on. He spotted several heroes keeping the crowd back, away from a huge fire and a writhing mass that looked disturbingly similar to. Izuku stared in horrified disbelief. It was the sludge villain that had tried to possess his body earlier, the one All Might had captured. He must have escaped somehow when I was nagging All Might, Izuku realized. Guilt swelled up in him until he almost felt sick. This is my fault. Everyone stay back. That was Kamui Woods shouting at the crowd. The villain has taken a hostage. Please back away and remain calm. That must have been why the heroes weren't fighting the villain, Izuku realized as he worked his way to the front of the crowd to see better. From what he could see, none of the heroes had a quirk that would work well against this particular villain. Some were doing their best to put out the flames raging in the street, but they couldn't approach the villain himself. He found himself silently praying that All Might was nearby and would do something about this. The villain suddenly turned so that Izuku had clear line of sight to the hostage's face. It was Katsuki. His eyes were wide in terror. Before he even realized what he was doing, Izuku bolted past the heroes and straight towards the villain. Wahey! Kamui Woods roared after him. Get back here. Are you insane? Izuku ignored him. He had the sludge villain's attention now. And he certainly recognized Izuku from before if the flash of anger in his shifty eyes said anything. The villain forced Katsuki's body to move, causing several of the boys' explosions to burst out in Izuku's general direction. They missed him, but the blasts destroyed a car and made the fire around them rage further out of control. He hurled his backpack at the villain, smacking the villain in the eye and causing him to recoil briefly in annoyance. Izuku started to scrabble desperately at the sludge imprisoning Katsuki, trying to free him with everything he had. Deku, Katsuki managed to gasp out, glaring in bewildered fury at his classmate. Beat it. What are you doing here? I came to save you. Izuku screamed. Get lost. Katsuki roared back. You'll get yourself killed. You little brat. The villain snarled, forming a huge fist of sludge to pulverize him with. To make matters worse, the villain had gathered up bits of sharp metal from nearby debris. If that hit Izuku head on, it would make a mess of his already frail body. Die already. In the crowd behind them, All Might lunged forward in his muscle form. He couldn't ignore what Izuku had just said. He was already kicking himself for letting the villain escape, and now this quirkless boy had taken it upon himself to act when no one else including himself had done a thing. He felt so ashamed of himself that his deteriorating condition flew to the back of his mind so that he could save the 2 boys before him. But he wasn't going to make it. All Might reached out desperately as the villain's fist came down on Izuku. Izuku stared at the incoming blow with terrified eyes, but greater than his fear was the desperation he felt to save Katsuki. He felt it all bubble up inside of him as his friend's eyes rolled into the back of his head from unconsciousness, pushing him over the edge. Let him go. There was a blinding flash of emerald light, momentarily stunning All Might in his rush, but when his eyes recovered they widened in shock. That's wild. Emerald fire blazed around Izuku's body, wrapping around him in a protective shield and causing 2 locks of hair on his head to rise up like flowing horns. The flames surrounding them intensified and flared, causing the villain to flinch away from the boy. What? The villain screeched. Why do you have that? You monster. Izuku looked up at him, desperate anger in his eyes. He brought his right hand back, drawing in the fire around them and changing it into more emerald flames. With an almost feral cry, he thrust his hand forward and sent a torrent of flame at the villain. The surge of green fire smote the villain and tore him from Katsuki's body, setting the sludge alight until it was boiling from the heat. He screamed in agony as Katsuki collapsed, now free of his captor, but exposed to the fire as well. All Might acted in that instant, creating a blast of air with a single, overwhelming blow towards the ground. Detroit smash. The explosion of air pressure blew all the flames away, and though it knocked Izuku off his feet, it managed to save Katsuki from being burned to death. All Might blinked as the emerald fire around the boy vanished instantly and what few flames remained around them fizzled out. His experienced eyes surveyed the aftermath of the boy's unexpected attack. Thankfully, the majority of the blaze had been concentrated on the villain and had left everything else relatively unscathed, allowing All Might to wonder about Izuku for a moment. He approached the boy and knelt to inspect him, but he was obviously unconscious. Can I become a hero even though I don't have a quirk? I want to be able to save people with a smile on my face, just like you do. All Might's eyes narrowed, perplexed. That's what he said, but those flames were definitely his doing. Was he just lying? He dismissed that thought almost as soon as it came to mind. No, he wasn't lying. There's no faking that kind of honest desperation. The kid was an enigma, a curious one at that. All Might found himself legitimately interested in what was going on with the boy. Izuku was quiet on his way back to the apartment, following a quick medical checkup to make sure he was all right and a brief chewing out from some of the heroes. He was dismissed and allowed to go home. None of that really bothered him since Katsuki had ended up being all right as well. That was obvious enough when the boy yelled at Izuku for being stupid and jumping into a dangerous situation without a quirk. Or rather, jumping into danger without a quirk that he could use. He tilted his head back so he was looking at the sky with a despondent expression. I did it again. I am here. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin as All Might came racing from out of nowhere and ended up standing on the street in front of him. All Might, what are you doing here? Just wanted to chat hack. All Might spat up blood as he reverted from his muscle form into his skinny true form. He wiped the blood from his chin and looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow. What's up with the long face? Oh, it's nothing, Izuku said a little too quickly, waving his hands back and forth. I see, the man grunted. He studied Izuku for a moment. That was some quirk back there. The grip Izuku had on his backpack strap tightened. I guess. You told me earlier that you were quirkless, All Might went on, his eyes boring into the nervous child. Why tell me that if you had a quirk? It was a mistake, Izuku replied, looking away from him. I didn't mean to flare up. I don't ever want to use that quirk. It scares people. All Might had a hunch about what was going on here. The more he looked at this kid, the more he felt like he was looking at someone else. Someone he'd encountered back in his prime over a decade ago. Plus the way his flames had looked back there. The way they coiled around the boy's body and formed those fiery horns on his head. You're Heat Viper's kid, All Might said at last. The way the boy's face grew pale and his fists clenched was answer enough for the hero. He's not my dad, Izuku answered vehemently, surprising All Might with his intensity. The boy was starting to sweat and he looked like he was on the verge of having a panic attack. That guy isn't my dad. Yeah, he's my parent, but he's not my dad. I don't even know him. I'm nothing like him. Breathe. All Might stepped forward and interrupted him with a hand on his shoulder. Izuku almost flinched away, but All Might's grasp was firm. It kept him steady. The hero's voice lowered to a gentle tone. I don't think you're like him, either. Izuku choked, his body going boneless from those words and fell forward. All Might kind of expected that, so he held the boy up and just let him cry for a moment. The hero quietly sighed now that his suspicions were confirmed. His quirk is so similar to Viper's that I actually stopped in my tracks back there, All Might thought to himself. And I'm a pro. If any normal person saw that and knew who Viper was. Sheesh, no wonder the kid said he's quirkless. He probably tells everyone that so they don't freak out. Are you gonna be okay? Izuku sniffed and stepped back, pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his eyes and nose. Why yeah, sorry, I'm just stressed. I haven't used that quirk since I was 7, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. All Might hacked up more blood in disbelief. 7? Wait, how old are you again? 14. You haven't used your quirk in 7 years. All Might was stunned. The boy nodded meekly. I accidentally flared up in the 2nd grade once and my teacher had an actual heart attack just from seeing it. Her husband was a victim. All Might's eyes cleared in understanding. And you found out about Viper right after that. I didn't want to hurt or scare anyone because of that quirk again, so I just never used it again. I thought if I worked hard enough on my own, I could become a hero without a quirk, but I guess I can't. I'm still gonna shoot for the support class in UA though. I think I can do that. All Might was silent for a long while as he studied the boy's face. Izuku looked tired and scared. but there was a fiery determination in his eyes that reminded him of himself. A boy with no quirk that had the drive to become a hero through his own efforts so he could help people. The way he'd moved to save his friend from the sludge villain had amazed All Might. He hadn't moved from willpower or any mental drive. He'd just moved instinctively, without thinking, without hesitating. When even All Might had stopped and hoped that another hero might come by. Well, he'd be damned if he just sat back and watched this kid jump into the support class in UA. Not that there was anything wrong with that, but this boy needed to become a hero. Izuku, All Might said suddenly, you can become a hero. Izuku froze and stared at him, wide-eyed. Huh, but you said. I was mistaken, he interrupted. Back there, despite having no quirk to fight with, you jumped in to save your friend when no one else would, myself included. You were more heroic than anyone else in that moment. I say it again, you can become a hero. The boy looked torn between shock and joy, but they were quickly overwhelmed by uncertainty. But, I don't have a quirk I can use. I have a solution to that, All Might told him. But I offer it to you on one strict condition. I want you to learn how to use your quirk. Izuku sucked in a sharp breath. No, let me finish, damn it, the hero chuckled. He pat the boy's shoulder. I want you to learn how to use it for your own good. You flared up today because you don't have any control over it. That's not something you want happening in a dire situation. As a hero, you absolutely cannot risk losing control of a quirk as powerful as that. Do you understand? Izuku was quiet as he looked towards his feet. All Might went on. I'm not saying this to give you a hard time. I'm saying this because you need to hear it. That power might remind people of Viper, but it's your power. You don't have to use it in public if you really don't want to, but I want you to learn how, anyways. There are people who fear that fire, but there are also people who probably need it. Need it? Izuku asked, disbelieving. Who would need a quirk like this? Who knows? Perhaps someone who is cold or in need of a light. All Might laughed again. I certainly can't flare up to warm someone or make a dark room brighter with my quirk. Start out with little things like that if you need to. But my point is, I want to see you make that power into something that people find comforting. The boy swallowed hard. But what if it scares people? It will scare some, the hero said. I will admit that at first, your quirk will probably bring up some bad memories from older folks. But power is neither good nor bad, just how its wielder makes it so. If I were a villain, super strength quirks would probably be feared all over the world. All Might looked into Izuku's eyes steadily. It's up to you to make your power into something that people seek out instead of something they run from. But to do that, you have to stop running from your power first. Which brings me back to my main point. All Might jabbed a finger towards Izuku. I've deemed you worthy of inheriting my power. I'm talking about my quirk. Listen up and listen close, kiddo. All Might spread his arms out to either side of him in a grand gesture. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch that is given from bearer to the next. You heard me, and I've tagged you as my inheritor. Wait, WH1. Izuku yelped, going into full-on stutter mode. He began to mutter furiously to himself as he processed that. It's true that your quirk is hotly debated by everyone and no one really knows what it is. But I've never heard of such a thing, and it's not even among the craziest theories I've seen, and I've seen some really crazy theories. But there's never been a record of a quirk that could do that, since everyone has their own inborn traits that make up their quirk and lets them establish themselves, and that's why they're considered unique. So a quirk that could be passed on to others could never happen because... Holy shit, hit the brakes there, motor mouth, All Might snapped, cutting Izuku off. I keep a lot of things to myself, but I don't lie. The power I was granted was the quirk that transfers power. It's called One for All. One person cultivates the power, then passes it on to another, who then cultivates it further and passes it on yet again. As time goes on and it builds, that strength grows and allows those inheritors to save people. I've been searching for a successor for ages, ever since I was wounded so badly. You're the first person I've ever thought I'd be okay with passing this power on to. Izuku was honestly still trying to process everything, but he felt beyond honored that All Might considered him of all people worthy of such an amazing gift. But he still had doubts. But is that okay? I have that quirk. It doesn't matter to me, All Might told him gently. If you want to just rely on One for All and put your own quirk to the side, that's up to you, but I still want you to learn to use it for the reasons I stated earlier. Or you can use both One for All and your quirk together. Actually, I would have offered this to you even if you were truly quirkless. This has nothing to do with whether or not you have a quirk, kiddo. This is because I can see you becoming a great hero. The hero laughed as Izuku lifted his hand to wipe his eyes again. Of course, it's up to you. If you trained enough, you could become a hero with just your quirk, or you could join the support class at UA. Izuku shook his head, as if there was a choice here. He cleared his face of tears and gave All Might the strongest look he could. I'll do it. All Might grinned, and answered without hesitation. I figured as much. All right, kid. Then I hope you're ready for the road ahead, because I won't go easy on you. Yes, sir. Phew, I made it. Izuku stopped to catch his breath as he stared at the huge UA buildings at the front of the campus. It had been 10 months since Izuku had agreed to become All Might's successor. And in that time, he'd put his body through absolute hell. All Might had made him train like a maniac, pushing his body to its very limits and beyond. He'd explained that Izuku's body back then was too weak to inherit One for All right off the bat, so he had to build himself up to handle the extraordinary power. He definitely bulked up a fair bit, although Izuku still looked like a skinny kid at first glance. The now 15-year-old's physique didn't compare to All Might's one bit, but that was fine for now. He had made it to the starting line and that was all that mattered. Izuku quietly groaned. His sore muscles were aching from the strain he'd put them under this morning to finish clearing all that trash from the beach. Thinking back on it, he lifted one of his hands to cover his mouth. "Eat this," All Might had ordered with that big grin on his face as he held up one of his own blonde hairs to Izuku. "Huh?" The boy just stared at him with a dumbfounded expression. All Might laughed uproariously. "It doesn't matter what it is as long as you take in my DNA. It's way too different from what I imagined." Izuku yelped as All Might practically shoved the hair into his mouth. "Enough of that, bottoms up, kiddo." Despite Izuku's feeble protests, he did eat the hair. It was about as pleasant an experience as you could imagine it would be. The way it just dragged down his throat was just gross. "Good, now don't throw that up," All Might chuckled. "I don't feel any different, though." "Of course not. How do you think your stomach works? It'll take a little time for you to digest the hair, but you'll probably feel something by the time the exam starts." Izuku shuddered and went to go grab the shirt he'd set aside earlier. "Got it. I gotta get home and take a shower and eat before the exam in a few hours." All Might turned his gaze towards the ocean, the view now completely void of any obstruction. "We turned you into a vessel that can house One for All, but it was made in a hurry. You didn't even get to take it on a test run. Prepare yourself for the repercussions that it will have on your body." Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the hero. "What do you mean?" "You'll see," All Might replied. "In any case, focus on using One for All today. With all the time we spent building up your body to house it, we didn't get to actually work on your original quirk at all. Ideally, that's what I'd recommend you use for this exam. I'm not sure if I can use it in front of people yet." Izuku mumbled nervously. "I know, so like I said, focus on using One for All today." All Might pat the boy's shoulder with one of his huge hands. "We'll get you comfortable with your quirk now that you've got One for All as well. It'll just take time. Focus on the exam for now, young man." "Yes, sir." "Huh, Deku." Izuku jumped, torn from his thoughts by the familiar voice. He turned and spotted Katsuki walking towards him. "Oh, Katsuki." "Hey." Katsuki looked a little baffled in an irritated sort of way. "What are you doing here? I thought you were gonna take the support course test." "Oh, well." Izuku scratched the back of his head as the other teen reached him. I decided to try for the hero course." "You serious?" Katsuki tilted his head. "Dude, you haven't used your quirk since like the 2nd grade. Do you even remember how?" I think it'll be okay." They were walking towards the entrance together now. I want to try at least." "Don't tell me you're still scared of people freaking out about it." Katsuki scoffed in annoyance. "You can't pussy out just because everyone else is terrified of your badass quirk. It still ain't as awesome as mine, though." Izuku's sweat dropped. "I'm pretty sure the whole reason he ended up being friends with me is because he wanted to prove that he was better than everyone who was scared of my quirk. What, y'all can't handle a little green fire? What a bunch of pussies. Go drown yourselves to death, then." He smiled slightly at the memory. Katsuki was abrasive and frankly a total ass to pretty much everyone, but he was a bit more friendly around Izuku. Part of that was because they ended up in a video game club together at middle school and were the best players there. Heck, they'd even won a video game tournament held between all the schools in the region. He was kind of like Katsuki's sidekick in a way, so the other teen was slightly more tolerant and less abrasive towards him. Just slightly. "You're getting into UA, right?" Katsuki demanded, giving him a sideways glare. Izuku nodded. "Even if I don't pass the hero examination test, I'll take the support class test. I can definitely get into that one." "No sit. You've got a F in library in that goddamn head of yours." Katsuki rapped his knuckles against the timid boy's forehead. "And you take way too many notes. Just get in, got it? It'll piss me off if you fail." "I got it," Izuku promised. And now he was tripping on his shoelaces. "Or I'll just die," he thought as he waited for the inevitable impact. Except he didn't hit the ground and just remained suspended in midair. Katsuki gave him a weird look as Izuku yelped and squirmed in the air, but didn't fall. "Are you all right?" The boys looked up to find a teenage girl standing there with her hand on Izuku's backpack. She had shoulder-length brown hair, big brown eyes, and rosy red cheeks. Carefully, she helped to right Izuku so he was back on his feet before she clapped her hands together and smiled. "Sorry I used my quirk without asking, but I figured it would have been bad luck if you tripped, you know. Did nerves get to you? I'm kinda nervous too. Good luck." Before either Izuku or Katsuki could say a word, she was walking off. Katsuki just stared after her with a face like he couldn't decide whether to be annoyed or not. The F. A huge smile spread over Izuku's face and his eyes practically sparkled. I just talked to a girl. You didn't say a damn thing, you dumbass. Katsuki snapped at him. And wipe that weird look off your face. It's creepy as F. Once they were in the auditorium, the lights hit the stage and they were greeted by a pro hero named Present Mike. The man had a wild haircut, spiffy glasses, and a big speaker fixture wrapped around his neck. He also apparently had never heard the phrase keep it down because he was being obnoxiously loud. Welcome everyone to my live show. He shouted into the mic and jabbed his fingers out to either side of him at the crowd. Everybody say hey. He put a hand to his ear, but all he got was silence. Tough crowd. Mike laughed. Whatever, I'm gonna give you the rundown on how this exam is gonna go. Are you ready? More silence was his answer, though Izuku was muttering to himself out of habit. Holy crap, it's really him. I listen to his talk show on the radio every week. The lecturers at UA really are all pro heroes. Shut up, Katsuki growled beside him. Pay attention, listeners, Mike shouted. We'll be seeing if you got skills to pay the bills in a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district. You can take whatever equipment you want. Just gather at your designated meeting area after my presentation. You dig. Katsuki looked from the card he had for his test to the one Izuku had, noting that they were in different districts. It's set up so that we can't work together with people we know? Huh. That makes sense, Izuku muttered. It'd be too unfair if some people had others helping them out to stock up on points. That's fine, though, Katsuki dismissed. If you got stuck in my exam, I'd end up taking all the points for myself anyways. Izuku wasn't at all insulted by his friend's greed for points. That was kind of the objective here, after all. Mike was talking again. There'll be loads of faux villains spread all over the battlefields and each one will be rated as a 1, 2, or 3-pointer. Your job is to use your quirk to take out as many of them as you can and rack up a high score. Also, you can't attack other competitors directly. That's nasty anti-hero stuff and it's against the rules, you dig. Excuse me. All eyes were suddenly drawn to a student in the stands, a young man wearing glasses who bore a very stern expression on his face. On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. If this is an error, then it's a huge embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UAS caliber. What is the meaning of this? Also, you. The other teen suddenly twisted to glare at Izuku, who jumped in surprise and fright. Quit muttering to yourself. We're trying to pay attention. If you think UA is just for fun, then leave this place at once. Izuku practically melted into his seat from embarrassment, covering up his face as most of the other students started to chuckle at him. But he was saved from complete humiliation by Katsuki. The teen snarled and stood up, placing his foot on the railing as he yelled at the guy who had called Izuku out. The hell did you say? I'll kick your ass. The other boy recoiled from Katsuki's rage as he swept his glare over the rest of the kids in the room who were still laughing. He held up one hand threateningly and let a few small explosions pop off in his palm. Anyone else want to talk? Sit. Shut up and mind your own business, extras. Most of the kids did as he said, though a few looked ready to pick a fight with Katsuki. Present Mike broke it up before things could get ugly. Woohoo. Save that aggression for the test. Kiddos, I can't say I don't like it though. Thanks, Katsuki. Izuku barely managed to get out as he peeked between the gaps of his fingers. Katsuki sat down and crossed his arms with a huff, still glaring in annoyance at the kid who had started the whole thing. Nobody gets to mess with you but me. Mike pointed at the teen with the glasses. You make a good point, young man, so let me explain. The 4th type of villain is called the 0-pointer. It's a big gimmick that goes wild in tight places, you dig. If I were you, I'd do my best to avoid that sucker. I see. Forgive my interruption. The teen made a huge bow and sat back down. Welp, that's enough from me. Mike went on. I'll leave you with a quote that my academy prides itself on. Go beyond, plus ultra. Now get out there and have a great time suffering this trial. Holy crap, it's huge. Izuku gaped at the massive duplicate city laid out before them. Geez, the place could have been its own town. He knew that UA was top of the line and was notorious for going to extremes to train heroes, but this was more than he'd expected. Glancing around at some of the other students, Izuku noticed that some of them had equipment to match their individual quirks. He kind of wished he had something like that. Not that it matters. I don't think I can use my flames here and I've never used one for all before. I'm not sure what kind of equipment would work best with it. His eyes suddenly found a familiar figure, the girl who had kept him from falling when they first arrived. Oh, that girl from before. Maybe I should go say hello. I need to thank her for earlier. Anyways, you, stop right there. Izuku went stiff as a board at the sound of that awfully familiar voice, uptight and stern. Oh great, that girl is trying to concentrate. Don't go over there and interrupt her. The glasses-wearing teen who had called him out walked over and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. There was a warning look in his eyes. Who are you, anyways? Are you here to obstruct us during the exam? He jumped. And no. Oh, of course and not. Several of the other kids started laughing as they watched, commenting on his jumpiness and the nerves Izuku was obviously dealing with. He hung his head in embarrassment. They think they're lucky to have me as an opponent. Start. Everyone stopped and turned towards Present Mike, who was standing on an observation tower. They all looked confused, but the pro laughed and yelled again. What are you waiting for? There ain't a countdown in a real battle, you greenhorns. Get those legs moving. Huh. Izuku blinked. Then he realized that everyone else was already running into the district. Oh crap. He blitzed after them, desperate to catch up with the rest of the pack. It's fine. I fell behind a little, but it's fine. I've got All Might's quirk now. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. A building to his side suddenly exploded, making him skid to a stop. Izuku's eyes widened as a robot emerged and fixed its single eye on him. 1 point. Target locked on. Kill. The robot lunged at Izuku, who froze in place. Sit. How do I use one for all? I still don't feel any different. It was too fast and close for him to dodge, so he glanced around rapidly. No one was in sight, so maybe. He ducked under the robot's swing and grabbed the bot by its thin wire neck, then let his own quirk flare up. Instantly, he was wreathed in green flames and the heat caused the robot's sensitive circuits to overload and fail. The steel creature collapsed, neck sizzling from the heat. Izuku immediately stopped the flames and looked around frantically. Good, no one saw me. Maybe if I sneak up on more of them on my own, I can take them out until One for All starts working. It should be working soon, right? 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. Mike's shout pushed him to run off again. He had only gotten 1 point in 4 minutes. He needed more points fast. He found an intersection that was crawling with robots, but they were all being taken out by a mass of students. He saw the girl from earlier touch several of them so that they floated up. Then with a clap of her hands, they fell and were destroyed. She set her hands on her knees, breathing heavily before she moved on. That's 28 points. 28. Izuku jumped as the teen with the glasses came out of nowhere and destroyed another robot's head with a huge kick. That's 45 points. 45. He started to panic. They never told us how many villains there were. If I don't get a move on, all of them might be taken and I'll fail. He was about to run off to try and find more isolated villains like before, but before he could do anything, the ground began to shake. Izuku flinched and his jaw fell open in terror as a massive robot appeared further down the street, destroying a building in the process. It had a big 0 on its forehead. Isn't that way too much? He fell to the ground, cowering at the sight of the behemoth robot as it made its way towards them. The other students were already scrambling to get out of its way. Izuku felt like he was on the verge of a panic attack. No, I only have 1 point. I gotta run, but I gotta get points. Why can't I feel One for All yet? Where is it? All the work I did with All Might will be wasted if I can't use it. Oh, he froze and looked over his shoulder when he heard the cry of pain. Izuku realized that the girl who had helped him before had collapsed and was trapped under some rubble. She looked like she was gonna be sick and couldn't move even with the 0-pointer coming at them. She would be crushed. He was going for the robot before he even realized what he was doing. Izuku crouched as he charged, feeling a rush of power surge through his body. He jumped up, surging into the air like a rocket towards the 0-pointer. His fist clenched as he forced that power through his arm, tearing his sleeve with the raw force it gave off. When you use One for All, squeeze your ass super tight and yell this at the top of your lungs. Smell hash. Izuku drove his fist into the 0-pointer, unleashing One for All's devastating force and pulverizing the robot as though it were made of styrofoam. The steel behemoth was lifted off the ground and hurled back with a massive crash, utterly destroyed by the impact. He hovered in the air for a moment, shocked by the degree of damage he'd done, but like all things under gravity's influence, he started to fall. Whoa, sit. Izuku yelped, flailing to regain his balance. Crap, I gotta calm down. This is All Might's power, so I should be able to land all right now. He was suddenly made aware of his right arm and both legs flopping around at very unnatural angles. Izuku had time to blink at his ruined limbs before pain like nothing he'd ever felt before sent lightning through his nerves. He screamed as he fell, clutching his destroyed arm with his left hand. Tears flew from his eyes and he struggled not to vomit. I'm an idiot. This is All Might's power. I just barely got to the point that I can keep it in my body without it killing me. I went way overboard with it. Izuku glared at the ground through blurry eyes, trying to gauge this distance. The only way he was surviving this fall was if he used One for All with his left arm. His own quirk wasn't gonna help him here at all. But if he used One for All again, it would destroy his left arm and he wouldn't be able to move at all. With just 1 point to his name, Izuku wouldn't be able to pass the exam. He was just 20 feet off the ground when he decided his life was worth more than the exam and curled back his fist to set One for All loose again. But just as he was about to let it rip, a hand slapped his cheek and gravity ceased to affect him. Izuku floated slowly to the ground, glancing to the side as he realized the girl who had been trapped had floated up on a piece of debris to save him. As they hovered just over the ground, the now nauseous-looking placed her fingertips against each other and groaned. Release. They hit the ground at a safe distance, at which point the girl began to vomit and Izuku struggled to maintain his composure through the terrible pain in his broken limbs. Thanks. He started to crawl with his left arm, looking around desperately for a robot to attack even in his injured state. I gotta get ... more points. One won't ... cut it. Time's up. Crescent Mike's voice rang through his eardrums, and once he realized what the pro had said, despair settled into Izuku's stomach. He let his head fall to the ground and gave up to the darkness taking over his vision, knowing that all his effort had been utterly wasted. Several of the other examinees walked over, but kept a wary distance from him. They couldn't believe the devastation he'd caused with just one punch. Destroying a robot of the 0-pointer's size with only one blow was crazy. Sheesh, what the hell was that? He sent that huge thing flying with just one shot. But he was so timid before the test started. How the heck does a guy with a quirk like that end up being such a scaredy cat? The teen with the glasses was watching from further away as the school nurse, recovery girl, came up to take care of the injured boy. He was frowning deeply. They're all missing the point. He jumped in to save that girl. Even though he was lacking in points, he acted to protect her from that huge robot. If this hadn't been an exam ... of course, I would have done the same thing. ... Wait a minute. Could that have been a part of the test? He watched as recovery girl used her quirk to heal Izuku's broken body, thinking hard about the exam. An epiphany struck him as he considered all the factors and realized what he was missing. I see. If the test is designed like that, then this kid. A week later and Izuku was still a ball of nerves trying to get over the pit in his stomach. He'd recovered from his broken limbs, but his failure at the exam still hurt. Even at dinner, he stared at the fish on his plate for so long that his mother started to freak out a little. He ate a little, but he just didn't have much of an appetite. As he sat on the couch that evening, curling a dumbbell in one hand half-consciously, day after day, he had replayed the test in his head. If I had to guess, I think I did pretty well on the written exam, Izuku thought to himself. But with just a single point on the practical exam, that grade won't matter at all. Even All Might hasn't gotten in touch with me since then ... He's probably embarrassed by how badly I screwed up after spending so much of his time to train me. God, I should just give one for all back to him ... Can I do that? The results from your test should be in today or tomorrow, right? Izuku's mother, Inko, tried to start a conversation with him. She was as nervous as he was. I guess, he mumbled. Even if you don't pass, I still think it's amazing that you tried. A lot of people wouldn't have had the courage to do that, you know. Yeah, Izuku sighed. He hadn't told his mother about All Might. He'd promised the man, after all, not to say a word about his true identity to anyone. Mom probably thinks I tried to take the exam with my quirk and flunked because I can't use it. She's not totally wrong, either. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to get some of the stress out of his body with a few deep breaths. I'll just take the support course exam next week. Aye, Izuku. He jumped and spun around as Inko came running into the living room from the front door, holding a single envelope in her hands. The pit in Izuku's stomach turned into a terrible black hole as he saw the UA stamp on it. It's here, Inko exclaimed, nervousness all over her face. Her son looked absolutely despondent. Izuku took the envelope and retreated into his room, placing it on his desk. He could hear Inko pacing back and forth outside the door, and it did absolutely nothing to help his own nerves. He spent a good 15 minutes just staring at the envelope before he grabbed it harshly and ripped the thing open. Instead of a letter, a small metal disc clattered onto the desk. I am here as a projection. He yelped as a video of All Might was projected onto the wall behind his desk from the metal disc. Izuku glanced back and forth from the disc to the projection in confusion for a few seconds. What the All Might? Wait, this is from UA, right? Sorry kiddo. I had a lot of work to do so I couldn't get in touch with you. The projection of All Might took a bow. But it's all good. We'll be seeing more of each other since I'll be starting a teaching job at UA. He looked like he was about to say something else that would drop further bombshells on Izuku's already strained brain. But the hero was distracted by someone out of frame. What? Speed it up. I've got to tell him a few things though ... It's gonna push everything else back. How many more of these do I have to do again? Geez, alright, I got it. All Might cleared his throat and said the words that made every cell in Izuku's body feel like it weighed a ton. You passed the written exam with flying colors, but you only got a single point on the practical. So of course, you didn't pass ... if that were all. Izuku blinked in confusion. All Might gestured to a video screen behind him. Observe, young man. A video began to play and Izuku realized that the girl who appeared in it was actually the one who had saved him from falling to death. She looked a little nervous as she approached Present Mike, whom she had called to get his attention. Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but there was a boy in my exam with curly hair and lots of freckles. He's kind of plain looking, you know. She was talking about him, Izuku realized. Would it be possible to share some of my points with him? I heard him say that he'd only gotten a single point or something, so I guess he was struggling to pass. But he got really hurt and probably lost points trying to save me from that villain. Could you please at least give him the points he lost because of me? He swallowed hard. She didn't have to do that for me. All Might paused the video and grinned at the screen. What kind of hero course would it be if we turned down people who did the right thing? This ain't some second-rate school you tested for. The exam was not based solely on villain points. The video began playing again. Present Mike lifted a hand to pat the girl on the head, grinning in amusement. No worries, Lil Missy. You can't share points, but you won't have to. All Might stepped in front of the screen as the video ended. Laying your life on the line for other people is a huge part of being a hero. We had a special panel of judges looking for just that thing. You only got one villain point, but you scored big on the rescue points, kid. You got a grand total of 61 points. And your friend who tried to help you out, Achako Uraraka, scored 45 points. He had to be dreaming. There was no way. No freaking way. All Might's grin got a little softer. You passed, kid. The lump in his throat made it impossible for him to say anything. Izuku covered his face with one hand as tremors racked his body. All Might held a hand out to him on the screen. Come, young man. This is your Hero Academia. The staff of UA were looking over the final scores for the examinees who had been accepted into the school. The scores were all displayed on a huge TV screen, giving them all a chance to assess the top students. Damn, that kid took first place without a single rescue point. One of the teachers whistled. Katsuki Bakugo, that's one tough kid. His quirk let him pick up the pace as the exam went on, another replied. He picked off the 1 and 2 pointers early on. Then while the other examinees were running from the 0-pointer, he went wild and stacked up a huge amount of points. In contrast, another member of the staff pointed at the score profile for Izuku Midoriya. That kid placed 7th with just 1 villain point. The only reason he passed at all was because he got a crazy high score on rescue points. We've had examinees take on the giant villain in the past, but it's been years since I saw someone blow it to hell like that. I was surprised. Present Mike threw a fist in the air. I couldn't help but shout YEAHHH when I saw that wicked right. Kid earned his spot here, fair and square. But the injuries he received from the blowback of his quirk were intense, Recovery Girl mentioned. It was as though a child had just manifested their quirk for the first time. It's true insofar that he needs a lot of grooming, another hero added. But if he gets to a point where he can use that power without blowing his body up, he'll definitely become a talented hero. That punch reminded me of All Might. In the back of the room, a tired-looking man in dark clothes and a silver-gray scarf eyed Izuku's profile disdainfully. What a ruckus. Izuku ran to the beach as soon as he got a text from All Might. He didn't care if it was the middle of the night. He had to see the guy. He spotted the lanky figure waiting for him by a small pier and shouted, All Might. The man choked up blood with a stutter. Who's that? Izuku suddenly heard people calling towards them. What? All Might. The hero lowered his voice to a hiss. Repeat after me. I had the wrong person. Izuku waved his hands frantically at the couple standing on the pier not far off. I had the wrong person. They made sounds of disappointment, but All Might's cover was saved, so they both sighed in relief. All Might held a hand up. Congrats on passing. Thanks. Izuku gave him a nervous high five. For the record, I didn't tell the Academy about the work we've done together, got it? I don't want you to think you got in because I told them to let you in. I wasn't one of the judges. Izuku nodded, smiling gratefully. I appreciate that. But I was surprised to hear you decided to become a teacher at UA. Your office is located at Roppongi, Minato Ward in Tokyo. Getting creepy, All Might stopped him with a huff. Anyways, I told the Academy a year ago about my predicament, but that was before I met you. I had plans for them to inform me if they ever found a worthy successor for One for All. The boy swallowed. It made sense that All Might would look for a successor from the best hero school in the world. He'd probably intended to pick one of the talents there before he'd met Izuku at all. One for All blows up my body even if I use it just once, Izuku told him. I can't handle it any better than I can handle my own quirk. There's no getting around that, All Might told him. For now, you've only just become able to hold One for All in your body. If you just suddenly sprouted a tail, you wouldn't have the foggiest idea of how to use it. Control of it will come later the more you train up your vessel. Wait, you knew I'd wreck my body before all this. Well, yeah. There was just no time to get you used to it, but everything worked out All Might. The hero floundered slightly. He reached down to pick up a couple of discarded cans, which Izuku eyed with annoyance. He'd spent the last 10 months cleaning this beach and people were already leaving trash here. Damn it. Right now, you're all or nothing with One for All, All Might told him. With time and training, you'll be able to use it in more manageable quantities until you can wield it all without a problem. He shifted into his muscle form and crushed the cans in one hand. Like this, Izuku nodded. That made sense. As for your own quirk, All Might turned towards the ocean after tossing the crushed rubbish into a nearby trash can. We haven't gotten to practice it at all since we were trying to build you up to use one for all. I saw you use it briefly during the exam, though." The boy suddenly tensed. What did the other teachers think of it? All Might set a hand on the boy's shoulder. "They know you've got a flame quirk, but since it was so briefly used, not much else. Your homeroom teacher and other members of the main staff will learn about what your quirk is, though. They're given that information so they can train you as best as possible." Izuku looked at his feet, feeling his nerves already go out of control. All Might knelt to look him in the eye. "None of them are going to judge you by your quirk, young man. They're all good, fair teachers and heroes. They'll help you learn how to turn those flames into something that can protect people." "Okay, I am sorry," he swallowed. "I guess I haven't really considered that I'll have to use my quirk at UA. Now I'm about to actually go there and ... What if I scare the other students with it?" All Might squeezed his shoulder. "It's true, you might. Your quirk is nearly identical to Heat Viper's, but it's been a while since he was active, and so kids your age probably won't see it for what it is. If anyone does recognize it, they might be intimidated. It's unfair, but that's how it is. It's your job to show them that their fears are unwarranted. Being a hero is largely dependent on your actions. UA is where you'll begin to take those actions. And don't forget, you've got one for all now. You can take both of those quirks and turn them into one that will shine more gloriously than they possibly could on their own." Izuku absorbed those words and just closed his eyes, cementing them into the forefront of his mind. He needed to make sure he didn't forget that. "Hold up, is that All Might?" "No way, when did he get here?" All Might and Izuku flinched as the couple on the pier realized who was with them. The hero stood and darted off. "We're running, kid." "Why, yes." All Might glanced over his shoulder at the boy as they hightailed it. "The flame I passed on to you is small, but in time, it'll be exposed to wind and rain and grow in strength. You will grow into an inferno to take my place as I slowly fade away. Then my duty will be done. Yeah, that's deep." "Ah, that's right," All Might exclaimed. "Almost forgot. I need you to meet with me again tomorrow, kid. Come by UA." "Huh, sure, but what for?" Izuku stared at the squared hero beside All Might with sparkling eyes. "Cementos." "Oh wow, I didn't know you were a teacher at UA too." Cementos' sweat dropped at the boy's enthusiasm and quietly muttered to All Might. "Is he always like this?" "He'll get over it in a bit," All Might replied, chuckling. "He's a huge fanboy, though. Anyways," Cementos offered the teen a kind smile. "That's right, I'm Cementos, a teacher at UA and a pro hero." Izuku bowed politely. "It's an honor to meet you. But well, what am I doing here?" Here was a huge, seemingly empty building with a concrete floor. There didn't appear to be anything special about it, which was why Izuku was so puzzled. Despite the building being on UA's campus, it was rather plain. "This is a facility of my own devising," TDL, Cementos explained, better known as the training dreamland by the students. "Using my quirk, I can prepare terrains and training objects personalized for each student." He knelt to touch the ground, and as Izuku watched, a few sections of the floor rose up to create several man-sized spires of concrete. "Later in the semester, your homeroom teacher will bring you and the other students out here to develop special moves with your quirks, but that's not why we're here." Izuku jumped as a small, white creature hopped onto All Might's shoulder from seemingly out of nowhere. It looked like a large mouse in a suit with a scar over its right eye, but it spoke as well as any human. The creature gave him a wave with one paw from its place on All Might's shoulder. "I'm Nezu, the principal of UA." Principal," Izuku yelped, starting to panic. "Wait, I'm not in trouble, am I?" "You're not, so settle down." All Might was quick to reassure him. "You're here for a different reason." He sagged in relief as Nezu jumped to the ground and approached him. "All Might explained the circumstances to us regarding your quirk. You haven't used it in several years, correct?" Izuku nodded, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Yes, sir. Because of that, your elementary and middle school records have almost no information about your quirk," Nezu went on. "But we can't have that. UA needs more information than the simple flame quirk you're registered with." Oh, he realized what they wanted now. It made him feel small, and a pit formed in his stomach. "Don't look so worried," Nezu smiled at him. "No one here is going to judge you for your quirk resembling Heat Viper's. You don't have any control over that. Besides, it could be that the only thing similar about your quirks is their appearance and base form. Quirks are inherited from both parents, you know." Izuku swallowed hard. What do I have to do?" "We'll need you to activate your quirk first of all," Nezu explained. "Then we're going to put it through a few simple tests to identify what it really does." "Oh, okay," Izuku stammered. "Now," Nezu walked back to All Might and nodded once he got there. "Now." He squeezed his eyes shut and tried his best to will the flames to gather around his body, but they weren't coming as fast as they had when he flared up against the sludge villain. All Might and the other teachers watched as small sputters of flame randomly tried to start up on his body, but they barely lasted a second before flickering away. "Something wrong?" Cementos asked innocently. Just give me a minute," Izuku pleaded, his eyes still shut. Nezu had crawled his way back up to All Might's shoulder as he watched the teen struggle several meters away. He began to speak quietly to the other hero. I can already tell those mental blocks he's built up are going to be a problem. Yes, All Might replied lowly. He's made himself think that if he uses his quirk in front of others, they'll reject him out of fear. But I know he can use it. A situation where his quirk is triggered by adrenaline is very different from a passive one like this, Nezu said. But perhaps we can work around that for now. He nodded to Cementos, who tapped the ground quietly. In an instant, the ground beneath Izuku's feet was pushed up several meters, causing the boy to yelp in shock. With that quick shot of adrenaline, his quirk flared up and consumed his entire body. There we go. All Might smiled apologetically. Sorry, kiddo, but we figured you could use a little jump start. Why, it's fine, Izuku stammered. He adapted himself to the heat and the sight of green flames licking his body after a few moments. Thanks. Cementos lowered him back to ground level, scratching his chin. Well, your skin is fireproof. And not really, Izuku told him, holding up one hand to watch the flames. My skin is pretty heat resistant, but I'm only fireproof to these green flames. I was messing with my mom's candles one day and got burned a little. It took a while though. All Might raised an eyebrow. What were you doing with candles? My mom puts them out every now and again to make the house smell nice, the teen said. I didn't use my quirk, but I wanted to see if I could touch regular fire somehow. And well, I played with the candles for too long, I guess. All Might's sweat dropped. Somehow, he could definitely see Izuku doing that. Speaking of outside sources of fire, Nezu pressed a button on a data pad he had extracted from his pocket, and after a moment, a section of the floor opened up like a sliding door and revealed what looked like an oversized Bunsen burner. All Might said you could manipulate other flames from the sludge villain incident. I'd like you to demonstrate that, please. The burner lit up, prompting Izuku to turn towards it. He held his hand out, narrowing his eyes in concentration. He was willing the flames to come to him, and they did after a few moments. The flames rushed towards him as though he were a magnet, quickly reaching the teen and his own green fire. The moment the outside flames touched the green fire, the latter began to consume the former at a rapid pace. Izuku was careful to make sure the flames didn't get too close to him until his own fire had completely transmuted them into the familiar green flames. Nezu watched with a thoughtful look, typing notes on his data pad all the while. I see. So your quirk attracts and changes outside sources of fire into green flames. How's your control? Izuku waved one hand to the side and the flames followed. He could bring them in closer and push them away, but the farther away they got, the harder it was for him to control them. They completely fizzled out once they got to a certain distance. It's not bad. I feel like it's kind of rough since I never use it, but I can make them do what I want as long as they're close enough. Looks like 10 meters is your limit for now, Nezu agreed. You can work on improving that once school starts. Can you extinguish them? Izuku focused for a second, willing most of the flames to dissipate, but not all of them. He made sure to keep the flames around his body. He wasn't sure he could get them going again if he cut them off completely. All Might nodded. You've got pretty decent control over them, even if it's obvious you haven't used your quirk in a while. How much flame can you produce on your own? Nezu asked. Without external sources. Izuku frowned and tried to generate as much flame as he could, but it did little more than create a slightly larger cloak of flame around him. After nearly a minute of straining himself, he had to sit down to catch his breath. That's it. I can't make any more on my own. In other words, you need to be close to an external source of flame to take full advantage of your quirk. Cementos said thoughtfully. It's actually somewhat similar to my own quirk. Nezu finished typing on the data pad and leapt down. All done. You're fine to cut the power there, young man. Izuku gladly let the flames vanish totally. He was starting to feel a little too warm for his liking, and he was getting kind of thirsty. How'd I do? Perfectly well, Nezu assured him. I'll add this data to UAS private profile on you. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Midoriya. Enjoy your last few weeks on break. We'll be seeing you again in spring. Nezu and Cementos took off then, leaving Izuku with All Might. All Might walked over and offered a hand to Izuku, pulling him back to his feet. You did great. Thanks, Izuku mumbled, feeling slightly flushed. I'm still nervous, though. If you got over your fear in a day, I'd be very surprised, All Might told him. He set a hand on the boy's shoulder. Give it time. But you saw today that there are people here who see your quirk as their own, right? They don't see your quirk and immediately think of Viper's. They see your quirk as their own unique trait, which it is. Viper's flame quirk was similar, but he couldn't attract flames like you can. That's from your mother's quirk, right there. That brought a slight smile to Izuku's face. I guess you're right. I understand if you're still uncomfortable showing your quirk in front of others, but make sure you're prepared to use it, All Might warned him. UA isn't going to be a walk in the park. You'll be pushed beyond your limits each and every day. Your first test is going to be conquering your fear. Remember this, young man. To be a hero is to help others, but you'll only be able to help others if you can help yourself as well. A few weeks later, and it was springtime for classes at UA to start. Izuku was rushing to make sure he had everything, even though he'd packed and repacked it all twice the night before and once already this morning. His mom was as flustered as he was. "You've got tissues." "Yes." "And your handkerchief." "Yes." "The non-flammable one, right?" "Yes," he yelped, stuffing his feet into his shoes. "I gotta go." "Izuku, wait," Inko called. He stopped with the door half open, impatient and nervous. "What?" Inko offered him a teary smile. "I'm so proud of you, okay? You're really cool." Her words brought a warm grin unbidden to his lips. "I'm off." Getting to UA was the easy bet, but Izuku couldn't believe how big the insides of the building were. He was racing through the hallway to find his classroom. 1A, 1A, he panted. "Where the heck is it?" He finally found the door, which was enormous to say the least. He had to actually lean his head back all the way to see the top. "Holy crap. I guess it's for people with gigantification quirks." His hand hesitantly reached for the door handle. Only 36 kids passed the exam to get into the hero course, plus 4 students who got in on recommendation. 20 kids in classes 1A and 1B. These guys are the best of the best to become heroes. He opened the door meekly, peering in, and was immediately given a sense of déjà vu. Katsuki was sitting in a chair with his feet propped up on the desk while the guy who had called Izuku out during the exam was arguing with him. Izuku's sweat dropped. "Oh boy, remove your feet from the desk this instant," Glasses guy ordered Katsuki. "That's disrespectful towards our upperclassmen in the school." Katsuki sneered at him. "Are you actually serious? Did your middle school put a stick up your ass, or were you born that way?" The other teen held his hands up stiffly, not unlike a robot. "My name is Tenya Ida. I come from Salme Private School." "Salme?" Katsuki scowled. "You're a damn elite, then. Just another reason to blow your ass up." "Blow me up? Are you really aiming to be a hero?" Tenya demanded, recoiling from Katsuki. At this point, both boys noticed Izuku hovering by the door nervously. Tenya immediately approached him, much to Izuku's discomfort. "Greetings. My name is..." I overheard you," Izuku stammered to interrupt him. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you." "Izuku, I must acknowledge you for discerning the true nature of the practical exam," Tenya declared. "I completely misread you. I hate to admit it, but you surpassed me during the test." He wasn't even sure how to tell the guy that he hadn't had the foggiest idea about it either, but thankfully he caught Katsuki's eye and waved hesitantly. "Oh, hey, Katsuki." Katsuki huffed. "Good, you finally got here. I was gonna blow you up if you didn't." "You mean on the Xbox, right?" Izuku laughed nervously. "Ah, it's you, the curly-haired guy." Izuku jumped and spun around only to blush furiously when he realized the same girl from the exam, Ochako, wasn't it, had appeared behind him at the door. She smiled widely at him and he couldn't help but notice that the school uniform looked really good on her, and he was blushing even more now. "Damn it. You made it in, after all," she exclaimed, just like Present Mike said. "Awesome. By the way, that punch of yours was crazy. You blew that big robot up with one shot." And no, it was cause why you spoke on my behalf, and how'd you know about that?" I mean, Katsuki frowned in confusion as he heard the conversation go on. "He blew a robot up with a punch." "What, did he use his quirk to light the thing up?" Ochako was still enthusiastically talking to Izuku, who looked like he might pass out from all the blood rushing to his face. Katsuki snorted. The guy was freaking out over a girl getting so close to him it was hilarious. "I wonder if today's the ceremony. Or if we're gonna meet with counselors or something. Do you know what our teacher is like? I'm really excited about it. If you're here to have fun, do me a favor and leave now." Ochako stopped talking and Izuku paled as he looked at the floor behind her. She turned and her face twisted a little as she noticed the really creepy face poking out of a big yellow sleeping bag. The man inside looked like he hadn't slept for a year and forgot how to shave cleanly. The man's voice was low and tired sounding. "This is the hero course. Get your act together." He pulled out a juice pouch and sucked it down in one go. Izuku gulped. "What the hell is that?" The man crawled out of his sleeping bag and walked to stand in front of the rest of the class. "It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is limited. You kids aren't rational enough. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure meeting you." "This guy is our homeroom teacher." Izuku stared at the man in disbelief. "That means he's a pro hero. But I've never heard of him ... and I've never seen a hero who looks so worn down." Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a bunch of blue and white track uniforms. "This is sudden, but put these on and go to the PE grounds." Toshinori Yagi, more commonly known as All Might, was sitting in his new office at UA going through paperwork and a mountain of files on the new classes. Most specifically, he was focusing on the information about Class 1A, where Izuku had been assigned. He was already feeling concerned that the boy might be unprepared for the early trials of the school. UA's teaching system is very different from others, he thought to himself. Depending on the homeroom teacher he's assigned, even the first day can be unforgiving. He felt a headache coming on as he found the file on the class's teacher. He didn't even need to see the picture, just the guy's hero name, Eraserhead. Oh great, he got Aizawa. The man in question was notorious for expelling students he felt had no potential. If the file was accurate, Aizawa had expelled 154 students during his time at UA. He's in for a rough day, Toshinori sighed. A quirk assessment test. Aizawa nodded. Yup, get ready. Wait. Ochako stammered. What about the introduction ceremony? Or counselor meetings? If you want to be heroes, you won't have time for things like that, Aizawa muttered, looking at them through the messy black locks covering part of his face. UA is so successful partly because of the great freedom it allows on campus. That freedom is also allowed to the teachers. What does that mean? Izuku wondered. It made him feel uneasy for some reason. You all remember the exercises you had to do in middle school, right? Aizawa asked them. The physical tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sort of things. It's illogical. He pulled out a tablet from his pocket and tapped on a measurement app that was linked up with the school system. Let's just get to it. Katsuki. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? Katsuki shrugged. 67 meters. Give it another go, Aizawa told him, tossing a softball at the boy casually and pointing at a circle of ground used for softball pitch. Use your quirk this time. As long as you don't leave the circle, it doesn't matter what you do. Don't hold back, though. The teen stretched his arms for a moment as he walked into the circle. He grinned maniacally for a moment. You asked for it. Die. As he threw the ball, a huge explosion erupted from Katsuki's palm, propelling the ball way farther than he would have been able to throw otherwise. Izuku's sweat dropped at the display. Die. Aizawa watched the gauge climb until the softball finally hit the ground again. Before you can think about training, you need to know your uppermost limit. That's how we form the basis of your hero training. He showed them the final score and the class was shocked to see that Katsuki had thrown the ball over 700 meters. Are you serious? A kid with spiky red hair grinned a little nervously. That's nuts. Another teen, a girl with pink skin and gleaming yellow eyes, clapped her hands together. This looks like fun. We can use our quirks all we like. Aizawa shifted slightly. It looks fun, huh? The man suddenly looked a lot more serious as he glared at them from behind those dark locks of hair covering his face. Were you planning on having a good time during these 3 years here? If that's how you feel, then let's change things up. The student who ranks last in these 8 tests will be judged as having 0 potential and be expelled immediately. Izuku blanched. Wait, seriously? That's not funny. How am I gonna get through this? Aizawa grinned, brushing his bangs up with one hand to sneer at them. In this school, teachers can use their freedom to expel students as we choose. Welcome to UAS Hero Course, brats. Wait a minute. A girl who appeared to be totally invisible save her clothing interrupted. This is just our first day. No, even if it wasn't, that's way too unreasonable. That's the life of a hero, Aizawa replied, unfazed by the outburst. Natural disasters, big accidents, rampaging villains. These kinds of things can happen when we least expect it. The job of a hero is to reverse all that insanity and restore reason. If you were thinking that you could just have a good time out here every day, then let me burst that bubble you've got right now. From here on out, for the next 3 years, UA is going to throw more hardships at you than you could count. Don't you know the school motto? Plus ultra. Aizawa smirked. You want to be a hero. Overcome those hardships and climb to the top of the mountain. If you fall on the way up, catch yourself with your own power. We ain't gonna hook you up with a lifeline. Now step up to the plate and show me what you've got, greenhorns. Izuku was freaking out. This is bad. This is really bad. Even if I could use it in front of everyone here, my quirk isn't useful for any of the physical tests. One for all too. I can only use it at 100% and it totally breaks my body. What do I do? Divided by. Toshinori had assumed his muscle form and gone out to watch the 1A quirk assessment for himself. Aizawa was really giving them a rough time and he could see that Izuku was having the worst of it. In all the exercises thus far, there was really nothing he could do with either of the quirks he possessed. In hindsight, he knew he should have had the kid work on his own quirk during their training, but there had been barely any time at all to build him up to inherit one for all. The circumstances were very different, as well. Toshinori had been able to wield one for all right off the bat without any of the negative effects Izuku had to experience. Not to mention that personality-wise, they were total opposites from how he'd been when he first inherited the quirk. He'd been confident and bold. Izuku was nervous and timid. Your low self-esteem and the fear of your quirk causing others to reject you are making it even harder for you to behave like a normal teen, Toshinori thought. Even so, UA and I can't afford to coddle you. Sorry kid, but you've got to figure this one out on your own. They were back to the softball throw test. After going through the 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, and continuous side jumps, Izuku was 100% sure he was well and truly screwed. The only tests after this were the long-distance run, toe touches, and upper body exercises. Neither of his quirks were going to be useful for those. It was now or never, and he still had no idea how he was going to do this. It didn't help that Ochako went and scored infinity on the ball throw with her zero-gravity quirk. If I don't get a good score here, I'm gonna be expelled, he thought, panicking. I'm just gonna have to use one for all. Even if I blow my arm up, I should get a score high enough to pass. Izuku's not doing very well, is he? Tenya muttered off to the side as said teen took his place for the softball pitch. Ochako frowned. Why hasn't he used his quirk yet? He should be at the top of the board right now. Katsuki was watching Izuku with his eyes narrowed into a glare. The hell is he doing? He hasn't even tried using his quirk for the other exercises. Don't tell me he's still scared of it. Izuku gripped the ball tightly in his hand. He made up his mind. He was gonna send this thing flying with one for all, even if it blew up his arm. He'd figure out what to do for the other tests after that. He brought his arm back, letting one for all rush through his veins, and then threw the ball for all his was worth. 46 meters. Izuku blanched. What? I definitely used it just now. I erased your quirk. The teen spun towards Aizawa and felt his blood run cold. The man's hair was flowing back away from his face, and the silver cloth he wore around his neck was hovering around him like snakes ready to bite. His eyes were glowing as he glared at Izuku. What were they thinking, letting a kid like you into academy? Erased. It suddenly clicked for Izuku as he spotted yellow goggled around the man's neck, previously hidden by the silver cloth. Wait, your eraser head. Aizawa didn't confirm it, but he didn't have to. He stalked towards Izuku, still glaring at him. You were gonna blow your arm up, weren't you? I remember seeing that power from the entrance exam. You can't manage it efficiently at all. What are you going to do when you cripple yourself? Is someone going to have to save you every time you use that power? And no, Izuku yelped as the silver cloths wrapped around his arms and yanked him closer to Aizawa, who leaned in to mutter lowly. Where's your quirk? You haven't used it at all. At bare minimum, you should at least have tried using it the same way that Katsuki uses his explosion. Did you think you could just half-ass this and get by with a broken arm? Izuku gulped, looking away from him. I can't use it in front of everyone. No, then get out of here, Aizawa snapped. The cloths bound around Izuku tighter and forced his head to turn so he was looking at the pro. If you can't use your quirk in front of people, then you may as well not have a quirk at all. And I know I don't have to tell you this, but a person without a quirk can't be a hero. I'm trying, Izuku protested. No one here at UA is going to coddle you, Aizawa told him roughly. If your fear is too much, you don't need to be here. Figure it out now or give up. You can't become a hero with that kind of block on your power. The cloths released him and Aizawa closed his eyes. He had to shut them for a moment since he couldn't blink while using his quirk, letting out an irritated sigh. I've returned your quirk to you. Give it your best shot. He felt like crawling into a hole to die. As if that wasn't discouraging enough, he started muttering to himself out of habit. The only way I can pass is by using one for all to shoot the ball as far as possible. But what if he grades me harder for not using my quirk? I can't flare up all the way in front of everyone, but if I don't, I might get expelled. What am I supposed to do? Aizawa watched the boy mutter to himself after getting some eye droplets into his eyes. He was curious to see what he'd do after getting shoved into a corner like this, but he was pretty sure the kid wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. He was just way too timid and reluctant to use his quirk. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut tightly to reel in his panic. I'm just gonna have to do whatever I can for now. He brought his arm back and went through the motions to throw the ball. But it was only at the very last second that he let one for all and his quirk loose. Aizawa's eyes widened in surprise as Izuku's hand exploded with emerald fire, igniting the softball to propel it away. At the same time, one for all built up in his index finger, and at the last point of contact, Izuku let it all rip and sent it flying as far as he possibly could. Aizawa waited several seconds for the ball to hit the ground before he checked the distance. 815 meters. He didn't channel it through his whole arm and waited until the last possible second to launch the ball with that crippling strength. To top it off, he lit it up with his flames and controlled those to propel it further still. Patchy at best, but not too shabby. Mr. Aizawa. The man blinked and looked up to see Izuku clench his hand into a fist, despite his broken finger. He was biting his lip to withstand the pain, but he was still standing and certainly not crippled. I can keep going. Aizawa grinned. Good. In the wake of Izuku's impressive throw, the rest of Class 1A took a moment to admire his throw. Woohoo! Ochako cheered. Now that's a heroic score. Tenya blinked at the sight of Izuku clutching his right hand. His finger looks swollen. It's just like the entrance exam. What an odd quirk. A blonde kid who had been shooting a laser out of his belly button for the last few tests shrugged. It's not stylish at all. Katsuki did a spit take and choked on the water he was drinking. What the F is that power? Izuku walked back to the group of students clutching at his hand, but yelped when Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and yanked him over, staring at him with a sort of perplexed fury. How the F did you do that? Well, I just propelled it with my quirk, he stammered. You barely ever use your quirk, Katsuki hissed. There's no way the base power is that effing high. Explain what you just did and wait, what the F? He'd spotted Izuku's injured finger and took several seconds to process the connection between the injury and Izuku's unbelievably good throw. When Katsuki looked back at his face, Izuku cringed at the rage in his eyes. Deku, why yeah, he screamed as Katsuki put him in a headlock and started to mercilessly drive his knuckles into his head. You dumbass. You blew your finger up with your quirk. You're supposed to be smart, got it. Don't try and outdo me if you F yourself up. I'm so sorry, Izuku cried, trying to escape the inescapable grip of his best friend to no avail. Most of the class sweat dropped at the display. What even? Asked the pink-skinned girl. I think he's concerned for his friend, the red-headed boy suggested hesitantly. Katsuki grew even more ruthless after Izuku tried to escape him. I think, sheesh, talk about tough love, said another boy with round elbows. Aizawa snorted and glanced at the time. They had a few more tests to complete, so there was no time for dilly. Come on, let's get moving. We're not done yet. The next 2 tests flew by, although Izuku had trouble with them due to the pain of his broken finger and so didn't get another score that was especially high. When all was said and done, they gathered at the starting point with Mr. Aizawa, who was going through all the records with the same bored expression he'd had all class. So, a blonde kid with black highlights similar to lightning bolts tapped the ground with his foot awkwardly. What's the verdict? Aizawa glanced up at him. The lowest score gets expelled, right? The guy looked a little nervous. Who's having a bad day? Oh, I lied. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's sit-eating grin was the visual definition of a god-tier troll. That was a logical ruse to bring out the best of your quirks. About 80% of the class screamed. What? One of the girls raised an eyebrow at the shocked expressions on her classmates' faces. That should have been obvious. Of course it was a lie. Aizawa ignored the mental devastation he'd left in his wake and started to walk off. That's it. The papers for your curriculums are back in the classroom. Go give them a read. Oh, and Izuku. Izuku was still trying to process that he wasn't getting expelled and robotically accepted the slip of paper Aizawa gave him. Go get yourself patched up by Recovery Girl, and be prepared for tomorrow's ordeal. Yes, sir, he replied absently. The rest of the day passed in a blur for Izuku. Visiting Recovery Girl had gotten his finger healed in no time, but her quirk merely accelerated the body's healing process. It required energy, so even though he was fine now, his body was low on fuel. He was rubbing his eyes by the time he and Katsuki started walking home for the station. I'm sleepy. Wake up, Katsuki muttered. I ain't carrying your ass home. Oh, is your finger healed? Izuku stood ramrod stiff when the foreign hand placed itself on his shoulder, but he relaxed slightly when he recognized the person to whom it belonged. Oh, Tenya. Why yeah, I'm fine thanks to Recovery Girl. That's good. Tenya nodded robotically. Katsuki rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's because this dumbass blew his finger up in the first place. Tenya fell in beside Izuku on the opposite side of Katsuki and held his chin in thought. I have to say, Mr. Aizawa surprised me. I never would have expected a teacher to encourage someone with deception. Izuku nodded silently. Tenya seemed a little scary before, but I guess he's just really diligent. He's not bad once you get past the intimidating part. Hey, the trio stopped and turned at the sound of their classmate's voice. Achako was rushing towards them from the school, prompting Izuku to start blushing out of habit. Are you guys heading to the station? Wait up. Katsuki stared at her. Round face. Round. Achako stopped dead and stared at him incredulously. You're the Infinity Girl, Tenya said after a moment. Achako recovered from her shock at Katsuki's comment and nodded, smiling brightly. I'm Achako Uraraka. You're Tenya Ida. Katsuki Bakugo and Deku Midoriya, right? Deku. Bakugo. Yeah, earlier you called him Deku, right? She pointed at Katsuki, who still looked outraged and baffled. The blonde teen huffed angrily. I call him that cause he can't do anything with his quirk. Also, it's Bakugo. And my real name is Izuku. Deku corrected her timidly. Tenya chopped a hand towards him. So it's an insult. Oh gosh. Achako put a hand behind her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, but you know, Deku kinda reminds of the Japanese word for don't give up, so I kinda like it. I quote am Deku. Katsuki choked on his own saliva from witnessing the hilariously red face the green-haired teen was sporting. What the F is that weird look? Izuku, you accepted that too easily. Tenya admonished. Izuku covered his blazing face. It's like a Copernican revolution. What? Achako asked, confused. Katsuki scoffed and started walking again. Ugh, I can't stand this. Hurry it up, scrubs. We're gonna be late. Is that a derogatory reference? No mystery who asked that question. The group of teens walked together to the station, although Katsuki didn't say anything more than a few choice curse words. It was nice, albeit a little awkward, but Izuku thought to himself that he could definitely get used to it. Day 2 came around with a much more easygoing start, since Mr. Aizawa wasn't trying to con them with another logical ruse. Homeroom wasn't nearly as dreadful for Izuku. It was still slightly nerve-wracking, but for a different reason. Introduce yourselves to your classmates, Aizawa told them, still wrapped up in his yellow sleeping bag. Since you'll be working with each other for the next 3 years, you need to get to know each other. The logical way to do that is as early as possible. You'll come up here one after another and state your name, what your quirk is, and something else about yourself. I don't care what it is, sir. Tenya held his hand up with lightning speed. How should we proceed with the order of students? I don't care, Aizawa deadpanned. I'm going to sleep. Handle it yourselves. So while the pro took a nap, Tenya more or less organized the class introductions himself. They ended up going from the front row to the back row in a right-to-left formation. First up was the girl who was only known to be a girl by her outfit. The rest of her body was totally invisible. Literally, she was completely see-through. This is kinda embarrassing with everyone looking at me ... but whatever. Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure. My quirk is called transparency. And it's kinda obvious what it does, right? Something else about me, oh. I like plushies and other cute stuff. Next was a huge guy with a mask over his mouth and 6 arms. I'm Mizo Shoji. My quirk is dupli arms. I can create replicas of my body parts on my tentacles, like my mouth, ears, and eyes. I've never really had any worldly desires, so I guess that's it. I'm Mashiro Ajiro, said the next student, a blonde guy with a long and powerful tail. My quirk is just my tail. It's more or less a third arm, but it helps me maintain my balance. Something about me. I practice martial arts. The next guy was excessively glamorous. I am Yuga Aoyama, the blonde teen announced with a dramatic flourish of his hands. My quirk is the fabulous naval laser. I can shoot a laser from my belly button, but if I shoot it for more than a second, I get a tummy ache. Another stylish fact about me is that I speak French. Katsuki was up next, scowling after Yuga with an annoyed look. What's with that tool? Whatever. The name's Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk is explosion. All you need to know is that I can blow your asses up. I'm gonna be the #1 hero, so stay out of my way, extras. Izuku's sweat dropped at the irritated responses from the rest of the class after Katsuki's introduction. Yep, that's classic Katsuki. I guess he's in a good mood though, since he only cussed us out once. I don't like having to follow up after such a jerk. The next student was a girl with extended earlobes that looked like plug-in jacks. She scowled at Katsuki, who sneered back but ignored him otherwise. My name is Kyoka Gyro. My quirk is called Earphone Jack. I can insert them into objects and send the sound of my heartbeat through them. I can also hear pretty well, even through really thick walls. Oh, these stretch too. She showed them by letting one of the jacks extend until it was several feet long before she retracted it. I can play music with a few different instruments. Next up was the blonde guy with black, lightning-shaped highlights in his hair. He grinned confidently. Hey, I'm Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I can let loose a bunch of electricity from my body and shock people by touching them. I kinda short-circuit if I go over my wattage limit, though. I like reading manga and comics. My turn, exclaimed the pink-skinned girl, who bounced to the front of the class. Izuku also noticed that she had a pair of small, yellow horns atop her head. In addition, the sclera of her eyes was black, making her gold irises pop out. I'm Mina Ashido and my quirk is acid. It lets me secrete corrosive acid from my skin, which is why I got this hot purple-pink tone to me. I can control its solubility and viscosity, but I like using it to surf on whatever I want. If I use it for too long, I start losing my own resistance to it. I like to breakdance, but I don't like bullies. I'm looking at you, Katsuki. Katsuki threw a perfect middle finger in her direction. F off. It was Izuku's turn next. He nervously walked to the front and hesitantly smiled a little. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk ... it's. He was silent for a few seconds, trying to get the nerve to tell everyone what his quirk was. Katsuki got impatient and scowled. Do I need to come up and hold your hand or something? Just tell them, damn it. Don't rush him, Katsuki. Mina shot him a warning look. We've got plenty of time. Shut it. Izuku didn't want them to start arguing, so he got it out as quickly as possible. And my quirk is called All Flare. Katsuki and Mina, who had been glaring daggers at each other, stopped and looked back at Izuku as he reclaimed everyone's attention. The green-haired boy looked at the floor, still feeling jittery in every cell of his body. I can emit green fire from my body. Not much, though. I have to get fire from an outside source, or I'm limited to that. My green fire changes regular fire to the kind I can use. I'm a little heat resistant, but flames that aren't mine can still burn me after a bit. If I concentrate them in one place, they can create an explosive force. That's pretty much it. You gonna tell us something about yourself? Kyoka prompted, lazily swinging one of her jacks around her finger. Oh, he stiffened and nodded jerkily. Izuku had completely forgotten that part. I play video games, competitively. Sometimes. Izuku all but ran back to his seat, trying to hide his burning face from the eyes of his classmate. For an introvert like himself, that was a nerve-wracking experience. The next guy was a teen with rounded elbows. Well, I'm Hantasiro. My quirk is tape. I can shoot this material that's kind of like tape from my elbows. It's a lot stronger than regular tape, though. It can support my body weight pretty easily. If I use it too much, my skin dries out. I play video games too. He grinned at Izuku in an attempt to help him relax a bit. We gotta hang out sometime. Izuku managed to smile and nod his head. He appreciated Hanta's effort. It did make him feel a bit calmer. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, declared the next boy, who wore a shock of spiky red hair atop his head. He flexed one of his arms and the skin on his hand became much tougher looking. My quirk is called hardening. My skin just hardens, but I can punch through solid concrete. I'm a huge fan of the hero Crimson Riot. I guess I'm next. The next person was a girl with long teal hair tied in a huge bow. She had large eyes, hands, and a rather wide mouth. I'm Tsuyuasui. My quirk is called frog form. I can do a lot of frog-like things. I can jump really far, climb walls, swim fast, my tongue can extend for several meters, and I can secrete a mild toxin. Maybe because of my quirk, I'm pretty sensitive to cold. If I cool off too much, I get sleepy. Something about me is that I always say what's on my mind. Following Tsuyu was a really short guy with purple, sphere-shaped hair. I'm Minoru Maita. My quirk is called Pop Off. I can pluck the spheres off my head and make them stick to things. They don't stick to me, though. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can stick to something for an entire day. If I take too many off, my head starts to bleed a little. Something about me. A lecherous grin made its way across his face. I love girls. Girl heroes especially. Some of the costumes are super SXY. Most of the students found that distinctly uncomfortable. They responded with many boos and Tenure robotically swinging his arm at the other teen to reprimand him. Unbeknownst to the rest of the class, Katsuki and Izuku stared at the unashamed pervert with intense eyes. Since Katsuki was seated in front of Izuku, he leaned back to whisper to the other teen. The grape is a pal, Katsuki muttered, not taking his eyes off of Minoru. Roger that, Izuku muttered back, scribbling something in his notebook. Up next was a teen with the head of a bird, which was covered in black feathers and bore a yellow beak. I'm Fumikage Takoyami. My quirk is Dark Shadow. There's a shadow-like monster living in my body that I can materialize from wherever I want like an extension. I don't have much to say about myself. That's kind of pointless, I think. The next student was a teenage boy who was even more shy than Izuku. He didn't actually say anything, but instead hurriedly wrote on a little whiteboard he'd brought up to the front with him. Some of the students had to lean forward and squint to read it. Koji Koda. My quirk is animal voice. I can talk to animals and influence them to do what I ask. I like animals. Mina threw a big thumbs up in the nervous boy's direction. Don't sweat it, Koji. That's really cool. Although he smiled a little at that, he hurried back to his desk. Hello, fellow students. Robotically, Tenya made his way to the front and waved at them stiffly. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is engine. My legs have powerful engines in them, allowing me to shift up several gears to increase my speed. They're very similar to real engines. My older brother is the turbo hero, Ingenium. He is my inspiration to be a hero. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He had wondered why Tenya looked a little familiar, but he hadn't expected him to be related to a hero like Ingenium. The hero in question was a popular, rising star who did things by the book and had already amassed a large office with many sidekicks despite being so young. If Tenya was anything like his older brother, he was already on the road to becoming a great hero. They were finally on the last row of students, just 4 left. Hello, the first teen from the final row, an attractive girl with long, black hair tied in a ponytail, smiled at the class. My name is Momoge Yurazu. My quirk is called creation. I can produce objects from any exposed part of my body. I can create virtually anything, except for living things, of course. All I need is to understand the object's atomic configuration in a little time. I enjoy reading and drinking tea in my spare time. The next student was a teenage boy with white and red hair divided evenly down the middle. On the left side of his face, covering his eye, was a serious-looking burn scar. In addition, his eyes were heterochromatic. The left was icy blue and the right was stormy gray. He spoke quietly. I'm Shoto Todoroki. My quirk is half hot, half cold. I can generate ice from my right side and fire from my left. But I won't use my left side in battle. I like snow cones. Second to last was another guy with short, spiky brown hair and rather full lips. My name is Rikito Sato. My quirk is called Sugar Rush. If I ingest 10 grams of sugar, my strength gets multiplied 5-fold for 3 minutes. For every 10 grams of sugar after that, my strength doesn't rise, but the time I stay strong extends an extra 3 minutes. But if I try to use it for too long, my body gets really tired and shuts down for a bit. Something interesting about me is that I like to bake desserts, especially cake. Last but certainly not least was a cheerful, yet somewhat shy familiar face. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity. If I touch an object, it loses its gravitational pull and starts to float. For now, I can make objects up to 3 tons weightless. If I use it for a while, I start to get kinda sick. If I had to pick something to say about myself, I'd say it's that the little pads on my fingertips that I use for my quirk are like a cat's paws. As soon as she was finished, Tenya stood up and walked over to Mr. Aizawa. Sir, we've completed all the introductions. Aizawa didn't even open one of his eyes. Okay, just review your curriculums and don't be late to your next class. Yes, sir, Tenya replied instantly. Most of the class sweat dropped at his seriousness. Following homeroom, the first half of the day consisted of general studies that all students were required to take: English, math, science, etc. That was pretty boring in comparison to their other lessons, which took place after lunch at noon. Their foundational hero studies. Frankly, that was what every student looked forward to the most, especially because of the teacher in charge of that class. IAM, Izuku and the rest of Class 1A whipped their heads towards the door, which flew open to reveal the infamous figure of the number 1 hero, All Might, coming through the door like a normal person. Whoa, it's really All Might. He's wearing a costume from the Silver Age. The design is super retro. All Might took his place at the front of the class. This is Foundational Hero Studies. In this class, we'll be building up your foundations as heroes through countless trials. For your first trial, we'll start with this: combat training. Katsuki grinned like a madman. Hell effing yes. And for your first battles, All Might pulled out a remote and pointed it at the far wall before pressing a button, causing several sections of the wall to slide out. Inside were cases with each of the students' seat numbers displayed on them. We've got the gear from your costume orders that you requested to match your quirks. Get changed and gather up at Ground Beta. All Might was waiting for them, smiling as widely as ever as the young heroes in training arrived one by one at Ground Beta. They say the clothes make the hero, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this. From now on, you're all heroes. Before long, they'd all gathered up. All Might's grin widened. I'm loving everyone's styles. Very cool. Izuku had been the last to arrive and was still catching his breath, but he looked himself over now that he was outside. His costume was a green and white jumpsuit one his mother had provided him as a present for making it into UA. Atop his head, the fabric was stretched into 2 horn-like features which were quite similar to All Might's hairstyle. He wore white gloves, elbow and knee braces, and a red utility belt. He also had a mask that covered his face with a wire mesh at the front so it was easy to breathe. His whole costume was fireproof, a necessary feature because of his given quirk. Despite him wearing the mask, Ochako recognized him immediately and bounced over with a smile. Hey, nice costume, Deku. It's real down to earth. I like it. Izuku blushed furiously upon seeing Ochako's costume, which was a black and white skin-tight bodysuit. She had large, knee-high white shoes and a clear mask covering her face, not unlike an astronaut's helmet. The girl rubbed the back of her head nervously. I guess I wasn't clear enough when I turned in my costume design. They gave me a skin-tight bodysuit ... It's kind of embarrassing. Minoru was ogling her not far away and lecherously grinned as he muttered to himself. The hero course is the best. Izuku noticed what the guy was up to and mentally tallied against him. All Might slightly raised one eyebrow as he took in Izuku's costume, specifically the horn-like structures atop his head that resembled his own hair, and the white section of his mask that looked like All Might's own wide grin. The pro had to stop himself from laughing and covered his mouth with one hand. So obvious. Ha. Sir, one of the students wearing white armor raised his hand. Izuku recognized the voice instantly as Tenya's. Will we be using the same mock city from the entrance exam for this training? All Might grinned again. To a point. This will be indoor battle training. A lot of villain cleanup is seen in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an indoor job. The smartest villains tend to commit their crimes out of sight from others. Kidnappings, break-ins, the black market. A lot of that goes on in the shadows. For this test, you'll be separated into 2-man teams of hero and villain groups, then duke it out in 2-on-2 combat. How do we determine who wins or loses? Queried Momo. Can I just blow them all away? Katsuki demanded. We won't get expelled like Mr. Aizawa said, right? Ochako wondered nervously. How should we choose teams? Tenya questioned. Isn't this cape fantastic? Yuga asked. All Might was momentarily overwhelmed by the questions, but just grinned and bore it. I will answer all of your questions. He pulled out a small sheet of paper which Izuku realized after a moment of disbelief was a script. Listen up. The scenario for this training is that a pair of villains have a nuclear weapon somewhere in the building. The hero team must infiltrate the building and stop their nefarious plans before it's too late. If the heroes capture the villains or the weapon, they win. If the villains keep the heroes away from the weapon until time is up or they capture the heroes, they win. As for your teams, they'll be chosen by lottery. Tenya seemed shocked. Wait, by lottery. Izuku understood. Pro heroes often have to create makeshift teams with other heroes that they aren't familiar with. There's no way you can prepare for unexpected situations, after all. I see, Tenya exclaimed. I apologize. All Might nodded. Anyways, here we go. These are the teams. He pulled out 2 slips of paper at a time and announced the teams one after another. A team, Ochako and Izuku. B team, Mizo and Shoto. C team, Momo and Minoru. D team, Denki and Tenya. E team, Meina and Yuga. F team, Koji and Rikido. G team, Kyoka and Katsuki. H team, Tsuyu and Fumikage. I team, Toru and Meshurao. J team, Ijiru and Hanta. Ochako smiled widely with delight. What are the odds? This is great though, we'll make an awesome team. Izuku was positive he was going to pass out from excessive blood rushing to his face by the time the day ended. Are you serious? Really, what are the odds? All Might then produced a pair of boxes, which were labeled as hero and villain respectively. He reached into the opening at the top and pulled out a pair of balls with a letter on each one. Letters and D. D team will be the heroes. A team will be the villains. He was playing the bad guy, Izuku realized. He really hoped the irony in that was just terrible luck on his part. All Might crossed his arms. The villains will start inside the building. You'll each have 5 minutes to come up with a strategy. Then the heroes will be able to enter the building as well. The rest of the class and myself will observe through surveillance cameras. Since this is practice training, feel free to fight it out without fear of injury. Of course, if things get too extreme, I'll cut the exercise short, but other than that, no worries. Give it your best shot. Ochako whistled at the huge, rocket-shaped weapon they were supposed to protect. Wow, that looks pretty realistic. So, how should we do this? Sweat dropped at the sight of Izuku intensely muttering to himself under his breath. Tenya's quirk is going to give them an edge in mobility, so we should definitely immobilize him first. But we also have to watch out for Denki's electrical quirk because it can probably do a lot of damage in a short burst. So finding a way to counter his shock attacks is important. Ideally something made of rubber or another material that blocks electricity. Earth to Deku. Ochako tapped his shoulder, causing the boy to jump and spin around. Wah, sorry, he yelped. It's okay, she giggled. So did you come up with a plan? Izuku glanced around the square-shaped room, which had a few large, steel crates, but not much more than that. The room was surrounded by windows, and there were only 2 doors that led inside, one directly across from the weapon, and another on the opposite end. If they came through that, they'd have to loop around to reach the weapon. Izuku crossed his arms and tapped his fingers against his elbow in thought. I've got something in mind, he said at last. He wasn't stuttering now and his eyes gained a steady edge to them, surprising Ochako for a second. It was almost as though she was looking at a completely different person. We'll need your quirk to make it happen. Ochako smiled. This new, confident Izuku was definitely someone she'd tag as a good partner in a situation like this. I'm all ears. Tenya and Denki were both surprised and slightly nervous that they hadn't encountered either Izuku or Ochako already. They'd searched the bottom 4 floors and were now approaching the top, where they suspected the weapon was being held at this point. However, upon opening the primary door that led to the top floor, they found that it was completely blocked by 2 large, metal crates, one stacked on top of the other. They closed that door and doubled back to get to the second access point, hoping that it wouldn't be blocked off as well. Surprisingly, it wasn't. Denki grinned. They forgot about the other door. Tenya glanced cautiously as they entered the 5th floor. Something about this wasn't sitting right with him. It was too easy. They were running low on time, though. Just 5 minutes left out of the 10 minutes they'd started with. They walked around through the 5th floor and, eventually, found Izuku and Ochako standing in front of the weapon. The weapon itself was blocked off by stacks of metal boxes. The only access point to it was from the front, which Izuku and Ochako were guarding. Floating in front of them were 3 more metal boxes, 2 of which Izuku had his hands on. Green flames licked at the boxes, creating a visible heat haze. Honestly, it looked like a couple of kids had taken the cushions out of a mattress and made a play for it. But Tenya was certain there was more to it than that. Ochako was focusing on keeping the 3 boxes floating with her quirk. But Izuku had an unnervingly calm look in his eyes. He was up to something. The rest of Class 1A and All Might were watching the confrontation from the surveillance room. Ijiru raised an eyebrow at the defense Izuku and Ochako had constructed. That's not gonna last very long. All they gotta do is tip him over or just run right past those 2 to reach the weapon. Denki should just electrocute them, Minoru added. His face took on a perverted grin. I hope his electric attacks burn off Achako's costume. That'd be sweet. While several of the class glared at the teen in disgust, Katsuki's brow twitched and made a mental tally in his head. He was more focused on the fight, though, specifically Izuku. The way he was staring at Tenya and Denki. Deku wins, Katsuki said. Now, All Might held up a finger at the class. We can't be certain of anything yet, since they're pretty unfamiliar with each other's quirks. It's a matter of how they can handle the situation as it develops. Nah, Katsuki shook his head, surprising All Might and the others with a certain calm in his tone. Deku already won. Sonic the Hedgehog and Sparky are F-ed. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, disbelievingly. How do you know that? He's got that look in his eyes, Katsuki snapped, like it should have been obvious. It means he's got a plan. You sound awfully certain of that, Momo said slowly, trying to understand why Katsuki was so positive of the outcome. But if I'm honest, Izuku's quirk doesn't really seem fit to this kind of situation. A highly destructive force that damages his own body is hardly effective here. Katsuki suddenly fished out a small notebook from one of his pockets and opened it up, flipping through the pages. All Might's sweat dropped at the sight. Katsuki ... I sent that Izuku's. Did you steal that from him? I borrowed it and I'll give it back later, Katsuki grumbled. Hey, there they go, Hanto exclaimed. Denki had made the first move. Well, since they're both lined up nicely like that. He grinned, letting electricity spark from his hand. Stand back, Tenya. He leapt in front of his partner and let loose a huge bolt of electricity at Izuku and Ochako. As the bolt got closer, Izuku quickly moved the two floating boxes he had in his hands together as a shield. Denki only grinned at the sight. Electricity still runs through metal, you know. Except it didn't. Right before the lightning should have struck the metal crates, it fizzled out into nothing. Denki's jaw dropped. What? Izuku lowered one of the boxes to look back at their opponents, a wide grin on his face. In the surveillance room, Ijiru was just as dumbfounded. What just happened? They should have gotten blasted by that shock, Mina said, confusion clear in her voice. Momo stared at the floating metal boxes, which Izuku had in his grasp to keep them in place, and realized that they were glowing cherry red. Her eyes widened. Heat. He made a heat shield with his quirk. The what? Kyoka asked. A heat shield, she exclaimed. It's something I've read about in physics. If an object is heated up to a certain point, the heat can block electrical outputs that try to reach it. With that, an electric attack will just fizzle out. Hanta stared at her, then glanced at the screen, where Denki was trying again and again to shock the villain team, but to no avail. Are you serious? Who even thinks of that? Deku does, idiots, Katsuki snapped. He stopped flipping through the notebook and practically shoved the object towards Momo. Look at that. She took the offered book and blinked at the rough sketch of Tenya, or rather, a rough sketch of his quirk and some rather advanced notes regarding it. Theories on how the quirk worked in and out of combat. His own observations, the information Tenya had told them during their introductions, and much more were written all along 3 or 4 pages in great detail. Deku's got this annoying habit of making lots of notes about pros and their quirks, Katsuki told them. He's good at taking a quirk and breaking it down. He thinks of stuff most people wouldn't even consider. It's true that these are some really in-depth notes, Momo replied. He's gone into a lot of detail for a quirk he barely knows about, but given enough time, I'm sure most people in the class could do the same. The difference is the time it takes, the other teen muttered. How long do you think it took him to make those notes? Well, she frowned. With this much detail and given all the unknown factors, I'd say at least an hour. It would take a while for anyone in this situation. It's the opposite. Katsuki had his arms crossed. He almost looked uncomfortable. He got all of that down in less than 10 minutes. Momo's eyes grew large. 10... with the limited information we had. He made an analysis like this in that short amount of time. Deku's always been a huge nerd when it comes to quirks. But because of that, he's stupidly fast when it comes to analyzing them, Katsuki said. Strengths, weaknesses, environmental factors, combat responses, bolsters, counters, and even other things you wouldn't normally think about. He'll just start casually making plans on how to deal with a quirk in a combat situation. It's never just one plan either. He'll throw in like 3 or 4 extras just for good measure in case the others fall through. I've watched this guy take a villain's quirk he's never seen before on TV and break it down faster than the pros who were trying to deal with him. Most of the class was listening intently at this point, their eyes wide as they watched Izuku effortlessly counter Denki's attacks. The electrification quirk user was rapidly running out of juice and the villain team had barely moved. Tenya was trying to figure out how to deal with the situation, it seemed, but it was difficult with Denki's electric blasts growing more and more sloppy as time went on and his cognitive functions dropped. When you're dealing with Deku, what you really need to watch out for isn't that quirk he's got, Katsuki muttered. It's that goddamn brain of his. You gotta rush him so fast that he doesn't have time to think. If he gets enough time to analyze your quirk and come up with a counter, you're F-ed. Denki had finally exceeded his wattage limit, with just a minute to spare. The blonde had a stupid grin on his face and his thumbs were stuck up in the air, like he was signaling that he was okay. PFFT. Ochako couldn't stop herself from laughing at the sight of his face. Tenya quickly moved Denki aside so that he could rush the villain team before time ran out. His engine roared to life as he sped towards them. I have to get to the weapon. Izuku shoved the boxes away and lunged at Tenya. Ochako, drop them. Roger, she replied, releasing the 2 superheated metal boxes. She kept the last one, which was not heated, up in the air. Tenya spun as he charged, twisting his body to kick at Izuku. Fall, villain. Much to his shock, Izuku twisted as well and intercepted the kick as though he'd done it 1,000 times. Using Tenya's own momentum, he kept twisting and smashed the now unbalanced teen face first into the floor. His armor diffused some of the impact, but it still jarred Tenya enough that he didn't notice Izuku immediately whip out the capture tape they'd been provided with. He wrapped it around Tenya's leg in an instant and placed a hand on the other teen's back to keep him down. One hero captured. Tenya is out. All Might's voice announced over the speakers. Tenya clenched his fists in frustration. How? Izuku just picked our team apart. Izuku sighed in relief. Phew. Why, you're really fast, Tenya. He winced in pain. The superheated metal had scorched his palms a little when he'd been using his quirk on the boxes. On top of that, Tenya's powerful kick had totally knocked the wind out of him. He didn't think his ribs were cracked, but damn, that hurt. Ochako walked over to the dumbed-down Denki, who was still swinging his arms with his thumbs up and going, "We." All the while, she couldn't help but laugh, even as she tied the capture tape around his wrist. That's too funny. Ha. She released the last metal box that was still floating in the air after that. Izuku had suggested that they might need it in case the first plan fell through, but it appeared that they hadn't had to use it. She was still amazed by his strategic thinking. He'd more or less predicted how the fight would go right from the start. A loud horn sounded, signaling the end of the exercise. Hero team has been captured. Villain team wins. Katsuki sneered at his stunned classmates. Told you, extras. Deku beat him like a drum. All Might couldn't help but agree despite his decision to remain unbiased. Izuku had come up with and pulled off a strategy most pros probably wouldn't have thought of. He was even more glad now that he'd picked Izuku as the successor to his power. In another life, you would have made a terrifying villain. But you're a hero, young man. You're going to go places. Once Izuku, Ochako, Tenya, and Denki arrived back at the surveillance room following their mock battle, they were swarmed by several excited members of the class. Ijuru was pumping his fists nonstop. That fight was sick. All of your quirks were so cool. It's hard to believe you came up with a strategy like that to counter Denki's electricity. Hanta added. I never would have thought of using a heat shield, or whatever Momo called it. That was awesome, Mina exclaimed, bouncing to the front of the group. I had you pegged as a quiet nerd, Izuku, but holy crap. I take it back, that was a pro-class victory. The praise had him blushing furiously as he reverted back to his shy, introverted self. So you smiled at them. You're still a quiet nerd, but you definitely have good battle instincts. It was kind of like watching a strategy game. Ochako played a great support role, too. Ochako smiled back somewhat bashfully. Well, I didn't do much. Deku thought of that whole plan pretty much by himself. He probably would have found a way to win even on his own. And no way, Izuku stammered. That plan wouldn't have worked at all without your quirk. Honestly, there's no way I could have won this without you. I can't use my quirk very well in battle yet, so I wouldn't have been able to move those boxes at all without your help. The only reason my quirk was effective at all was because you were there. I'm pretty sure that my quirk was actually the worst one suited for this. Momo nodded. He's right. Certainly, Izuku was the strategist of the team, but it's only thanks to Ochako that his plan was effective at all. Without her zero-gravity quirk, moving those heavy metal boxes efficiently would have been impossible for him. Support roles are just as important, if not more so, than lead roles. What's a plan without the capability to pull it off? It was Achako's turn to blush from the praise, but her smile widened further. When you put it that way, I guess you're right. Thank you. All Might cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Well, Momo already went and said pretty much what I wanted to hear from everyone now that we can analyze the battle. But that's not to say there weren't any errors on the villain team's part. For one, you forgot to block the second door to the 5th floor. Oh, we did that on purpose, Izuku replied. All Might blinked. Really? Why? Well, I knew that Tenya could move really fast with his quirk. Izuku began, holding his hand up to his chin as he began to half mutter, half explain. The door closest to us would have given him a clear line of sight to the weapon, and I didn't know how fast he could go, so we blocked that one off in case he tried to sprint to us. I wanted to funnel them to the only other entrance to the 5th floor, but if we blocked them both off, they could have tried to break through either entrance, and I didn't want to deal with that unknown factor, so we blocked off just one. I thought about trying to ambush them too, but since we blocked one door off, they would have expected, and it would have been really difficult to counter Denki's quirk if we took the offensive, so I thought it'd be best to wait for them and act defensively. Ijiru still looked perplexed. That makes sense, but I still don't get something. Why was Ochako making 3 boxes float if Izuku was only using 2 for that heat shield thing? That was one of my backup plans, he replied, in case Tenya had some plan to build up speed and rush us faster than I could handle. I was gonna start throwing that box and the other ones blocking off the weapon at him. The ones I heated up could have hurt him too much. Plus, if we had to throw lots of those boxes, they would have started taking up space on the floor and left him with less room to speed up. We didn't end up having to use it, but I didn't want to put all our eggs in one basket. All Might was honestly surprised. He'd known Izuku was a smart kid and had the instincts of a fighter, but he hadn't expected this kind of strategic thinking from the normally timid teenager. But it was a pleasant surprise for him. It was almost as though he were listening to his old sidekick, Night-Eye. That man was a thorough strategist as well. They'd gotten through many battles with almost effortless ease thanks to his brilliant mind. He would have loved to hear more of the boys' strategy, but they were on a time crunch, so he kept things moving. Well, the villain team had an impressive run, he concluded. But what about the hero team? Thoughts? What could they have done differently to emerge victorious? Momo raised her hand. The most prominent error was that Denki shouldn't have just started attacking the villains the way he did. Firing a huge electric blast at an armed weapon like that was incredibly foolish. Not to mention that with the way Izuku and Ochako were set up, it was obvious they had a plan ready. I believe Tenya recognized that since he stopped to think once the teams encountered each other. But Denki didn't give him an opportunity to think of a way around the villain's defenses. Moreover, he should have stopped attacking the moment he saw Izuku had a counter to his electric attacks. Instead, he wasted valuable time and energy trying to power through it, and by doing so, he left his teammate with no way to strike the villains. Even given Izuku's extensive plans, had they worked as a team, it's still possible they could have found a way around those defenses. Denki responded with a stupid grin, still giving everyone the thumbs up. Kyoka and Ochako were trying and failing to keep themselves from laughing at his face. Tenya, on the other hand, played his part more strategically than Denki. He was cautious and approached the situation carefully. But he was, as I stated earlier, prevented from acting thanks to his partner's own rash actions. However, his last rush was too hurried and easily predictable. There was still a minute on the clock had he tried to plan a way to get by them while Denki was attacking. I feel he could have done a much better job during that last minute. But Izuku went and caught his kick anyway, Mashiro pointed out. He was easily able to counter that. What else could Tenya have done? Actually, if he'd sped up a little more, I think he might have completely blown me away, Izuku admitted, surprising Tenya. He smiled at the other teen honestly, lightly patting his own stomach with one hand and wincing a bit. I mean it, you knocked the wind out of me with that kick. I can still feel it. If you'd sped up a little more, I might have been too stunned to react in time. Momo set her hands on her hips, looking slightly smug and nodded. Exactly, I see, Tenya murmured. He'd removed his helmet and ran his hand through his dark hair. So I reacted too quickly and rushed things. A full minute in combat is still a considerable amount of time as well. I acted too rashly because I was concerned about running out of time. Thank you for the lesson. I shall not repeat this failure. He bowed his head rigidly, prompting Izuku to hold his hands up. Don't worry about it, Tenya, it's just the first day of combat training, after all. Katsuki glared at the other teen's palms, which were still burned from touching the superheated metal for too long. Despite his costume being fireproof, the heat had been too close and intense to prevent him from emerging completely unharmed. Deku, you gotta quit effing up your hands. How the hell are you gonna keep playing competitively if they're all busted up? Izuku blinked and looked at his palms, wincing at the burns. They weren't bad, but they stung, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't uncomfortable. I know, I just couldn't think of another way to counter Denki's quirk. I didn't have much information about it other than that he could discharge electricity, so I came up with a way to block it the best way I could. Well, for now, get yourself to recovery, girl. All Might instructed him, passing the boy a slip of paper to go to the nurse. Then come straight back here. Those wounds are mild, they won't take more than a few seconds for her to heal. Izuku smiled brightly. Yes, sir. He ran off then, leaving the rest of Class 1A with All Might, who reached into the hero-villain boxes once again. Now then, who are the next lucky teams? Izuku had made it back from Recovery Girl and her short lecture on overdoing things with his quirk in time to catch the end of the fight immediately after his, which was Mina and Yuga as the heroes against Momo and Minoru as the villains. Well, one could hardly call it a fight. Momo had used her creation quirk to booby-trap the hell out of the doors and left Mina and Yuga with next to no way to get to the floor where the weapon was being held. Mina was currently trying to melt the door with her acid. But Momo had made some sort of material that was taking forever to burn through. Yuga wasn't much help. He tried shooting it with his laser for too long and got a stomachache. Izuku entered the room quietly and flinched when he saw Katsuki staring at the screen with veins swelling along his face and his right eyelid twitching. He seemed totally oblivious to the fact that the rest of the class had backed away from him several steps and shot him nervous look every 2 seconds or so. He walked over and nervously tapped his friend's shoulder. "What the hell is it?" Katsuki growled, turning slowly to glare at whoever had touched him. "Oh, it's just Deku. What's wrong? You look really pissed." "Like more than normal?" Izuku asked slowly. He was actually a little frightened of the look on the blonde teen's face. Izuku recognized that face. It meant Katsuki was winding himself up into a time bomb that could explode at any second. "It's that little pal," Katsuki hissed through bared teeth, glaring back at the screen. Izuku's eyes followed his to the screen just in time to see Minoru trying to cop a feel of Momo's ass. But she was apparently already aware of what he was doing and turned to glare at him, all the while extracting a piece of metal from the skin on her chest. Minoru's sweat dropped nervously and backed off, but his grin was still unashamedly lecherous. How many times has he tried to do that? 5 tries. Even after All Might told him to knock it off, Katsuki answered, clenching his hand until little explosions started popping off. And he succeeded twice. Izuku's eyes gleamed with a strange light. "A decision has been made. A decision has been made," Katsuki confirmed, eyelid twitching again as Minoru stared with a stupid grin at Momo on the screen. The rest of the class, including All Might, weren't sure whether to be afraid of their odd behavior or not. A little later, after each team completed the exercise and were briefed by All Might, the girls found themselves in their locker room getting changed out of their hero costumes. "All right," Mina suddenly exclaimed as she started to button her school shirt back on. She looked around the room of changing girls with a wide grin. "So, what are the first impressions on the boys?" Kyoka shrugged her jacket off and shot the pink-skinned girl a wary look. "Why, isn't that obvious? Which ones do y'all think are hot? Let's all just agree to permanently condemn Minoru." Momo grumbled a shower stall around the corner. She was trying to clean off the revolting feeling of that little rat touching her ass. Twice, Ochako nodded, her cheek puffing up angrily. "Of course, that was so wrong. Hey Ochako, have you ever tried making something float up into space?" Toru asked innocently as she fixed her tie up. "Not a person," she replied, then paused for a second. "Yet, if he tries to cop a feel on me, I'm dissolving him into a puddle." Mina grinned nastily. She clapped her hands together. "But forget about that little perv for a second and go back to the main subject. The boys. Who's hot and who's not?" Tsuyu shrugged. "They're all okay, I guess. Can you be more specific? It'll take forever to discuss them all." "Fine," Mina pouted slightly. "The stars of the show today, then. What about Shoto?" "I thought he was pretty cool even though he froze my feet during our match," Toru said. "He's really calm and collected even in the heat of battle. I don't know how we could possibly have beaten him. He's way too strong. He is one of the 2 students in our class who got into UA on recommendations." Tsuyu agreed. "It's to be expected of him." Momo was amazing as well, even with her partner doing nasty things throughout her match. "I guess he's kinda cool," Mina eventually decided. "He seemed pretty aloof, though. I got that loner vibe from him." Momo came out of the showers wrapped in a towel and reached for her school clothes. "I'm sure he'll open up more as the year goes on. It's only the 2nd day, after all. Izuku and Koji barely got through the introductions this morning, remember?" "Oh, yeah," Mina grinned. "The wild card Izuku, who saw him coming. I thought he was just a sweet little nerd at first, but he pulled that badass plan out with Ochako and won like it was nothing. He surprised everyone during the entrance exam, too," Ochako added while tying her shoelaces. "He destroyed that 0-pointer robot with 1 punch." "Wait, what?" Kyoka's jaw dropped. "The big thing that was knocking over buildings, you mean? Izuku destroyed that in a single punch." "Yeah, it was amazing," Ochako exclaimed, leaving out the part where he saved her. "I mean, he blew up his arm and legs, but he thrashed it." Tsuyu held a finger up to her lips. "His quirk is really strange. He uses fire, but he's got that superhuman strength, too." "How does that work?" "I believe is similar to Katsuki's ability to generate an explosive force," Momo replied. "But it seems as though Izuku can't control it nearly as well. From what I've seen, Katsuki's control over his explosions is much more refined than Izuku's. It seems as though Izuku can use his flames well enough, just not to make things explode. There's probably some kind of backlash to it that his body can't handle." Toru clapped her hands together. His analysis skills were crazy good, too. Guess that nerdy side came in handy. "I didn't expect Katsuki to have so much faith in his plan, but I'll admit I was wrong," Kyoka added. "What's up with them, anyway?" "Katsuki treats everyone else in class like garbage except for Izuku. I think they're friends from middle school or something," Ochako commented. "I saw them going to the entrance exam together and they were walking to the station yesterday until Tenya and I caught up with them. Or maybe." Mina's smile became pure mischief as she covered her wide grin with one hand. "They're in lieu of," Toru gasped. You think I can make anything relate to love? Nina laughed maniacally. Watch, it'll seem real before you know it. Don't jinx it. Ochako smiled nervously. I think Deku is probably one of the better guys in our class. It'd be a shame if he was already taken, you know. Oh, Mina spun towards her instantly, rejecting the possibility and a nickname already. Could it be? No, Ochako yelped, waving her hands at her friend. God, she should have seen that coming. That's not how it is. I barely know him. Knock it off. Mina, Kyoka agreed, though she smiled in amusement. There's no way to tell if any of the guys are dating material yet or not. For all we know, Katsuki could be the best option in the class. Momo winced. Okay, don't jinx that. I know Katsuki is at least tolerable towards Izuku, but he's still unbelievably rude towards the rest of us. That's putting it lightly, Kyoka grumbled. I barely got to do anything during our fight. I just told him where Rikido and Koji were and then he ordered me to stay put until he beat them. I mean, we won, but still, Katsuki is strong, but he's always angry, so I can't imagine him ever being that popular, Tsuyu added. At least we know he can cool off a bit though. He's not a total jerk to Izuku, so maybe he'll warm up to us given time. Who knows, Kyoka huffed. I'm certainly not going to make an effort with him anytime soon. Mina grinned. There are a few other guys who did pretty well today, but those three were definitely in the spotlight. We'll have to chat about the rest later. Sure, Toru agreed, slinging her backpack over one shoulder on her way out of the locker rooms. Time to go. The girls left the lockers as a group and went outside to get back to the main building where homeroom was. They had just gotten outside and were about to reach the corner when a voice stopped them. Izuku was waiting by the corner and was pointing in their direction, but he was looking away. Hey, Minoru, there's a window to look into the girls' locker room right over here. Are you serious? You rock, Izuku. Toru squeaked in disbelief. Wait, what? Mina's head whipped up to inspect the wall of the building. There's a window like that. Kyoka was giving Izuku a disappointed look, though he hadn't yet noticed them. This is why you can't just outright decide if someone is dating material or not. Izuku's just another pervert. Izuku suddenly threw both of his arms straight up in the air and shouted, Go! Minoru jumped into view briefly as he reached the corner, but before he could speak a word or even look towards the girls, there was a blur of motion behind him followed by a ruthless kick as one Katsuki Bakugo punted the undersized pervert right in the balls for all he was worth. An unspeakable crime was committed to the code of brothers with a furious scream that carried absolutely no remorse for said atrocity. D-I-I-I-E-E. A sonic boom ripped through the air as Minoru was sent flying over the grounds, past the huge building at the entrance to UA, straight through no less than 4 trees, and bounced roughly along the ground before coming to an abrupt stop when he hit the thick, steel wall surrounding the campus. And there he stopped, suspended about 6 feet off the ground by his own sticky hair, unconscious and drooling blood. The kick is good. Izuku lowered his arms and turned to inspect Katsuki's work, holding one hand over his eyes to see better. He whistled lowly as he pulled out his phone. That might be a new record. Heh, I figured it would be since he's way smaller than the rest of those goddamn PALs I've killed before. Katsuki grinned viciously. What's my score? 1 sec, Izuku replied, tapping his phone and pointing it towards where Minoru had ended up to get the final distance. You made him go ... 914 meters. It's a new record. Katsuki fell to his knees, throwing both middle fingers towards Minoru as he screamed victoriously. Hell yeah, get F'd you little perv. All the while they were totally oblivious to the girls, who were still picking their jaws up off the ground after witnessing the gift of God that was Katsuki's perfect kick into Minoru's family package. I take back what I said about Izuku, Kyoka told her friends as soon as she was able to form a coherent sentence. That boy is a treasure and no one can tell me otherwise. Ochako was covering her mouth to hide her giggles. Izuku and Katsuki were still hyped over the latter's god-tier kick and were dramatically celebrating the achievement. I knew there was no way Deku would be like that. I guess he and Katsuki were putting Minoru in his place for getting all perverted with us. Agreed, Mina sighed happily. Still holding her phone up, she'd reflexively pulled it out to snap a long stream of photos of Minoru flying through the air. I don't think I've ever seen something so beautiful in my life. I almost feel bad, Tsuyu admitted, then bluntly added, I don't, though. Kyoka might have jinxed us, Toru said. Katsuki does have more than one good bone in his body. It's just small, like his pinky finger. I'll take that pinky over Minoru any day, Momo told her. I must do something to repay him for that excellent kick. Let's just all agree for now. Mina stuffed her phone in her pocket as the girls watched Izuku and Katsuki walk off back to homeroom. Those two get top marks for today in our books. When they got back to homeroom, most of the class was already there. Katsuki still looked far too proud of himself, but he was being nicer than normal because of it. There was a group of other students hovering around him and Izuku, the latter of which was making notes in his notebook again and occasionally looking up to talk to them. Wait, you were the one who blasted Minoru into the wall. Ijiru exclaimed. Who else was gonna punt that little pal where the sun doesn't shine? Katsuki laughed. Hanta visibly winced. Geez, does the bro code mean nothing to you? Tenya was chopping his hand towards the unashamed teen rapidly. Violence towards our classmates is not condoned in this campus under any circumstances besides hero training. Why have you done such a thing? Who cares why? That kick was awesome. Mina bounced over to the table with the other girls close behind her. Yeah, it was. Katsuki certainly didn't need his pride stoked any farther, but damn it, he deserved it right now. By the way, I've been wondering. Kyoka tilted her head in confusion. What on earth is a pal? You've called Minoru that a few times, but I don't think it means he's your friend. Oh, it's an acronym we made up. Izuku spoke up and smiled at them a little bashfully. It means pervert at large. Katsuki and I used to play hero together when we were kids, but that was too childish in middle school, so we found a different way to play. And that way would be, Momo asked, one eyebrow raised. Find the perverts at school, assess their crimes, and little explosions popped off in Katsuki's palm, his huge grin darkening evilly. Deal out the appropriate punishments. What are you, vigilantes against perverts? Toru's sweat dropped. It was for a good cause, Ochako giggled. Let's just call it early hero work. All right, class, quiet down and get in your seats. Mr. Aizawa walked into the room, only to give Katsuki a blunt stare the moment he came through the door. Mr. Bakugo. I heard someone scream die and then saw Minoru go flying across campus and into the wall. He's still there, actually. Was that you? Damn effing straight it was. Katsuki's sit-eating grin held a disturbing resemblance to All Might's. Detention, Mr. Bakugo. Katsuki's grin persisted regardless. I regret nothing. Their third day of class started with an unexpected and surprise. The media had discovered that All Might was teaching at UA and had come in force to investigate. The reporters couldn't actually get into UA without the school's permission, so they parked themselves outside by the door and interviewed everyone they could with single-minded ferocity. Izuku jumped when he was singled out by a woman who was probably in her mid-20s. What kind of lessons does All Might teach? EA. Izuku recoiled from the mic that was practically shoved in his face. Geez, everyone's so noisy, Katsuki grumbled, grabbing Izuku by the back of his collar and dragging him along to the school. The reporter flashed towards him instead. What do you think of All Might? Wait, aren't you that kid from the sludge villain incident? A vein bulged in Katsuki's forehead, prompting a snarl. F off. From what Izuku could see as he let Katsuki drag him away from the chaos, Tenya was taking the whole interview thing pretty well, too well, in fact. The reporter questioning him looked annoyed by his long-winded and over-the-top answers. Elsewhere, another reporter had cornered a group consisting of Ochako, Tsuyu, Kyoka, and Mina, all four of which looked more than a little eager to get the hell out of there. They were all saved when Mr. Aizawa showed up, his exhausted and scruffy appearance causing many of the cameramen to cut the feed almost instantly. The guy just wasn't suited to being on the news. All Might is off duty at the moment. You are disturbing our students in the classes here, Aizawa told them bluntly, waving his hand as if to shoo them away. I need to ask you to politely vacate the premises. He glanced at his students, who eagerly ran over to him and then into the school, before turning away from the reporters. It nearly started an uproar of frustrated and unsatisfied questions. The reporter who had interrogated Izuku and Katsuki puffed up her cheek angrily. Geez, just a little time is enough. Come on, send All Might out. No, wait, an older reporter shouted as she walked too close to the entrance gate. With a loud slamming of metal, the gate crashed shut, providing several layers of impenetrable steel between the reporters and the school. The woman who had tripped the sensor fell on her rear in shock. It's the UA barrier, the reporter who had tried to warn her explained with a sigh. That's what we call it, anyways. Without a staff or student ID, the doors snap shut automatically. There are even sensors all over the campus on the off chance someone actually breaks in. That's so lame, she retorted, rising back to her feet and dusting herself off. Why are they going so far to keep us out? They haven't even given us a cheap lie or some boring information to report. While the meteor raged in front of the barred gate, a man dressed in a long, black sleeve hoodie and worn-out pants behind them watched the scene in silence. Tired-looking red eyes gazed at the school with malevolence. Pick a class president, Aizawa told them the moment everyone had settled in their seats. I don't care how you decide it. Just get it done before the period is up. We don't have much to discuss in homeroom today. Most of what we'll be doing is going to be handled during hero studies later. Instantly, pretty much the whole class was up and clamoring for themselves to be president. Even Izuku wouldn't deny he was kind of interested in the idea, but he was really nervous about it as well. Enough, Tenya suddenly interrupted. This is no small decision that can be made just because you want to. The presidency is a sacred office that only the chosen may find themselves tasked with. Therefore, it should be decided by a democratic vote. He says with his hand raised up as high as the rest of us. Mina finished, grinning at the sight of the young man with his back ramrod straight and his hand held high in the air. Tsuyu held a finger to her chin. It's a bit early to have developed any trust in each other, isn't it? Everyone will probably just vote for themselves. Is that not why the person who earns multiple votes will be truly worthy of the task? Tenya demanded. If their charisma is such that they can earn the trust of many this early amongst class relations, they must possess the qualities worthy of class president. Kyoka sighed and leaned back in her seat. Sure, why not? Let's vote, guys. Robot isn't going to let up on us anytime soon if we don't. The votes were made anonymously so no one could be singled out for their vote. But by the end of the next 10 minutes, all the votes were tallied and written up on the blackboard. The scores were as such. Izuku Midoriya, 5 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. Katsuki Bakugo, 2 votes. Ijiru Kirishima, 1. Meshuro Ajiru, 1. Minoru Mainta, 1. Koji Kuda, 1. Mezu Shoji, 1. Denki Kaminari, 1. Hanta Siro, 1. Fumikage Takoyami, 1. Rikido Sato, 1. Yuga Aoyama, 1. Needless to say, Izuku was a little happy, extremely shocked, and absolutely terrified from the results. I got 5 votes. How? Izuku half squeaked, half screamed. Who the hell voted for you? Katsuki demanded, flabbergasted. Hanta looked at the blonde teen with a stunned look. More like who the hell voted for you of all people? What's that supposed to mean? Kyoka made a show of plugging one of her earphone jacks into her phone and played some music, ignoring the rest of the class. I'm only doing something nice for him this once because he kicked Minoru's ass yesterday and won the exercise for us. I'm still kind of glad he didn't win, though. In the back of the classroom, Ochako was whistling innocently as she studied the wall. It'd probably be really scary if Katsuki found out I voted for Izuku. He's way nerdy and shy, but he lined up that kick for Katsuki so perfectly yesterday that I don't care. Mina grinned to herself as she watched Izuku flail in a panic. I'd rather vote for someone who looks out for us and isn't a dick. Plus, he's kinda cute. I couldn't decide between voting for Momo or Izuku, so I just flipped a coin, so you thought. She was satisfied with the result since they were both president and vice president. Guys, why didn't you vote for me? Minoru whined to his fellow males. Didn't you hear my policies for all the girls to expose at least 30 centimeters of thigh? Yeah, and we also heard you hit the wall yesterday when Katsuki punted you like 1,000 yards from across campus. Meshuro's sweat dropped. No thank you, I choose life. Also, that's disgusting, Rikido added. No one wants that. Learn some common decency before you try to do something like become class president, Fumikage told him. Minoru waved his fists in the air desperately. All of you are so gay. And they're way smarter than your dumb ass. Minoru felt death itself touch him as Katsuki Bakugo's hand lay itself upon his shoulder with false kindness. I haven't had to murder a pal twice before, but I wonder how far I could blast you from here. We're on the 3rd floor and there are fewer obstacles on the way to whatever level of hell you land in this time. Should I try it? Why, you wouldn't dare. Minoru squeaked, looking over his shoulder and nearly pissing himself at the monstrous grin on Katsuki's face. You got detention for it last time. And it was worth every second, Katsuki cackled, his eyes becoming almost deranged. The hand on Minoru's shoulder made a few tiny explosions, causing the short teen to squeal in panic. Go on, say another perverted thing. I'm begging you. No, I choose life. Minoru screamed, diving under the nearest desk. Katsuki looked a little disappointed. Ugh, fine. You get off with a warning this time. Normally I'd call you out for bullying. But what Minoru is doing is blatant sexual harassment, so I'll overlook it this time, Mina commented with a smirk. Katsuki merely grunted in response. Tenya had his fists clenched in frustration upon his desk. 0 votes. It's only fair since I insisted upon the sacredness of the role. You didn't even vote for yourself despite wanting the job so badly. Hanta's sweat dropped. What's up with that? Mr. Aizawa got out of his sleeping bag and stood up, giving the class the final announcement. So then it's President Midoriya and Vice President Yaoyorozu. Now standing at the front of class, Izuku looked like he would panic at any second. Are you serious? Momo sighed. It was pretty close. That's it for homeroom today, Aizawa told them. Do your best in your other classes and prepare yourselves for the trials that await you in heroics training later. Izuku sighed, poking at his rice with his fork as he considered what had gone on that morning. Around him, Tenya, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Mina were also eating, though more enthusiastically than he was. What's the matter, Deku? Ochako asked after she swallowed a bite of her lunch. You look kinda worn out. Huh? Oh, it's nothing, he said quickly, snapping out of his little mental checkout. I was just wondering if I've really got what it takes for this whole class president thing. Mina elbowed his arm playfully. Sure you do. Tenya nodded. You'll be fine. You've got the guts and snap judgment when it counts, Izuku. That's why I voted for you. So one of the votes was you. Izuku gave the other teen a perplexed look, shaking his head before leaning his chin on his palm. That's another thing. How did I get 5 votes? Well, I assume you voted for yourself. Plus Tenya voted for you. Suyu held a finger up, adding more as she listed off names. I flipped a coin between you and Momo since I couldn't decide and you won that flip, so 3. Mina voted for you, too. Wait, what? Izuku whipped his head to gape at the 2 girls and his jaw fell open. You 2 voted for me. Duh. Mina snickered and poked his freckles with a pink finger, causing the teen to blush furiously. You set up one hell of a kick for Katsuki yesterday to stop Minoru from doing perverted things to us. I saved one of those pictures as my screensaver, but Katsuki is still too much of an ass for us to vote for him. That's how you got my approval. Ochako too, right? Hey, Izuku spun back to Ochako, who half choked on her rice when Mina called her out. Aye. Ochako managed to swallow the bite down and sighed in relief for a second. She grinned bashfully and rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, guilty. Izuku wasn't sure what shocked him more, the fact that he'd somehow managed to become class president, or the fact that more than half of the votes for him came from teenage girls his age. Seriously, he barely knew anything about them. They were an alien species to him. But I'm surprised you didn't vote for yourself, Tenya, Ochako said hurriedly in an effort to swing the attention away from her. You wanted to be class president so badly. You've got the glasses looked down, too. Izuku's sweat dropped. That's not exactly a quality we should be using to choose a class president. I merely followed my own judgment on the matter, Tenya replied. Besides, even if I had voted for myself, the rest of your votes would have assured Izuku the presidency. Suddenly, the room was filled to the ringing of an alarm, causing the 5 of them to jump. An announcement rang over the speakers. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. Tenya's head jerked towards one of the nearby upperclassmen. What's security level 3? It means someone's infiltrated the school grounds. This hasn't happened in 3 years. We gotta hurry out of here. The whole lunchroom immediately became a scene of mass hysteria as students scrambled to get out. Izuku knew there'd be no getting out if they got swept into that crowd, so he pushed aside his lunch and jumped onto the table to get a better look around. His eyes locked onto the windows nearby, spotting President Mike and Mr. Aizawa standing outside. They were facing a crowd of reporters, who were clamoring at the pair of pros for all might. Izuku blinked in disbelief at the sight. The press got into the school. How? He spun around, trying to figure out how to settle the panicking students. If it was just the press, then this whole mass hysteria thing wasn't worth it and would only get someone hurt. Izuku tried to speak up, but it came out as a squeak. Hey, everybody calm down. It's just the news. No one heard him. Not even his friends, who had taken a point from him and were standing on their seats. Tenya was snapping at the other students to form an orderly line. But it was no good. Everyone was panicking. It's no good. How do I get their attention? Izuku wondered frantically. Suddenly, he had an idea, albeit a crazy idea. But he took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. When in doubt, speak Katsuki. Everyone in the room froze at the scream and spun towards the source, one very red-faced Izuku, standing on the table with both hands clapped over his mouth. He couldn't believe he'd gotten the nerve to do that, but he did his best to act as soon as he got their attention. It's just the press. Look. He pointed at the window, prompting the rest of the students to look over and confirm for themselves that he was right. The moment they all started figuring it out, Izuku jumped off the table and did his best to hide. Holy crap, that was way too much. Not exactly what I'd call a great way of getting attention, but Mina grinned a little. Nice. Why are you hiding now? Suyu asked him bluntly. Izuku was sweating, his face still cherry red. I've never yelled at a bunch of people like that before. It's scary. Ochako put a hand over her mouth to stop herself from giggling. You sounded like Katsuki for a second there. Tenya chopped a hand towards them. While I applaud Izuku for settling the hysteria, we must still evacuate. Press or not, we still have evacuation instructions. He's right, Izuku said, fanning his face. Let's go. Mina smiled and pat him on the shoulder, causing him to tense up again. Good going, Mr. Scaredy Class Press. Once the reporters had been dealt with, the rest of the day went by as usual. As soon as it was time for heroics class, they dressed up in their costumes and made their way out to the entrance to the same training field as yesterday for the battle trials. Mr. Aizawa and All Might both were waiting for them. The former of the 2 pros cleared his throat and started explaining the lesson. Right, this is going to be somewhat similar to the entrance exam. There will be combat robots all over the city, but this time your job is going to be about working as a team. Yesterday you got to work together in pairs. This time you will be working as a whole class. On occasion, pros have to work in large groups. This is meant to simulate that kind of scenario. We'll be doing this exercise today and tomorrow, followed by rescue training on Friday. I want you all to keep in mind that this is merely a rough outline of much more advanced training for later. Your task is simple. Eliminate as many of the enemy villains as possible by working together as a team. You should also focus on keeping the amount of damage done to buildings to a minimum. In the field, leaving behind destroyed buildings is obviously not ideal. I'm looking at you, Katsuki. Katsuki looked away from them all, slightly red in the face. Shut up. I'll be watching with Recovery Girl in case things get out of hand, Aizawa went on. Oh, and one more thing. Izuku, you're not participating in this training today. You're working with All Might. HHH. Pretty much the entire class exclaimed, including Izuku. Wait, Izuku's getting lessons from All Might. Ijiru's jaw was hanging open. Why just him? Mizo questioned. Yeah, why's the class president getting extra lessons from the world's greatest hero? Favoritism much. I think we need a better president. Minoru tried to convince the others to join his side, but to no avail. Aizawa sighed tiredly. Would you lot quiet down? We're wasting time. The class quieted as All Might took center stage. I'm sure you're all wondering why young Izuku is getting extra lessons separate from the rest of you, but it's not what you think. I'm not training him personally or giving him special privileges. He's getting, shall we call it a corrective course? Corrective course, Tenya echoed. Did he do something wrong? He blew his body up twice in as many days with his quirk, Aizawa replied bluntly. That's the problem. His main method of fighting with his quirk critically damages both himself because he lacks control, and could endanger the lives of anyone fighting him. That's where All Might comes in. He's an expert on quirk control. How? Denki asked. I mean, no offense, but all you do is punch and kick stuff. No offense taken, young Denki, but it's a bit more complicated than that. All Might answered. When I use my quirk, I have to gauge the amount of power I put into it very carefully. For example, against a giant robot, I can go full throttle and blow it away. But if I used that same level of power on a person, what would happen? A few faces paled at that thought. All Might nodded gravely. You've guessed. Yes, as gruesome as it is to say, I'd probably kill them with that kind of force. In order to avoid that, I must gauge the degree of power I release with each attack carefully. Too much can kill a person. Too little might not be enough to capacitate my opponent. Power is just power without the finesse to guide it properly. Young Katsuki and young Shoto are good examples of this. Aizawa grunted. The two of them have a high power capacity, but they have the control to manage it well without overdoing things. For the time being, that's a skill Izuku lacks, so All Might is going to grill him until he doesn't blow himself up anymore. But that brings me to another thing I need to talk to you all about. Do any of you have trouble controlling your quirks? He asked. I know it might be embarrassing to admit, or perhaps you think you can control it in time, but I need to know right now before we get into any more serious training. If someone loses control and we have an accident, it can be forgiven, but I won't be the one picking you up if you get upset with yourself. Is that clear? The class was silent for a few seconds before one teen raised his hand. All Might looked at him, still smiling. Young Fumikage. It's somewhat situational, he began a little quietly. But on occasion, my quirk, Dark Shadow, has been known to run wild. I'd rather explain it more in private. I understand. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Anyone else? Achako rubbed the back of her head nervously. I don't know if it's because I lack control or not. But if I use my quirk on myself for too long, I get really nauseous. That could be because you haven't trained your quirk enough yet, but I would still like to see it for myself, All Might replied. Is there anyone else? When no one responded, All Might set his hands on his hips. In that case, young Fumikage and young Achako will meet with me after class ends today to discuss their quirks. You'll likely have a training session with myself and young Izuku tomorrow. If that's all, then I'll leave you to Mr. Aizawa. Young Izuku, you're with me. Izuku dipped his head quickly and chased after the pro as he walked off. Why yes, sir. They ended up going to TDL, the place that Izuku had been brought before school started to show his quirk to the teachers. All Might let him inside and cleared his throat, immediately getting the boys' attention. I'm sorry that I singled you out from the rest of your classmates today, All Might began, but I felt it would be unwise to hold off training you to use one for all any longer. Recovery Girl gave me more than a few choice words when you destroyed your finger the other day. Sorry about that, Izuku mumbled. I was just desperate. It's fine. It's my fault for holding your training off for so long, the pro reassured him. But that stops now. We're going to get you to the point where you can use one for all safely. The easiest way to do that, in my experience, is through combat. Izuku paled. Wait, why you mean, like I have to fight why you? I'll go easy on you, All Might said gently, turning to face him. Today at least, I won't strike back. There's no point in beating you black and blue if you can't use your power properly yet. That wasn't exactly the most reassuring thing in the world, and Izuku still had a few concerns. Wait, what about what you said to the rest of class? If I can't control one for all and hit you full power, then you won't hurt me. All Might lifted one huge hand to tousle the teenager's curly hair. Fortunately for us, one for all comes with a sort of mental training wheels for new users. Training wheels, yes. When you use one for all against a person for the first time, there's a tendency to think that you don't want to kill that person. One for all usually responds to that, and your body sets it to a low power setting that you should be able to handle without destroying yourself. Izuku blinked and began to mutter to himself. I see. So it's kind of like the mental restraints the brain puts on the human body to prevent it from destroying itself with the full capability of its muscle. All Might cut him off before Izuku could fully nerd out. That's the theory, but the idea is that you'll eventually get a grasp of that low power setting whenever you attack until you can use it at will. We'll continue training here until you get it down. Also, we'll be working on your own quirk as well. Ideally, I'd like to get you to the point where you can wield both One for All and All Flare at the same time. The pro pulled out a tablet that was similar to the one Nezu had used back when they tested Izuku's power for the first time, and just like before, the Bunsen burner-like device emerged from the floor. Izuku frowned at All Might nervously. I won't hurt you. My costume is fireproof. All Might chuckled, flexing his arms. No worries, young man. Okay. Izuku forced a smile on his face as he started using All Flare, green flames licking at his body. It wasn't even close to the full body flare, but he got his hands and feet ignited on his own easily enough this time. He reached out towards the Bunsen burner to gather more flames until his arms, legs, and most of his torso were all ablaze. All Might grinned as the flames finally covered the teen's whole body, including the two extensions of his costume that resembled All Might's hair. They started to sway gently with the fire, hiding the fact that they were really horns. Come at me with everything you've got, young Izuku. Yes, Izuku shouted back, then rushed All Might head on. He brought a fist back, clenching it tightly to wind up One for All. All Might raised both arms to block and took the blow directly, shifting into a crouch so that his center of gravity was lower. The punch struck All Might's thick arms, but it didn't even make him budge. Izuku gaped in surprise. He hadn't blown his arm up with that, but he expected it to have more of an effect. Don't stop now, All Might told him, still grinning. I told you the power output would be low. Just get used to the feeling of it. Keep going. Izuku jolted into action and began to punch and kick at All Might with One for All, never letting up on his blows. The pro weathered them with ease, not so much as flinching from every strike that landed. After a few minutes of attacking him, All Might suddenly dodged one of Izuku's punches, causing him to yelp and overextend. He nearly fell over, but regained his balance. All Might laughed. You're getting it, but a villain isn't going to stay put and let you attack them. Come and get me. The teen lunged after his pro mentor with a yell, who caught the blow with his hand and simply diverted the attack before he jumped away again. All Might wasn't even using One for All himself, otherwise there would be no way Izuku could keep up with him. Izuku suddenly missed one of his punches and ended up smashing his fists into one of the cement pillars in the room. He winced, but grinned a moment in pleasant surprise. He hadn't accidentally unleashed the full 100% by striking the rock, and he was starting to get a feel for this low power setting ... but it took him time to wind it up in each limb one after another. A thought struck him. Maybe if I spread it all over me like All Flare. He tensed up and slowly let One for All spread through his whole body. The power crackled like lightning through his muscles, bones, and blood. It was tricky to maintain and he didn't think he could hold it for long, but this would be a lot faster and more efficient than just firing up one limb after another. All Might noticed the change and grinned widely. He could see that Izuku's body was starting to adapt to One for All just as it had with All Flare. In fact, the two quirks were starting to mix. Izuku whipped towards All Might and lunged at him, this time much faster than before. With the low power setting spread throughout his whole body, he was able to push off with his legs using that enhanced strength and a burst of his flames. The sudden increase in speed caught All Might off guard momentarily, but he responded with inhuman reflexes. He ducked underneath a kick that would have caught him in the side of the head and reached up to grab the teenager by the ankle, then threw him aside. Izuku hit the ground with a yelp, but he rolled back to his feet and charged again, still intent on fighting. All Might started laughing as the teen attacked him in earnest, firing off blow after blow at him with the fusing quirks. It wasn't a perfect fusion by any means, and Izuku was visibly struggling to maintain the combination, but he could do it. Let me try this. Izuku was starting to feel excited by his new capabilities. He gathered all of the flames covering his body into his right arm until he had created an enlarged arm of fire that would extend his reach. With a battle cry that freed itself, unbidden from his lungs, he struck at All Might with it. The pro's hand shot out to catch the blow, but his upper body was engulfed in emerald flame as Izuku launched the fire fist at him upon impact. Izuku suddenly realized that he'd practically buried his teacher in fire and immediately shut them down, freeing All Might from the blast of flames and simultaneously stopping the flow of One for All throughout his body. I am sorry, I got carried away. Are you? All Might started laughing wildly, uproariously, making Izuku go quiet in confusion. The pro's hair looked a bit singed and he was practically steaming from the heat, but his grin persisted nonetheless. That was excellent, All Might exclaimed. You're learning quickly. Izuku felt a swell of hesitant pride rise up in him. Oh, really? Indeed. Did you break any bones? The teen looked himself over and gauged the feeling in his body. He didn't think he'd broken anything, but his right fist felt a little strained and it was definitely tender from that last blow. I don't think so, but I might have overdone things with my right. Considering this was your first go using the low power setting of one for all, I think we can call that a success. All Might gave him a thumbs up. The whole point of this training is to help you reach a point where you can use one for all without destroying your body. At the moment, I'd say you're capable of wielding about 5% or so. Only 5%. Izuku wilted slightly. That was it. We've all got to start somewhere. All Might patted his shoulder. Your body still needs training before it can handle the full power of one for all. We'll just work our way up from here, right? Izuku smiled a bit and nodded. Right, good. All Might took a few steps back. Back to it, then. Go easy with your right and don't throw that huge fire punch again for today. I want you to be able to use that 5% for as long as possible without going over the limit. Flare yourself back up and come at me, young man. Yes, sir. Oh, Izuku winced as he walked to the lockers. His body hurt all over and his right hand was starting to throb. He hadn't broken any bones, but everything hurt from his extensive use of one for all. Plus, he felt a little too hot after using his flames for so long. As he approached the lockers, he realized that his whole class was gathered outside the girls' locker room and all of them were still wearing their hero costumes. Frowning, Izuku approached them. Ochako spotted him coming over and waved. Oh, Deku, how'd it go? Great, he replied, smiling. I didn't break any of my bones this time. What's going on? Momo turned towards him with her arms crossed. We can hear strange noises coming from inside our lockers. None of us girls have gone inside, so we're not sure who could be in there. It sounds like an animal, Kyoka muttered. One of her jacks was plugged into the door. There's loud breathing and something keeps hitting the lockers. How could an animal get into the locker room, anyway? Ijiru asked, perplexed. No idea, Mina replied with a grumble. But I'm not going in there until I know what exactly it is. Move it, heart throb. Katsuki pushed Kyoka aside and placed his ear against the door. His eyes narrowed suddenly. Hey, Deku. Listen. Izuku did as he asked and mirrored his pose, listening to the odd sounds. It sure sounded like an animal was in there. Heavy breathing, something rattling the lockers, and yet also. He stiffened. Katsuki heard it too and snarled. My pal's senses are tingling. You did not just use that quote, Denki accused in disbelief. Izuku leaned away from the door, his face serious and his tone all business. Right, Katsuki and I are going in. Bar the door and don't let anything out until I say so. Wait, you intend to enter the girls' locker room? Tenya demanded, chopping his hand at Izuku. Mr. President, that is a blatant disregard of the rules. Momo did her best to ease his concerns. It's fine, I trust them not to mess with our stuff. If a teacher comes by, we'll explain the situation. Be careful, you too. Izuku nodded and gripped the door handle slowly. He looked at Katsuki, who cracked his knuckles with an eager grin. Ready? I was born ready, mother fur. Izuku smirked at that, then quickly yanked open the door, letting Katsuki in before he dove in after him. Momo immediately shut the door behind them. Things were quiet for a few seconds. They still heard the loud breathing as Kyoka plugged one of her jacks into the door. It was several moments before everything went absolutely silent. 10 seconds of no sound passed by eerily. Class 1A waited, the air becoming thick with tension. Then they heard a shrill scream, followed by a roar of fury from Katsuki and a yell from Izuku. The sounds of metal clanging loudly began to ravage the lockers, along with several explosions courtesy of Katsuki. Die, die, die. Drop them right now. Never. They're my trophies. You little effer. Come here. You'll all kill me. That's the effing point. You won't take me alive. I'm gonna murder you anyway. Corner it in the showers. It's trying to climb the walls. I've got it. Let me go. DEKU. Don't do it. You have to finish it, Katsuki. Go on without me. DEKUNOOO. No, my trophies. The only trophy you're getting is a coffin. This is for Deku, you little sit. There was a loud squeal, followed by a scream from Izuku. Clear the door. The class practically leapt away from the door as Katsuki screamed at the top of his lungs. Plus ultra DIIIE. A horrifying scream tore through the locker room, followed by an explosive projectile that literally blew the door clean off its hinges. The object in question flew through the air for several hundred meters before it crashed into the wall surrounding campus and hung there, 6 feet off the ground. The utterly stunned class realized the projectile had been one minor Amita, now bloodied and beaten within an inch of his life, and once more stuck on the wall of UA by his own sticky hair. Katsuki emerged from the devastation gasping for breath and slumped to the ground once he made it out. Holy F. Ijiru and Kyoka ran up to him. Are you okay? Katsuki waved them off. Forget about me, get to Deku. It could already be too late for him. Exchanging anxious looks, the other girls ran inside while Momo stopped the rest of the males from entering the lockers. Deku, Ochako called through the smoke. Christ, the place looked like a war zone. Where are you? I'm here. His voice sounded weak and shaky. Ochako ran over to the showers with Mina, Tsuyu, and Toru right behind her. They found Izuku curled up in a corner, breathing heavily and shaking. She was alarmed that maybe he'd been really hurt. Deku, are you okay? And no, he whimpered, turning to show them his hands. Now I'm the pervert. Stuck to his hands were 2 of Minoru's purple spheres. And also stuck upon each one was a pair of panties. Minoru had, after pillaging the garments, formed the lockers, stuck them to his hair in an effort to keep his prize until Izuku yanked them from the thief's head at the grave cost of his own morality. Nina's cheeks puffed up to stop herself, but she couldn't hold back and busted out laughing until she was doubled over and her sides hurt like hell. The other girls joined in, though they sounded slightly more sympathetic to Izuku's plight. They did feel bad the preciously innocent and sweet teenage boy was almost in tears since there was no way to remove the spheres from his tainted hands. Mina finally regained control of her breathing and eyed the frilly pink pair of underwear stuck on Izuku's right hand. She giggled and wiped a stray tear from her eye. Izuku, you can just burn them off with your quirk. I don't want those since Minoru touched them anyway. Same here, Toru agreed, recognizing her own pair of blue and white striped panties in the teen's left hand. But Izuku's already crimson face started to steam from embarrassment. Then you won't have any UU underwear for the D-Day. Toru shrugged. That's fine, no one will notice if I don't wear any. Besides, it's almost time for us to go home, Mina reassured him. We'll just head straight back to get new ones, okay? Izuku nodded after a moment, still blushing furiously. Ochako couldn't help but smile at him. Come on, let's get you out of here before a teacher shows up. She carefully helped Izuku stand without touching his hands and they walked the teen out of the lockers. Upon arriving at the door, however, Izuku bumped into someone and yelped, I am sorry, please watch out for my hands. All Might stared down at him, unsure what to even think when he saw Izuku walking out of the girl's locker, 2 purple balls in his hands and a pair of panties stuck to each. Moreover, by bumping into All Might, Izuku had instinctively recoiled and caused the sticky spheres to land on his own chest. Now it appeared as though he had 2 purple breasts with panties on top and was groping them. The blood drained from Izuku's face faster than should have been possible as All Might just tried to process what in the actual F he was looking. The pro slowly turned, following the path of destruction to the door that lay 100 meters away, and then to the bleeding ruin that was Minoru attached to the wall. He eventually looked back at Izuku, opened his mouth, closed it, and then finally walked off to do something about Minoru. Okay, and that was that. Having finished their homework for the night, Izuku and Katsuki were hanging out at Katsuki's home and spending the last hour or so before Izuku had to go home playing games on a PlayStation 2. They were currently playing Guitar Hero 3, Legends of Rock, trying to win on Through the Fire and Flames set to moderate difficulty. Neither of them had ever beaten this song on hard mode, god tier that it was. Goddamn it, Katsuki swore as he missed a note. He recovered quickly, but this song was utterly unforgiving if you really got off track. Izuku was biting his lip, trying to focus. The 4.5 minutes or so they spent on this song brought with it as much intensity as one of their training sessions at UA. They barely took a moment to breathe. When it was all said and done, the 2 teens flopped onto the couch behind them with near simultaneous groans. Izuku set his guitar aside while Katsuki just chucked his onto the floor. I'm over this effing thing for the night, he growled, shaking his left hand to work the sore muscles out. I second that. Izuku leaned his head on the back of the couch with a sigh. It always felt good to beat through the fire and flames. But good God, it took a lot out of you, especially after a hard day at high school. I'm going home, he decided after glancing at the clock. He only had like 10 minutes before he had to leave anyways and he was getting tired. Katsuki grunted. Whatever, see ya. Yup, Izuku replied, walking to the kitchen table to grab his backpack. Katsuki's mother was there, sipping on a cup of coffee while she scrolled through something on her phone. She looked up as he came by to pick up his stuff. Going home? Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having me over. Need a ride? It's okay. I want to burn off some more energy before I get home. Suit yourself, she shrugged. Night, Izuku. Good night, Vacuumum. Yes, he called her that. Only Katsuki thought it was weird. No, he did not care. Izuku left the Bakugo's house and made straight for his own family's apartment. It was only like a 10-minute walk, but it gave him time to reflect on stuff. The last 2 days had been crazy at school. The majority of the class had continued the robot battling exercises that started yesterday during today's lesson as well. Ochako and Fumikage had joined him and All Might for a training session to get their quirks checked out for control issues. All Might had confirmed that Ochako's issue with her quirk causing her nausea was due to her needing more practice with it. She would just have to build herself up until she could either suppress the nausea or hold it off for a longer amount of time. Fumikage was something else. Cementos had created a dark isolation room with his quirk for All Might to see what was going on with the teen's control problem, so Izuku hadn't actually seen what happened inside. but whatever it was made the building tremor multiple times. That went on for about 30 seconds until what seemed like an artillery shell impact stopped the prior tremors cold. When Cementos retracted the room of concrete, Fumikage was nearly unconscious and All Might had a nasty-looking bruise forming on his arm. The pro-hero didn't look all that exerted, though he seemed rather impressed by what he'd seen. Dark Shadow became timid once he was exposed to light, but Izuku could have sworn he heard the shadowy creature mutter something like "I didn't get to show off after the event." What the hell even had happened in there? All Might had told Fumikage, once he recovered from whatever he'd endured within the dark room, that he would need lessons to control his quirk like Izuku did. But he was okay to perform in daytime operations with the rest of class. That didn't seem to surprise Fumikage, although he seemed more than a little stunned by what had gone down in the dark room. When Izuku and Ochako asked him later, all he said was this: he stopped Dark Shadow with one shot. Fumikage muttered in a sort of odd daze. Izuku didn't use his full body flare during the sessions with Ochako and Fumikage. He managed to get the flames going on his hands and feet, but there was no way in hell he was going to go for the full-on flare with them around. He was still trying to get comfortable using it with All Might, and he trusted the pro more than pretty much anyone. Regulating one for all was getting better. Izuku hadn't broken any bones during these training sessions, but he didn't quite feel like he was fully adapted to the low-power setting yet. The few times he tried targeting a non-human object, like a cement target made by Cementos, he could feel his power fluctuate and it took a while to get it back under control. All Might had told him that targeting a person and a non-living object would be different from a mental standpoint, but he hadn't thought it would be this hard. Practice, practice, practice. That was all he could do for now, until he got used to the low-power setting. Izuku was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't watch where he was going and startled when a small shape ran into him. He nearly stumbled, but kept his footing, eyes going wide when the child who ran into him fell back with a gasp. "I am sorry," he yelped, kneeling immediately to check if they were okay. "Did I hurt you?" The child, a little girl, stared up at him with wide, red eyes, her face covered in sweat while she panted for breath. She couldn't have been older than 6 or 7, with long, choppy white hair and a small horn on the right side of her forehead. She was wearing a short-sleeved dress with no footwear, but what really caught Izuku off guard were the bandages covering her arms and legs. She initially cringed away from him, but froze when he laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Her wide eyes were uncertain as she opened her mouth to answer him. "Eri, there you are. Geez, stop running. Will ya?" Izuku looked up from the child expecting to see a parent, so he was stunned when he found himself looking at a tall, muscular man in a black suit, wearing a dark red, beak-shaped mask over his face. He couldn't see the man's face at all, so the only way he was able to tell the individual was male was by his voice and body. The man's hand clenched a little, as though he were irritated and trying to stop himself from making a fist. "Who are you?" "Actually, never mind. I don't care. Sorry if my daughter bumped into you, but we gotta get going now. Come on, Eri." "Oh, it was my fault she fell. I'm sorry." Izuku started to help her stand up. "Here, let me." Eri said something under her breath that he couldn't catch. "Say again." One of her little hands clenched the fabric of his shirt and Izuku was suddenly aware that she was shaking. Her voice was hoarse and he could hear the tremor in every word she spoke. "He's not my daddy." The raw terror in her voice sent a chill up his spine. But Izuku forced down any visible reactions he might have had. If the kidnapper figured out that Izuku knew what was going on, there was no telling what he would do. Worst case scenario, he would go on the attack. His mind started to race, running calculations and scenarios through every cell his brain had to spare. Contact the police. No, too slow to respond given the situation. It wasn't like he could talk to them, either. They might assume his call was a prank or something. Not worth the risk. Pick up Eri and run. Too risky. He didn't know if this guy was armed or what his quirk was. He needed more data to make that plan work. Fight the villain. Even riskier. In addition to the formerly mentioned unknown factors, Izuku had no idea if this guy would care about damaging the houses around them. He didn't want to get innocent people involved in this and it would put Eri in further danger. He also didn't have a hero license yet, so a head-on attack would be illegal. He could only fight back in self-defense, try to get in touch with one of his emergency contacts and stall for time. Chancy at best, given that he didn't know where exactly his contacts were and he would have to stall for time. The odds were it would take several minutes at the very least. But it was the best option he had at the moment. That would be his starting point. There was no other choice. He'd have to pick the situation apart as it went on and adapt from there. "Were you guys playing T-tag or something?" Izuku asked the villain, trying to keep his voice normal. He made a show of looking around and behind the guy. "Is someone else chasing you?" It was just luck on Izuku's part that the villain reflexively followed his gaze to look over his shoulder. "Nah, it's just us. But she ran a bit too far away from the motel we're staying at." "Gotcha." Izuku slowly helped Eri up onto her feet, letting her remain close to him. The way she was attached to his torso would make it harder for the villain to spot his left arm hiding behind him. Taking his phone out of his back pocket and dialing the second emergency contact on his phone right after his mother. Hey, I think she got hurt falling earlier. We should take her to a doctor to see if she's okay. The man cocked his head back towards Izuku and Eri. No need, my boss is a doctor. He'll fix her up. Eri whimpered and squeezed Izuku's shirt tighter. She knew the doctor, Izuku realized, and he probably wasn't a good person. The way she reacted made him suspicious that this wasn't just a kidnapping, it might be a retrieval. The villain seemed familiar with Eri and she knew the doctor he was talking about. He wondered if that was why she was covered in bandages. They'd hurt her and she'd tried to escape. Now one of them had caught up to her and Izuku had no intention of letting them take her back. He mentally added in the possibility that there were other villains around looking for her. The guy mentioned a boss, so he probably wasn't the only crony around here. Eri, come on, we gotta go, the villain ordered. Izuku looked up at the man, trying to make eye contact. But it was impossible with his mask. I think she's a little spooked. How about I walk back to the motel with you guys, to make up for me causing her to fall? No, Izuku could hear the edge to his voice this time. The villain was getting impatient. Boss doesn't like strangers popping up out of nowhere. Eri, get over here, now. She stilled for a moment and then let Izuku go, spinning around to go to the man. It caught him so off guard that she would actually move towards the kidnapper that Izuku acted without thinking and pulled her back to him, holding her protectively. Eri gasped, looking at Izuku with horrified eyes. He froze, staring at the villain. The villain went utterly silent for several seconds, his head cocked to the side a little. Hey, you were just a little annoying a moment ago, but now you're getting on my nerves. He'd fed up. Oh, he'd fed up bad. The man's hand clenched again and Izuku saw a spark of flame rush along his fingers. I'm only going to ask you this once since you were so polite earlier. Give her back to me and I'll forget about you. A flame quirk. The villain had a flame quirk. Izuku ran that information through his calculations. His chances of successfully fighting off the villain or retreating from him with Eri had just greatly increased. He just had to stall for as long as possible. Izuku felt the rush of blood through his veins, the same as it had when he tried to save Katsuki and Ochako before. I don't feel comfortable just letting her leave with you. I'd rather we go to the hospital. Wrong answer, the villain snarled. He held up both arms, letting flame blaze over his limbs until they were both burning up to his shoulder. Boss ain't gonna like this, but he'll like it less if I don't bring Eri back. Izuku got a shock when the villain launched a fireball straight at them, regardless of Eri being in the way. He barely had time to get both arms around her and jump away before the flames rushed over the street. What are you doing? He gasped, shocked by the villain's total disregard for the girl. You could have killed her. Like I care. The villain gathered up some of his flames in his right hand and threw another fireball, which Izuku dodged again. Even if I F her up, the boss can just fix her again. So the villain didn't give a damn whether he hit Eri or not. That shifted the odds out of Izuku's favor somewhat. But he could still work with this. The guy was chucking fireballs all over the street. Izuku could take advantage of this. He landed with Eri still in his arms and faced an oncoming fireball head-on. One of his hands whipped up, becoming enveloped in emerald flame and drew the outside source of fire to him. Izuku's flames consumed the villains and transmuted them in a matter of seconds, giving him more fire to work with. The villain appeared to be dumbfounded for a moment. Izuku took the chance to stuff his phone back in his pocket. But it was only a split second later that the villain lost his cool completely. What the hell's up with that? I'm gonna roast you. He started throwing fireballs with even greater speed. They were smaller than before, but it wouldn't be possible to dodge them all. That was fine with him. Izuku used the flames he'd already converted and directed them to form a shield between him and the villain. Each fireball that struck the wall of emerald was greedily devoured and converted into Izuku's flames, giving him an ever-growing barrier to protect himself and Eri with. Eri had her face buried in his shoulder, crying hysterically in fear. Izuku spared a moment to try and calm her. It's okay. I'll protect you. Will you just die already? Izuku's face whipped up, spotting the villain as he jumped high in the air. The man put both arms together to form a fireball the size of a small car and then hurled it at them. Izuku immediately directed his flames to intercept the massive conflagration and render it harmless. This guy really isn't holding back. How long until he ends up hitting a house? He suddenly saw a blur of motion to his right and his eyes widened in shock. The villain had landed while he'd been busy with the fireball and flanked them with surprising speed. He whipped out a knife from the inside of his suit and stabbed at Izuku. The teen desperately tried to shoot his flames at the villain, but he'd spotted the attack too late. I won't make it. Die. The word was definitely one a villain would use given the situation, so it surprised Izuku even more when an explosion blew the masked criminal away from them. He yelped as a mess of spiky blonde hair landed in the spot the villain had been in just a moment before, scowling and looking exceptionally annoyed. Katsuki. Hey, don't start a street fight without me, Deku. Katsuki snapped at him. He was wearing a pair of dark basketball shorts and a black tank top. And pick your timing better. I'm tired, you asshat. I'm sorry, Izuku answered quickly, directing his attention back to the villain. The man shook himself, recovering from the explosion quickly. Katsuki sneered at the beaked criminal. Who's the rooster? He's a kidnapper, Izuku replied, tightening his grip around Eri, who was still buried in his shoulder. And he's after this girl. I think she got away from him and now he's trying to get her back to his boss. And so, Katsuki cracked his knuckles, a maniacal grin forming on his face. And the sentence is deaf. I already called for backup. Izuku told him quietly. We just have to stall. His quirk lets him throw fireballs. But he's also got that knife. We should keep our distance and fight defensively. I can negate his fire if you can keep him away. Also, I don't know if he's got friends around here. We gotta watch our backs. Geez, how fast did you come up with that, you nerd? Works for me, though. The blonde teen let a few small explosions pop off in his palms to warm himself up. Let's kill his ass. The villain was fully raging now and charged them with both arms aflame. I'm gonna turn the two of you into a pile of ashes. Izuku thrust his hand towards the charging villain, directing a stream of green fire at him. The villain dodged to the side and rushed in close. He was a lot faster than he looked. Katsuki was there in an instant. Both hands held out towards the villain's face as the man closed in. Stun grenade. A burst of light and sound erupted towards the villain, setting off a bunch of car alarms and making the man howl in pain. So his mask didn't filter bright light and noise that well. Izuku seized the opportunity to channel the stream of fire after the villain, but the man's reflexes were fast enough that he avoided them and backed off. You little effers are pissing me off so much, the villain screamed, lifting both hands up again. Izuku blanched as the man created a fireball that was way beyond any other before it. In a matter of seconds, it was nearly the size of a house. If that went off, it wouldn't be just them in the line of fire anymore. Izuku stood up in a flash. He had to flare up completely if he was going to stop the attack. He gripped Eri tightly and opened his mouth, about to tell Katsuki to take her so he could make full use of his quirk, but it was at that moment his backup arrived. New Hampshire, smash, faster than they could blink. An object not unlike a meteor slammed into the villain from behind, pulverizing him into the ground and blowing the huge fireball into cinders. The impact created a crater in the street and nearly made Izuku trip. Though he yelped and stumbled from the shock of it, Izuku and Katsuki stared at the cloud of debris as it settled and a large, muscular shadow stood up within it. The first thing they saw was a shock of blonde hair and a huge grin. It's all right now, boys, for I am here. All Might. Katsuki gaped in disbelief. How the hell why are you here? I was doing some work nearby and spotted a couple of fireballs flying around. All Might laughed, hands on his hips. His foot was keeping the now unconscious villain pinned to the ground. What are the odds you would be here? Sheesh, it seems like every time I see you two outside of school, you're fighting some villain. Slow it down some for this old man, will you? His eyes glinted at Izuku and the boy quietly sighed in relief. All Might had gotten his emergency call and come running. He'd given Izuku that number solely for emergencies, telling him under no circumstances was he to call it otherwise. You're fine to shut your flames down, young Izuku, All Might told him, glancing down at the villain. He's in no shape to fight anymore. All right, Izuku stammered, willing the emerald flames still flowing around them to dissipate and die out. The second they were gone, he smiled at All Might. Thanks for saving us. Of course, but if I might be so curious. The symbol of peace lifted the villain up by the collar with one hand and studied his now broken mask. Why did you need saving in the first place? Izuku told everything he knew to All Might, all the while holding Eri close to him. She was staring at All Might with even wider eyes than before, as though she couldn't believe the villain had been crushed so easily. All Might scratched his chin. I see ... In that case, let's first get this little one to a hospital to make sure she's not hurt and to ensure you two are all right. After that, I'll get you boys home. But expect an interview with the police investigators tomorrow or the day after. They'll need your testimony to charge this guy. Katsuki shoved his hands into his pockets. He looked irritated again. Ugh, I didn't even get to kill this guy. All Might's sweat dropped, looking to Izuku for some sort of explanation to that statement. The teen laughed nervously. He's mad that he didn't get to beat the guy up. It's fortunate you didn't, though. The fact that you could have been injured aside. Neither of you are officially qualified for hero work yet, All Might said. I know that, Katsuki huffed. It's still annoying, though. I understand. Come now, let's get you all to the hospital. And you should probably call your parents on the way to tell them you're all right. All Might called up a friend of his from the police and got them all transferred to the hospital in less than an hour while another escort took the villain to a prison. Once they got to the hospital, Izuku and Katsuki made it through the doctor's examinations in record time. Neither of them had been hurt in the fight, so they were deemed fine after just 15 minutes. But Eri was a completely different matter. She absolutely refused to let go of Izuku, and as soon as one of the doctors picked up a needle to take a small blood sample, she started sobbing until they put it away. The poor girl was utterly traumatized, and it took Izuku's reassurances and the better part of 2 hours for them to get even simple things like her weight, height, and blood pressure. When Izuku finally convinced her to let him remove her bandages, his face went pale. Dotting her arm along the inside of her elbow were a number of scars that looked an awful lot like insertion wounds from a needle. Someone had been either injecting something into her or taking something out for a long time. After seeing them, the doctors decided that extending the amount of time she was exposed to the environment in the hospital would only stress her further and be a negative influence on her health. They did a quick check for infections, then gave Izuku a few alcohol wipes to clean any open wounds and some fresh bandages. Izuku walked Eri to the hospital lobby, where All Might was waiting along with Izuku's mother, Inko. Katsuki had already been taken home by his parents. Inko rushed towards her son and swept him up into a hug. "I'm so glad you're okay. I know you said you were all right, but I was so worried." Izuku hugged her back with his right arm. Eri was still clinging to his left. "I'm sorry I scared you." "I know," she sighed, letting him go and sniffling. Inko wiped away her tears with a handkerchief and looked at the frightened child holding onto Izuku. "And who is this?" "This is Eri," Izuku replied, offering the girl a small smile. "Eri, this is my mom, Inko." Hi. The girl managed a small squeak, but remained attached to Izuku's side. Inko smiled at the child gently. "Hello, Eri. I'm happy to meet you." All Might finished talking to the doctor in charge of Eri's examination, nodding as the man turned and left to tend to his other patients. The symbol of peace looked from Eri to Izuku. "Well, she's cleared to leave. They don't think it's wise to keep her here since it stresses her out so badly." "But where do we take her?" Izuku asked with a frown. "I mean, we don't even know who her parents are." "It's a problem," All Might admitted. "But if your mother agrees to it, I was thinking she could spend a night at your home. She's obviously more comfortable with you than anyone else right now. I can take her to UA if we need to, but I think it's best if she's with someone she trusts for tonight. She's been through a lot." Izuku looked at his mother. "Mom, I don't mind," Inko replied, smiling again. "Of course she can spend the night." All Might nodded. "Bring her up to UA tomorrow and we'll figure out where to go from there. More than likely, the police will find a foster home to take custody of her for a short while until her parents can be located." "Okay." Izuku knelt down so he was eye level with Eri and smiled at her. "Does that sound good, Eri? We'll have a sleepover tonight at my house." Eri didn't have even the foggiest idea of what a sleepover was, but she didn't really care as long as she got to stay with this boy. She had never felt safe with another person in her entire life. His hands were so gentle and kind and just protective. The feeling was completely alien to her, but she never wanted it to go away. So she gave him a shy smile and dipped her head. "Okay." Fortunately, there was still a supermarket open with just 10 minutes left before closing time. So after Inko picked up Izuku and Eri from the hospital, she drove them out there to find some clothes for the girl. The white dress she wore was dirty from her running through the streets and small burn marks after the battle. Seeing as it was more or less ruined and she didn't have any other clothes, Inko decided that she needed to buy some more for the little girl. They hurried inside to grab some pajamas and a few simple outfits for Eri and got out in record time. Once that was out of the way, Inko took them straight back to the apartment. "I'll get a bath going for Eri," Inko told them as she removed her shoes by the door and set her purse down on the counter. "Izuku, would you mind heating up dinner? It's in a container in the fridge." "I will," he replied. Eri was still holding his hand, looking around the apartment with her large, red eyes. Izuku looked down at her. "Are you hungry?" Eri nodded shyly at him. "A little." Her tummy rumbled loudly, causing the girl to squeak and blush. She looked away from Izuku out of embarrassment, but he only smiled gently. "Me too. Come on, let's get something to eat." "Okay." Inko had made pork cutlets and rice for dinner, which Izuku extracted from the fridge and moved to a plate so it could be heated up in the microwave. As it warmed up, the delicious scent of the meal started to fill the room, and Izuku realized with amusement that Eri was staring at the microwave with her adorable button nose twitching while she drooled from the smell. As soon as it was warmed up, he divided their dinner evenly onto 2 plates and got Eri situated in a chair beside him at the table. The girl's eyes started to sparkle as she gaped openly at the delicious food laying before her, but she glanced at Izuku nervously, as though she wasn't sure if it was okay for her to have it. Izuku took his chopsticks and picked up one of the pork cutlets on his plate, then blew on it for a moment to cool it before he bit into it. Eri was still watching him, so he smiled while chewing and nodded. She tried using the chopsticks as well, but it became clear after a few tries that she had no idea what she was doing. Eri pouted and glared at the utensils in frustration until Izuku helped her out, showing her how to hold them and pick up her food. When she finally took a bite of the pork cutlet, Her eyes sparkled even more and she almost forgot to chew in her haste to eat the delicious meal. Is it good? Izuku asked. MMHMM. She hummed back, her mouth stuffed full of food. They ate in relative silence until Inko came back into the kitchen. Eri, the bath is ready. Let's get you cleaned up, okay? Eri swallowed and looked at Izuku nervously, waiting until he smiled at her reassuringly before she answered Inko. Okay. She tugged on Izuku's sleeve as she got out of her chair, and it took him a moment to realize that she wanted him to come along. He glanced at his mother, who nodded silently, smiling somewhat in amusement. All right, I'll come too. They got Eri into the bathroom where Inko had her take off her dirty white dress and underwear before helping the girl get into the tub of warm water. Izuku was a little flustered by the whole experience. He didn't know a lot about children and he knew even less about bathing them, so Inko took the lead. She got Eri cleaned up with body wash while Izuku poured some shampoo into the girl's hair and gently worked the soap through the messy white locks. Eri was halfway leaning out of the tub throughout it all so that she could hold on to Izuku's shirt sleeve, only letting go when Inko had to clean her arms and hands. And then she immediately reattached herself to the teenager. Inko could already see that Eri had become very dependent on Izuku. Anyone else getting this attached so quickly would probably not be a good thing, but kids were different. She knew from experience how impressionable children were and how easily they could form attachments. If Eri really had had no positive relationships in her life so far, it was no surprise to Inko why she had latched onto Izuku with such fervor. He had been the first person to show her kindness, the first to protect her, and the one who saved her from those terrible people. In Eri's mind, Izuku was literally the only safe place in the world. It didn't matter if she knew nothing about him because she had realized that he would not hurt her. To a child like her, whose world growing up had probably been hostile at best, that was more than enough of a reason to stay close to him. As soon as Eri had been cleaned up, Inko helped dry her off with a towel and then got Eri changed into some fresh pajamas while Izuku took a quick shower. Because Inko was so used to buying clothing like this for Izuku when he was Eri's age. They were All Might-themed pajama pants and a sweater to keep the girl warm. As soon as she was changed, Inko took a brush and carefully worked it through the girl's hair. Izuku walked out of the bathroom in shorts and a white t-shirt just as Inko nodded, happy with the image of Eri looking full, clean, and sleepy in her new pajamas. Okay, now you two get your teeth brushed and then get to bed. Izuku, there should be a spare toothbrush for Eri in the cabinet next to the sink. I'll get it, he promised, letting Eri take his hand again. She yawned, eyes drooping from sleepiness. As soon as their teeth were brushed, Eri held her arms up towards Izuku in the universal gesture all children made when they wanted to be picked up. Izuku did so after a short pause to figure out how to do it right and got the little girl bundled up safely in his arms. Eri wrapped her small arms around his neck and clutched at his shirt, her eyes barely open. Izuku got them to his room, lifted the covers so that he could lay Eri down. But she whimpered after a moment. It's dark. Would a little light make it better? He asked. She nodded jerkily, and he made a mental note that she didn't like dark places. Okay, one moment. I'm sure I've still got it here somewhere. Still carrying Eri, Izuku walked to his bedstand and opened the drawer. He rummaged through it for a minute before pulling out an All Might-themed nightlight he'd had as a child when he was also scared of the dark. Here we go. He plugged it in and All Might's teeth glowed white. Not blindingly so, but enough to keep the room from being really dark. Izuku looked at Eri. Is that better? She nodded, relaxing somewhat. Izuku got them into his bed and situated Eri so she was lying next to him. But that proved to be pointless because she crawled over and buried herself into his shirt as much as she could, tucking her legs up into his stomach. He couldn't help but smile at her and used his hand to brush aside some of her white hair behind the small horn on her forehead. Then he got his arms wrapped around the girl and curled his body around her, shielding her from the world as best he could. Good night, Eri. She managed some mumbled, incoherent reply. But Izuku knew she was more or less asleep now, so he just closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. Class 1A was already in their seats for homeroom and Mr. Aizawa had just walked in. But as they got themselves ready for the day, they came to the realization that one of their classmates was missing. Izuku's not here, Momo asked, raising an eyebrow. That's odd. Tenya scratched his chin. He's not the type to be late. Is he sick? Ijiru glanced at Katsuki. Hey man, did Izuku text you or anything to say what was up? Katsuki scowled. What am I, his mom? I don't know what's taking the nerd, either. In the back of his mind, he was actually wondering just where in the hell Izuku had ended up. No one had told him anything about it since last night. But was it possible there had been more villain trouble involving the girl he and Izuku had saved? Ugh, the thought already had his fingers twitching. He was gonna be fidgety and in a bad mood until he got some answers. Regardless, let's get class started, Aizawa muttered, looking as tired as ever. It looks like everyone's here except for Izuku. Sorry I'm late. The door flew open and everyone looked towards it, finding their class president standing there as they expected. But they weren't expecting the small child attached to his left hand peeking out from behind him. Eri was wearing an All Might-themed hoodie over a pale yellow dress, long white socks, and a pair of yellow sandals. Aizawa just stared at Izuku, who was smiling nervously, and the even more nervous-looking girl who was locked onto him for a moment before he glanced back at the schedule for the day. Moving on. That's it. Half the class exclaimed in disbelief. Hold up. We're just gonna skim over the fact that Izuku brought a kid to school. Denki demanded. She's cute, but why is she here? Suyu asked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I am here to explain. Izuku and Eri both yelped and jumped in perfect sync as All Might popped up behind them, waving his hand at the rest of the class. They had met with him upon arriving at school, but they had thought he was still speaking with Inko in his office. Aizawa looked mildly annoyed. All Might, don't barge in so early in the morning. Sorry, Aizawa. The symbol of peace apologized. I'll make this short and sweet. The class waited for him to give them an explanation for the current situation. For reasons. Eri here will be with Izuku for a little bit. Get along, everyone. He gave them a thumbs up and his trademark wide grin. Rikido was less than satisfied with that answer. That's too short and it's not sweet at all. Coming from the sugar man. That's harsh, Hanta muttered. Seriously though, that's all you're telling us? Sorry, but I can't tell you much right now. All Might apologized. For the time being, I just need you all to cooperate with Izuku so Eri feels comfortable. Okay. Thank you. The pro took off then, leaving the class in an awkward silence. Izuku smiled with an equal amount of awkwardness. That's how it is. So this is Eri. Eri, these are my friends. They're nice, just a little noisy sometimes. Eri peeked out from behind Izuku again and gave the class a nearly silent greeting. Hi. Oh my glob, she's adorable. Mina squealed, almost jumping out of her seat. Can I hug her? Aizawa sighed. Stay in your seat, Mina. Izuku, go grab an extra chair from the back for Eri. The rest of you listen up. Will you? Time is limited. Be more rational. So while Izuku led Eri to the back of the room to get an extra chair, Aizawa looked over his papers for the day. Today we're going to be taking a break from the combat training we've been doing the last couple of days. Being a hero isn't just about fighting villains, you know. An even bigger part of it is rescuing people. That's going to be the scenario we'll tackle today, rescue training. You'll be supervised by a team of 3 including myself, All Might, and 1 other pro teaching here. When you come to the hero course later in the day, you can change into your costumes if you want, but it's not completely necessary this time. Some of your costumes probably aren't designed for these kinds of tasks yet, after all, since the training area is fairly far away. We'll get there by bus. Do me a favor and hurry there when it's time. Aizawa grabbed his sleeping bag after that. That's all for homeroom. You'd best prepare yourselves for the trial ahead, kids. As soon as they got the all clear, Katsuki spun around in his desk to look at Izuku and Eri, who probably couldn't be sitting any closer to him if the seats were fused together. Explain. She ended up staying with Mom and I after what happened, Izuku replied, keeping his voice low so the other students wouldn't hear, even as some of them got up to come over. All Might wants me to keep quiet about it, but she just feels safe with me, I guess. Katsuki glanced at Eri, who looked back at him nervously and shrugged. Fair enough. That reminds me, how did you find us last night? Izuku asked him. It was too far away for you to hear anything from home, wasn't it? Oh yeah, I forgot with all the craziness last night. Katsuki grabbed his bag and stuffed his arm into it for a few moments, rummaging around before he yanked out an All Might-themed wallet. You left this on the table, moron. Mom made me run after you to give it back. Sorry. Izuku took it back gratefully and pocketed it. But thanks for showing up. You're buying me extra spicy chicken wings after school. Yep. That was all they could say before half the class surrounded them, some eager, some curious to get a look at Eri. The girl cringed away from them and completely abandoned her chair to crawl into Izuku's lap and hide there, burying her face in his neck. Katsuki saw that and barked at their classmates. Do you scrubs have nothing else to do? Back off or I'll kill you. Izuku wrapped his arms around Eri and smiled apologetically at his classmates. Sorry, she's pretty shy. Can you guys give us a bit of space? Oh, okay. Ochako, who was at the front of the group, backed up with the others so Izuku and Eri weren't boxed in and then crouched, sitting on her heels. She could see that the little girl was really nervous, so she offered her a bright smile. Eri, right. Hi, Eri. I'm Ochako. Izuku gently rubbed Eri's back, reassuring her that everything was okay. It's all right, Eri. They won't hurt you. Eri shifted just enough so that she could peer at them with one eye and tried to return the greeting. Hello. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a dark, beaked shape Izuku's classmate, Fumikage. Eri stared at the falcon-headed boy for a grand total of 3 seconds before she sucked in her breath and paled in terror. The day went by at a pretty casual pace, although Izuku's time was mostly occupied by Eri. None of the teachers had a problem with her in the classes since she was more or less dead silent the entire time, choosing to focus on whatever Izuku was doing above anything else. She seemed content to just watch him take notes and do his work. Lunchtime came around, and Eri was obviously rather intimidated by the huge cafeteria full of people, leaving Izuku torn about what to do. Fortunately, they were saved by All Might showing up again. "There you are." His deep voice boomed as the symbol of peace approached the pair. "Come with me. I've got lunch ready for you in my office." Izuku nodded and waved at his friends to go on without him. "I'll see you guys later." "Okay," Mina replied, smiling widely at the little girl attached to his arm. "See you, Eri." Eri shyly hid her face in Izuku's shirt sleeve and hurried along with him as they followed All Might to his office. Ochako watched them go curiously. "I wonder what's going on for All Might to call them away." "I think they might be related," Denki suggested. "Izuku and Eri are both pretty shy, right?" "Don't be stupid. They look nothing alike for one." Kyoka shot the idea down instantly. "Izuku's just introverted, not necessarily shy. He got pretty confident during our battle training, remember? Eri's more like ... It's as though she's afraid of everything." "I agree," Momo nodded. "Did you see her face when she saw Fumikage earlier?" "No offense, none taken. It's a valid point." The falcon-faced teen looked rather grim. "She was definitely afraid of me. My face can be a bit intimidating for little children, but that was ... that was different than what I'm used to." They were referring back to homeroom when Fumikage had come over, albeit at a distance like he usually did, to get a look at Eri. She had spotted him behind the other students, and all the blood had drained from her face, causing her to bury herself in Izuku's chest and shiver until he took her out of the room with a hurried apology. They hadn't come back to homeroom after that, and Fumikage noticed that Eri would do her best to hide whenever she saw him. He'd scared kids on accident before, but this was different. Her reaction was way too extreme to just be a simple fear. Ijiru glanced at Katsuki, who was already walking towards the lunch line. "Hey Katsuki, do you know anything? You were chatting to Izuku earlier in homeroom." "It's none of your business," he snapped. Katsuki knew about as much as Izuku did, but All Might had told him to keep quiet regarding the situation as a whole. He still hadn't even been interviewed by the police yet, after all. But he knew why Eri had been so terrified by the mere sight of Fumikage, and now it annoyed him even more that he hadn't gotten to pulverize that bird-masked bastard from the night before. All Might got them into his office and brought their lunch out of a small fridge kept in the corner. "So, Aizawa told me there was a bit of an incident earlier in homeroom." Izuku nodded, squeezing Eri's hand comfortingly as he recalled the event. "It's my fault. I didn't even consider that she might be afraid of Fumikage." He was mentally kicking himself for not establishing that Eri's kidnapper and Fumikage looked similar as he rushed the girl out the room as quickly as possible, keeping her clutched to his chest. He had his backpack halfway slung over one shoulder and got them outside in just under a minute, finding a large tree for them to hide behind before he sank to the ground. "Eri," Izuku stroked the back of her head gently, feeling her tremors reverberating through her whole body. "Eri, breathe." She was crying silently with her face buried in his neck and her small hands clenched into fists. Izuku readjusted her in his arms, cradling the girl protectively. He lowered his face close to hers and murmured softly, reassuring her that everything was okay, that he had her, and that she was safe. "SHH. He soothed her. "SHH. HH he's one of them." She gasped out. "He'll take me back." "No, and no. He's not one of them," Izuku reassured her, squeezing the girl tightly. "He's one of my classmates, okay? I know he looks like them, but he's not, I promise. He's nothing like them." Eri wailed into his shirt. "He is. He's one of them." She suddenly froze and her eyes went wide. Izuku frowned and looked at her. "Eri." "No," she whispered, hands flying up to grab at her hair. No. "Eri." Izuku paled as her horn started to glow. He had no idea what her quirk was, but he had a really bad feeling it was about to react violently to protect her from this perceived harm. "Eri, look at me. Let me go," she screamed, wriggling frantically out of his grasp. Izuku felt a horrific shock run through him, as though every cell in his body was shrieking at him to let her go. His paws let Eri get away from him completely, and before he could say anything, she touched the tree behind them. In an instant, the light emanating from her horn flared like lightning, and Izuku found himself falling back onto the ground with a yelp. He rolled onto his belly and pushed himself up quickly, blinking in shock. Eri was sitting on the ground, still crying as the light from her horn faded. The tree they had been leaning against was ... gone. Completely, as though it never existed. Izuku's blanched, white as a sheet as he realized what just happened. If she hadn't gotten out of his grasp, she would have erased him. He didn't have time to really process that though, as the sound of Eri crying brought him back to reality. "Eri," he asked softly, watching her horn carefully for any sign of another flare. "I'll hurt you," she cried, hiding her face in her hands. "And no, I don't wanna." Izuku knelt beside her, but he didn't touch her yet. "Hey, I'm right here. Let me know when I can touch you, okay?" She shook her head. He was alright. "I'm cursed. I'll hurt you." "You're not cursed," he promised. "And you won't hurt me." "You didn't hurt me at all, see?" Eri peeked out at him through her fingers, but Izuku could see the tears flowing from her red eyes. He smiled at her, trying his best to look positive. It's okay. It was just an accident, all right. She sniffed and hid her face again. Izuku just remained where he was and waited. He couldn't push her further than she was willing to go. No matter how badly he wanted to wrap her in his arms and assure her that everything would be okay, Izuku had to be patient with her. She finally uncovered her face, but hugged her legs to her chest and set her head against her knees. I think I'm as safe to touch now. Izuku slowly came over until he was sitting in front of her and watched as Eri lifted her head to look at him, still crying and scared. She held her hands up at him, hoping desperately that he might be able to hold her again and make her feel safe. Izuku reached up and let their fingers touch, slowly sliding his much larger hands over hers and squeezing them gently. Eri almost started crying again from relief. She didn't make him disappear. He scooped her up into his arms and held her to his chest, where Eri buried herself in his embrace and cried softly. Izuku let her release it all from her system and just held her there, ensuring the girl that she was safe, that he was safe, and that everything would be okay. When her tears at last came to a stop, Eri mumbled something into his shirt. Izuku pulled back slightly, but kept her close as he looked at her face. What? I'm sorry, she croaked, her voice raw from crying. She wouldn't look him in the eye. It's not your fault, Izuku insisted, stroking her hair. It's not, okay. You can't control your quirk, can you? And no, she whimpered. The bird people never told me how. He shushed her gently. Don't think about them. They can't hurt you here. Remember what happened to that guy last night? We beat him up. She nodded into his chest. Izuku slowly rubbed little circles around her back to calm her down. The guy in my class isn't one of them, Eri. I promise. He won't hurt you. He's trying to become a hero like me. He's going to protect and save people, including you. He's one of the good guys. But, she sniffed, what if he tries to hurt me? If anyone tries to hurt you, I'll stop them, he said fiercely. I promise. Eri was quiet for a minute before she answered him. Okay. Izuku inwardly sighed, relieved that she was calm again. Can I see your face, Eri? She leaned back a little, eyes red, pale skin tear-stained, and her lips quivering. Izuku reached up and gently wiped away the tears with his thumbs, smiling at her. There are those pretty eyes I wanted to see. Eri's cheeks reddened from embarrassment, but the edges of her lips started to involuntarily twitch up. Izuku booped her button nose with the tip of his index finger. And there's that cute little nose of yours. She pursed her lips inwards, trying to stop the urge to smile. Izuku could tell that he was starting to get through to her and grin. We've got those rosy cheeks, that beautiful snowy hair, and that perfect little horn, but where's that winning smile? She glared at him determinedly, fighting the rise of her lips and cheeks with all her might as Izuku coaxed it out of her. The teenager smirked playfully. You know you want to. Eri shook her head, but Izuku tilted his head like an owl and made a show of poking at the corners of her rising lips. You're definitely gonna smile. She shook her head more vigorously than before. Izuku decided he had to pull out the big guns to win her over. You're gonna smile just like. He pulled his best all-might impression out of nowhere and grinned widely just like the symbol of peace, but it looked absolutely ridiculous on him. This, PFFT. Eri almost doubled over from how hard she started laughing, working herself into a fit of giggles until she could barely breathe. Izuku kept the impression up for as long as he could, since every time she saw that face again she started laughing more and more. Eventually, he stopped because his face was starting to hurt, but it had the desired effect. All the tears had been converted from despair into joy and she looked like a little girl should. Peals of laughter ringing from her lips and her sweet face scrunched up into an uncontrollable smile. Izuku waited until she was just giggling before he pat her head gently. Eri, I want you to know that it's okay if you can't control your quirk yet. We just have to teach you how. Now I'm going to tell you something, but you gotta keep it a secret, okay? She nodded, watching him curiously. Izuku took a deep breath and told her, my quirk scares a lot of people. None of my classmates know what it really is, but it's not a very nice power, okay? But All Might and my other teachers don't care if it's scary or that I don't like it or that I can't control it very well yet. They're going to help me learn how to use it so I can help people. I'll help you just like they help me, okay? And they'll help you, too. Eri stared at him with wide eyes. But you're a hero, aren't you? How could your power be scary? Izuku did his best to hide his grimace. My dad had the same quirk that I do, but he wasn't a good person. He was even scarier than the bird people. He used that quirk to do a lot of bad things. Not a lot of people know I'm his kid. But if they ever see what my quirk really looks like, they'll figure it out and they'll probably get really scared of me. He smiled and gently tousled her soft, white hair. You've done nothing wrong. No one will be afraid of your quirk, especially once we teach you how to control it, okay? It'll be all right. Eri smiled back. You promise? Izuku held his hand up and extended his pinky, wrapping it around Eri's pinky as she watched with a baffled expression. Pinky promise. She giggled again. Okay. Izuku didn't tell All Might yet what Eri had done with her quirk. He was still trying to process what he'd seen and analyze it as best he could. He didn't want to draw any hasty conclusions, but he had come up with a pretty incredible hypothesis and he wanted to think about it a bit more before he told All Might. All Might smiled at Eri from across his desk. "I'm sorry if you were frightened earlier, Eri, but let me just promise you that you're safe with us. Everyone at this school will protect you with their lives." Eri managed to smile back shyly, though she remained quiet while she ate a sandwich. All Might cleared his throat. "This morning's incident is as much my fault as it is yours, young Izuku. I too forgot that she might be afraid when meeting young Fumikage. But now we've learned our lesson. Speaking of which, I regret to inform you that I probably won't be partaking in the training this afternoon. I've been rather busy all morning, you see, so you'll have someone taking my place during the rescue training." Izuku understood immediately. All Might had used up a lot of his muscle form's time limit talking to his mother about Eri and running around the school doing what he had to do. "Also, you, young Katsuki, and I will be meeting with a police investigator this afternoon to talk about the incident last night," All Might went on. "He's an old friend of mine whom I trust a great deal, so he should be able to help us." "That sounds good to me," Izuku agreed. All Might nodded. "That's all I really needed to tell you, so we can enjoy eating now." Once they finished eating, Izuku took Eri to the heroics classroom and met up with the other members of his class for their training. Like Aizawa had told them, they had to change quickly so they could board the bus, but Izuku found himself with the dilemma of what to do with Eri while he changed in the boys' lockers. As it turned out, Ochako and Mina came up with a perfect solution. "She could stay with us while we get changed," Ochako suggested. "Yeah." Mina knelt in front of Eri and smiled widely, pointing from her own horns to the little girls. "We're horn buddies, so we'll totes get along." Izuku looked at Eri, who seemed nervous at the prospect of being away from him. "It'll be for just a minute, Eri, then I'll be right back." "Okay." She finally nodded, though she glanced back after him a few times as Ochako and Mina led her to the girls' locker room. Izuku went into the boys' lockers and started changing into his hero costume as fast as he could. Some of the other guys saw him moving unusually quick and commented on it. "Sheesh, you're pumped up, Izuku," Denki snickered. "Slow down before you hurt yourself." Sorry, I just don't want to leave Eri alone for too long," he replied as he locked his utility belt around his waist. Hanta glanced at him from around his locker. "Oh yeah, how's that going?" She looked kinda freaked out during homeroom. "We thought it might have been because she saw Fumikage." "Yeah," Izuku shot the hawk-faced boy an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry about that, Fumikage. She's not really scared of you. She just ... she's had some bad experiences with birds. I think she'll get better once she gets to know you." "I understand." Fumikage waved him off. "I know my face can intimidate children, so your concern is unnecessary. Still, I wanted to tell you that," Izuku assured him. "Eri's been through a lot and she spooks really easily, so don't feel bad, okay? I will keep that in mind." Izuku nodded, satisfied with his attempts to smooth things over with his classmate, and yanked his hood over his head before rushing out the door. Rikito watched him go, sweat dropping. He wasn't kidding when he said he didn't want to leave Eri along for too long. He got changed faster than a professional stripper, Minoru added. "Someone remind me to kill the grape later," Katsuki snapped as he put one of his grenade gauntlets on. "Roger that," Ijiru smirked. Izuku blinked at Eri, who was sitting in his lap while the bus carried them to the training grounds. Eri blinked back, but her eyes were focused on the two long protrusions on top of his costume's hood. She reached up and touched them at first, then gradually began to play with them in an attempt to figure out what they were. Mina didn't even try to hide the fact that she was sniggering. "Someone's having fun playing with your bunny ears." "They're not bunny ears," Izuku protested feebly, but his protest was duly noted and immediately disregarded by the little girl still playing with them. "Hey Izuku." Suyu suddenly spoke up next to him. "I always say what's on my mind, no matter what it is. I feel like I've seen your quirk somewhere before." The boy flinched and smiled in a panic. "Oh really? I don't think I've ever seen it elsewhere, though. If it's the fire you're talking about, that's all over the place, isn't it?" Ijiru commented and held his arm up, using his quirk to harden his skin. "There are tons of heroes with flame quirks. I'm kinda jealous of flashy quirks like that. My hardening is great and all for brawls, but it's not all that impressive visually." Izuku shook his head, admiring the hardening quirk. "I think it's definitely pro-class. There's a ton you can do with a strong quirk like that." Ijiru shrugged, but he was still grinning from the compliment. "Maybe, but heroes are also rated by their popularity, you know. Flashy quirks tend to do better with that kind of stuff." Yuga looked as smug as ever. "My naval laser is pro-class in both power and flashiness." Mina smirked and put a hand on the other teen's shoulder. "It sucks that you get a stomachache whenever you use it too much, though." Ijiru nodded towards the students sitting at the front of the bus. "If we're talking about power and flashiness, then you can't forget Katsuki and Shoto, too." Shoto ignored that, but Katsuki spared them a brief glare and huffed before looking out the window. "Sure, but Katsuki's always angry," Suyu said bluntly. so he'll never be that popular. Katsuki was on his feet instantly, ready to vault himself at the frog girl. What do you say? You wanna go? Tsuyu grinned and pointed at him. See, Denki smirked at the angry teen. You know, we basically just met you, so it kinda says something that we already know how crappy your personality. You're gonna regret the day you applied to this school, you loser. Katsuki barked at him. Wow, 2 angry sentences without a single curse, Mina teased. I think that's a record. Katsuki's eyes bulged and his glare flashed to Izuku for an instant. Izuku lifted his hands to cover Eri's ears. I'm gonna effing kill you beaches the instant we get back to combat training, you hear? Katsuki snarled, letting little explosions pop off in his palms. No munchkin is gonna save you from getting your asses blown into motherfing oblivion. Didn't this munchkin just stop your cursing spree without so much as lifting a finger? Hanta laughed and pointed at Eri, who was still completely occupied playing with Izuku's bunny ears. All of you, quiet down. Aizawa called to them before Katsuki could roar back. We're almost there. Upon arriving at the enormous training dome, which was dubbed USJ by UAS staff, the students met up with the Space Hero 13 and a trio of people dressed like heroes that Izuku didn't recognize. They didn't look much older than him, so he wondered if they were students. Sir, Tenure raised his hand at the front of the group. Wasn't All Might supposed to meet us here? 13 turned towards him. Unfortunately, something came up and All Might won't be joining us today. Instead, we've brought in some of your upperclassmen to help with the lesson. Aizawa stopped beside 13 and jerked his thumb at the trio of unknown heroes. These 3 are UAS top students, otherwise known as the Big 3 by the rest of the school. In other words, they're Japan's top hero candidates. Sorry we had to yank you 3 out of your exercise. But All Might was being irrational. No problem. The tallest of the 3, a young man with blonde hair arranged in a cowlick, replied with a thumbs up. His hero costume consisted of a large mask that covered his eyes and ears, a plated shirt with the number 1,000,000 across his chest, black pants and boots with green trimmings, and a floor-length red-orange cape. We're happy to help. The other male member of the Big 3, a dark-haired teenager with a hood and mask covering most of his face, didn't say anything and hardly looked happy, but he nodded. With his dark body armor and vest, he kind of reminded Izuku of a character from Assassin's Creed, except his hood extended into a cape. In contrast, the only female student of the Big 3 was positively bubbling and bouncing with excitement. She had big blue eyes and very long, pale blue hair that reached down almost past her knees. Her hero costume was a light blue, green, and white skin-tight bodysuit, along with a pair of green and gold spiraling gauntlets not unlike Katsuki's grenade gauntlets. In addition, 2 strands of her own hair had been twisted atop her head to resemble spiraled horns. So these are our juniors, she exclaimed, her eyes flashing from one student to the next faster than they could comprehend. Oh, I've got so many things I want to know about them. 13 sweat dropped. They're the same as ever, huh? The blonde teen grinned back at the space hero reassuringly. Don't worry about it, 13. I'll get it all under control. Okay, everyone, I'll do some quick introductions. My name's Mirio Tagata. My friends here are Tamaki Amajiki and Nejire Hadu. It's short notice, but we're gonna do our best to help you with your first lesson in rescue training. Aizawa grunted. First things first. The pro trailed off and stiffened, twisting his head suddenly to look at the fountain not far away below them. In front of it, a spark of black matter appeared and began to engorge, growing in size. From within it, a hand appeared, followed by a body. The face belonging to it was covered by another, severed, hand. As the portal grew, more bodies came out until a whole horde of people had emerged. 13. Aizawa snapped, covering his eyes with his goggles. Protect the students. Ijiru spotted the group of people below them and frowned. What's that? Is this like the entrance exam where it's already started? Don't move, Mirio barked, startling the teens. He clenched his fists, glaring down at the intruders. Those guys aren't supposed to be here. They're villains. Tamaki muttered a curse under his breath. Why didn't the alarm system go off? Nejire was counting them with her finger. I wonder if they have someone who can interfere with electronics. That's probably the case, Aizawa muttered, taking hold of his silver capture scarf. Mirio and I will engage them. 13, Tamaki, and Nejire. I'm counting on you to protect my students. Get them out of here and alert the others. 13 nodded. Be careful. This isn't some random ambush. To show up when they did, where they did ... This was definitely planned. There's some objective behind it all. Aizawa and Mirio dove towards the oncoming crowd of villains and began to wreak havoc amongst their ranks. Izuku could see Aizawa using his quirk to shut down the villains as he went and stun them in groups. But he couldn't tell what Mirio was doing. The guy just seemed to pop up from nowhere and beat villains into unconsciousness in an instant. Izuku. He jerked back to attention as Tenya grabbed his shoulder. We have to go. Izuku nodded and knelt to pick up the girl clinging tightly to his hand. Come on, Eri. The class made for the door, but they stopped dead when black mist materialized in front of them, blocking the exit. In a mere moment, the same villain who had let the others in was in their way. 13 and Nejire got in front of the class while Tamaki took the rear. Their postures were taut, ready to fight at an instant's notice. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave. A pair of glowing, slit eyes formed in the fog above a metal plate of some kind and leered down at them. His voice just seemed to emanate from the fog. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. I apologize for the intrusion, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA and engage All Might. We have come so that the symbol of peace may draw his last breath. The glowing eyes studied the students below him, some quivering in fear, others in rage. I was under the impression that All Might was supposed to attend this class, was he not? Has something been altered? Izuku had taken the few seconds the villain had spoken and studied him as best he could in that brief span. He'd appeared out of nowhere, emerging from a point in space of his choosing. But it hadn't been instantaneous. His quirk wasn't teleportation. Given the time it took for him to shift through space, the fact that he could transport other people, and his general appearance, he felt confident that the villain's quirk was warping. His body itself was probably the gate, which made it tricky to pick an attack point, but Izuku guessed that his actually physical body was concealed beneath all that fog. The metal plate looked awfully in line with his eyes, and Izuku imagined it was his torso. That was probably his weak point, which was why it was armored. That or it served as a coordinate point so he didn't accidentally warp part of his body off. He didn't have the time to analyze it further. Hit the part of him inside that steel plate. Izuku shouted, interrupting any further words the villain may have wanted to say. It's his weak point. The glowing eyes widened slightly. Oh, impressive. As expected of a golden egg. One of 13's finger guards popped off. Good eye, young man. A vortex of all-consuming suction began to tear at the mass of fog, sucking it and anything else into the oblivion of 13's black hole. NGH. The villain's eyes narrowed again as he tried to resist the pull, but then his voice rumbled low and deep. I think not. Suddenly, a gate opened up directly behind 13, causing the suction of the black hole to tear apart his back. The pro cried out in pain and stopped his quirk before he destroyed himself. 13. Mina cried, panicking. Quite the formidable quirk. The villain muttered, but now that it's out of the way, I can do my duty. That is ... to scatter and torture you all to death. The fog was suddenly covering everything and everyone, drawing them into a twisting void that threw off all sense of balance and turned space into a black abyss. Izuku didn't have time to call out for his screaming classmates, as he was too focused on keeping Eri in his arms so that they didn't get separated. Then they were falling. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a street drawing ever closer, and a quick glance made him realize they'd been teleported into the Inferno zone. All the buildings around them were on fire and parts of the street as well. He twisted so that he'd land on his feet and clutched Eri close. It's okay, Eri. Just hold on. He landed a bit roughly, but rolled with the impact and came out of it sitting down. Izuku immediately looked down at the girl in his arms. Eri, are you hurt? Eri looked up at him, her eyes wide and rimmed with tears. She was frightened, perhaps even more than when he'd found her. Izuku, I'm scared. I've got you, he promised, wiping away her tears with his thumbs. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'll get you and everyone else out of here. Easier said than done, he mentally snapped to himself. How did they get in here? And they want to kill All Might. That should be impossible ... UNLESS ... They have a way to get around one for all. He frowned at that. It sounded crazy when one considered that All Might was literally the strongest hero in the world. But even so, no quirk was completely invulnerable. He'd spent so much time researching All Might's quirk before he'd met the man that he knew several ways it could be stopped. Though he'd never actually seen those theories of his tested. These villains were clever. They knew that All Might was supposed to be here. Suddenly, he wondered if the press invasion the day before had something to do with this. Had the villains provided the news with a chance to get inside and taken advantage of the chaos to get their hands on a class schedule or something? Assuming they'd gone to all that trouble, it only made sense that they'd planned for a way to deal with All Might's quirk. If that was true, he shook his head. He could think about that later. His priority now was to get Eri out of here and alert the rest of the teachers. UA was a literal fortress holding many pro-heroes. Those same pros would be able to pulverize all the villains here. Oh, looks like that foggy guy gave us our first catch of the day. Izuku jerked his head up to look further down the street and realized that there were villains closing in around them. He looked over his shoulder and grit his teeth. They were behind him, too. Eri whimpered and tried to hide in his chest. What? It's just some wannabe hero and a little kid. One of the villains exclaimed. Ugh, well they can warm us up until we get a shot at killing All Might. Let's put them on the barbecue. That's my line, Izuku retorted, feeling rage surge through him at the sound of Eri crying again. No child deserved to be terrified like this, but Eri was going through it for the second time in 24 hours and it was making him so angry he could barely think straight. He held her close with one arm and extended the other towards the closest burning building. letting emerald flames flicker to life around his fist. I don't know if you guys have some plan to take on All Might or not, but you definitely didn't do enough research. You don't know the quirks of us students, do you? So what? You're just a kid, another villain sneered. You're as good as dead. Don't be scared, Eri, Izuku murmured lowly to her. The flames from the building he reached for flooded towards him, startling the villains and making them freeze in their tracks as Izuku's green fire consumed and transmuted the conflagration. In a matter of seconds, the two of them were surrounded by a swirling torrent of raging emerald fire. I promised, right? I'll protect you. No one is ever gonna hurt you again. He thrust his hand out, propelling the ring of fire away in a rapid burst. The blast consumed the villains surrounding them and sent them flying away with screams of pain. Emerald flames burned at them and began to devour any other nearby flames that they could reach, enhancing Izuku's power and giving him more fire to work with. The villains were thrown aside like rag dolls, smashing into the street or the sides of burning buildings. Most of them were knocked unconscious, and those that weren't were so dazed that they could do nothing. No, the villains didn't think this through all the way, Izuku thought, baring his teeth. They don't know the quirks of the students. If they did, they never would have sent me into the Inferno zone. I'm stronger here than anywhere else in USJ. He stood up, still holding Eri to him, and called his flames back, making sure that they were wreathed around him and Eri in a protective ring. Izuku couldn't flare up his whole body without burning Eri, so this mobile shield was the next best thing he could come up with. Fortunately, he was able to spread one for all over him to improve his speed and agility. Let's get you out of here, Izuku told Eri. I've got a plan. That foggy guy is probably still guarding the door. There's not going to be a way out over there. But that's fine. Izuku ran for the nearest wall of the dome, gathering more flames up into his arsenal on the way until they were the eye of a literal storm of emerald fire. Once the wall was in sight, he called to Eri over the roar of the flames. Hold on tight. Her small arms wrapped around his neck in a death grip, but Izuku could live without oxygen for a few seconds. Still holding her with his left arm, he brought his right back and clenched it into a fist, summoning all his flames to consume his arm from the elbow down. He hadn't used this move since he first trained with All Might and never on this scale. For the fiery fist he created was many times larger and looked a lot rougher since he barely had the control to condense so much fire into one spot. But it was his best shot at cracking the wall open with his first try. I'll make my own door. All flare, 5% Detroit smash. Izuku punched at the wall with all the flame he'd gathered and one for all alight in his fist, blowing apart a 10-foot section of concrete apart. He winced at the impact it had on his own hand, but he didn't think he'd broken anything. He rushed through and emerged on the outside of the dome, still keeping his flames close in case a villain caught onto them. All right, we're out, he gasped, running for the street. If he could just get to UA and tell the teachers what was happening. Suddenly, a surge of darkness covered his vision and Izuku's eyes widened with horror as he realized the warping villain had somehow caught them. Fool, the villain sounded incredibly smug. Did you think I would just hover around the door? This is outside of the game's boundaries. Go back inside and die, please. They were falling again before Izuku could do anything, but he dragged his flames through with him and emerged, tumbling on the ground with a yelp. He rose to one knee and glanced up, only to freeze when he realized where they were. Smack dab in the middle of USJ, surrounded by villains who were currently engaging Mirio. Although he seemed to have the advantage, what horrified Izuku was the current state of Eraserhead. A huge, black humanoid had pinned him to the ground and was snapping the bones in his arms as though they were toothpicks. Behind the beast was the first villain who had emerged, the one covered in severed hands. The apparent boss, the villain covered with hands, turned to look at Izuku and Eri as they emerged from the warp portal. It was impossible to see his face because of the hand covering it up, but Izuku got a chilling feeling that he was grinning with malicious delight. Oh, Kurogiri sent me a present. The villain began to walk towards them. I'll get bonus points if I crush All Might's pride before killing him. Time to die, little hero. Izuku bared his teeth, gathered up his flames, and launched them at the villain with a desperate scream. The blast Izuku launched at the villain was packed with all the flame he had available to him. A river of fire surged towards the enemy, a man covered in severed hands, but he lunged to one side and evaded the attack. Izuku immediately recalled his flames and moved them close to him and Eri, ready to attack at the next sign of danger. The villain stared at the roaring emerald fire, but with his face covered, only his voice could express his annoyance. Kurogiri, why'd you bring this one? I can't kill him if I can't touch him. And now there's fire all over the place. Forgive me, Tamura. The warping villain materialized next to his leader, glowing eyes fixed on the teenager encircled by the fire. I caught him trying to escape and attempted to remove him, but it seems he's presenting more of a problem than I initially assumed. Ugh, Tamura snarled and scratched at his neck. Long-range quirk users are such a pain in the ass. But what's up with that little brat he's got? I do not know. But for her to be at UA, under the protection of all these heroes, means she's likely of some importance. I see. Tamura lunged at the pair of children, targeting the little girl hiding in her protector's arms. He didn't look like it, but the villain could rush with surprising speed when he wanted to. Before anyone could react, he was right in front of the pair and reaching for Eri. The lips hiding behind his hand mask curled up in a sadistic smile. I want to kill this one. His hand extended, just inches away from Eri's shoulder. As soon as all 5 of his fingers touched her, she would be dust. Death. Tamura suddenly found himself leaping back, reacting purely on his instincts, screaming out to get away. A roar of emerald fire consumed the space he'd been in a moment before and chased after him relentlessly until he was out of Izuku's range. The villain skidded to a stop and regarded the teen with irritation. Izuku had one hand thrust out, still clutching Eri tightly to him. That hand had directed the fire, but it had also been charging up one for all to full power in case he had to shatter the villain before he could touch Eri. His eyes glared at Tamura through his mask, emanating a sense of deadly calm. Tamura felt the skin on his neck prickle as he looked back at the teen. He grinned as he glanced down and saw goosebumps on his arms. That's some nice killing intent you've got there, Tamura said mockingly. But ain't that contradictory for a hero? Heroes are supposed to help people, not kill them. You're such a hypocrite. Shut up. Izuku's voice belied the anger he was barely keeping in line. You're not getting near her. If you touch even a hair on her head, you'll regret it. He wasn't bluffing. Tamura could see it in his eyes and chuckled. I believe you, little rabbit. Are you unharmed, Tamura? Kurogiri again appeared beside his leader. More or less, Tamura held up his right hand, the one he'd tried to grab Eri with. He had been caught by the flames, but only enough to leave a minor singe on his fingers. You brought me a good one, Kurogiri. The warping villain looked at Izuku cautiously. He's got an impressive quirk. His reaction time is notable as well. Tamura was focused on the emerald fire swirling around the teenager. Now that he'd backed off and really took a look at it, this quirk seemed an awful lot like another one he'd heard about before. He's way faster than he looks. That was too close. Izuku didn't take his eyes off of the 2 villains just outside of his range. The warping one was trouble, but the guy covered in severed hands had made his hair stand on end. Whatever his quirk was, Izuku had a feeling it would be bad news if he touched them. He'd reacted with as much ferocity as he could to protect Eri from the villain and even then had barely made it in time. His eyes darted towards the hulking black humanoid keeping Eraserhead's broken form pinned down. That thing was going to be a problem if it could cause so much damage to a pro hero, but Izuku was going to be preoccupied with these guys before he could act to save his teacher. He jumped as a head appeared out of the ground and swiped at it reflexively, but his hand just passed right through it. Izuku blinked as Mirio emerged from the dirt in front of him, sweating, but unharmed. Easy there, freshman, Mirio set a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You okay? I'm fine, Izuku nodded, tracing his eyes back to Tamura and Kurogiri. They were still watching the heroes in training, but had yet to make another move. How do we handle this? Mirio turned so he was facing the pair of villains as well. He'd made short work of the small fry, but he could tell these other guys would be more of a problem to deal with. Normally I'd tell you to run for the door, but that guy with the warp quirk is going to make that impossible. His buddy is an even bigger problem. I've only gotten a quick look at his quirk during the fighting, but from what I can tell, he can disintegrate whatever he touches. It's not instantaneous, but if he holds on long enough, he'll probably turn you into dust. Izuku gulped, but that knowledge was vital and he could use it. Disintegration upon touching someone. His quirk is similar to Eri's, but from a comparative standpoint, it's a lot weaker. If he can't disintegrate someone instantly like Eri can, his attacks can be avoided even if he makes contact. But even so, that's a really dangerous quirk. We've got to be careful. Izuku bit his lip as he considered his opponents. Close-range combat was a no-go here. From the looks of things, Mirio was a close combat type, but Izuku didn't know much about his quirk other than that he could phase through objects. He glanced around. Eraserhead wasn't going to last much longer at this rate, and he could only hope that one of his classmates would escape USJ while they were keeping the warp villain busy. Fortunately, he had a lot of fire to work with. Izuku had managed to drag almost all of the flames he'd collected from the Inferno zone with him when Kurogiri caught him and Eri. Mirio suddenly thumped his shoulder, getting the teen's attention. His upperclassman stood up and dusted himself off. You stay here and keep the little princess safe, okay? I'll handle these guys, Izuku protested. You can't beat them alone. Mirio grinned and gave him a thumbs up. No worries, just sit back and watch, freshman. He lunged towards the black creature pinning Aizawa, half falling into the ground so he could propel himself with his quirk. Gotta get Eraserhead out of there. If he gets hurt much more, he'll die. A black portal opened up in front of him as Kurogiri attempted to block him. I won't let you. Mirio only smirked and let his entire body phase, going right through the warp gate and out the other side to reach his target. What? Kurogiri exclaimed in disbelief. He's just a kid. But he's way more annoying than Eraserhead was, Tamura growled, thoroughly irritated. Have a taste of this, Mirio shouted, punching at the beast in a blur of motion and striking him in a circle. He hit it with all he had in its back, gut, face, and neck in an effort to knock it out as quickly as possible. Mirio didn't have superhuman strength, but his body had been trained to the utmost and it normally took just one shot to knock out an average man. But this guy was different. He was able to tell from the moment his fist collided with the beast's face and felt the impact diffuse harmlessly. Mirio kept striking, trying to find a weak point, but there was none to be found. Tamura was finally annoyed enough to leave Eraserhead where he lay. The pro would probably die soon. Anyway, Namu, get that guy away from you. Namu suddenly swatted at Mirio in an incredible blur of speed, but Mirio had phased the moment the words got out of Tamura's mouth. He narrowly avoided what might have been a fatal blow, as the shockwave from that one strike sent a blast of air far away. Mirio let himself phase into the ground and propelled himself back towards Izuku, skidding to a stop as he processed what he'd learned from the exchange. I see. Physical attacks won't have any effect on this guy. Oh, you figured that out. Tamura sounded smug this time. That's because of Namu's shock absorption. You can beat him all you want, but it won't do anything. The best way to hurt him would be to slowly gouge out his flesh. Whether he'll actually let you do that or not is another matter. Shock absorption, Izuku muttered. He glanced at Mirio. I need you to take Uri. No, she gasped, looking up at Izuku desperately. Don't go. Mirio didn't take his eyes off the villains. What for? We can't beat that guy down with physical attacks. My fire is the only thing we have that can hurt him. Izuku stood up and gently pried Uri off of him despite her protests. Shock absorption won't help him with fire. That's pretty risky. He's too fast for you to keep up with, Mirio replied, gritting his teeth in frustration. They were in a tight spot, he knew, but we don't have much other choice. He's too fast for us to get away from and my quirk can't do anything against this guy. Fine, I'll keep Uri safe from these guys. But don't do anything too risky. I'll be careful, Izuku promised, passing Uri to Mirio. She struggled, but couldn't get away from the older teen. Izuku, Uri cried out, trying to reach for him. Izuku started walking towards Namu, bringing his flames around him. There wasn't time to be afraid. If he didn't go full throttle, this guy would beat him in an instant. No one else was around besides Mirio and Uri. No one else would be able to tell what his quirk really was. The bunny ears would hide his horns, just like he'd designed them to. Uri's screams made his blood boil with rage. It's okay, Uri. Everything will be all right. I'm here. The emerald flames around him surged up, enveloping his body from head to toe and generating a roar like a jet engine. The two protrusions atop his head became encased in fire and spiked up. A malicious grin formed on Tamura's face. Oh, I thought he was some cute rabbit, but now ... he looks more like a devil. Izuku lunged at Namu, channeling one for all through his body to augment his speed. The beast turned to face him, but it wouldn't move until Tamura gave it orders. Shirajiri glanced at his leader when said orders didn't come. Tamura, is something wrong? I want it, Tamura hissed under his breath. Izuku gathered a mass of flames along both his arms and clapped them together to grab Namu with fiery hands. Green fire enveloped the beast's upper body, burning its flesh. Namu groaned lowly to express pain at the attack. It forgot about Aizawa completely and focused its attention on the teenager, but still didn't react without Tamura's permission. Now I remember. Tamura's grin widened beneath the hand covering his face. Teacher told me that he had a pet like this once. One with those green flames. I want it, Kurogiri. I want the rabbit. Kurogiri considered that. I can capture him, but as long as he can use those flames, he's a danger to us wherever we take him. You'll have to weaken him first. It's like Pokemon, huh? Tamura snickered. A shiny appeared and I gotta weaken it without killing it. Luckily, my legendary knows false swipe. Something's not right, Izuku thought. Namu was still groaning as though it were in pain, but the fire didn't seem to be doing any actual damage. He stared at the beast through the flames and froze when he spotted the burning flesh healing over. Namu's super regeneration is keeping him from getting a burn status, Tamura laughed. He was designed specifically to take All Might on at 100%. Little moves like that won't hurt much. Namu, don't kill him. Catch him. Izuku leapt back, firing a stream of flame at Namu to prevent it from charging him, but he was too close and his flames didn't do enough damage to the beast. He felt an incredible impact strike his upper chest and a massive hand enclosed around his neck. Then he was slammed into the ground with such force that he blacked out. Nuo, Uri screamed. Mirio swore under his breath. This was really bad. He couldn't leave Uri, but Izuku was in trouble and Eraserhead was probably going to die if he wasn't taken out of here fast. Is there nothing I can do? Kurogiri, catch him, Tamura ordered. Kurogiri began to form a warp gate, but he was stopped by a roar of fury and a sudden explosion. The pair of villains barely evaded the surprise attack and leapt away, leaving one Katsuki Bakugo between them, Izuku, and Namu. Ijuru was right behind him, along with Nejire, Tsuyu, and Minoru. Tamura's eyes narrowed. More fodder. The hell'd you call me? Katsuki roared, letting explosions pop off in his palms. You're dead. But you first, you foggy bastard. You get the death sentence for chucking me into a pile of concrete. He's a troublesome one, Kurogiri decided. Did they already defeat our underlings? Ain't just them. Approaching from the landslide zone, Kyoka appeared with Momo, Shoto, Denki, and Tamaki close behind her. There was a bunch of them, but all you sent after us were wimps. Tamaki already took out that guy you brought to block our communications. UA knows we're in trouble. I got Toru out too, in case we weren't able to send a distress call, Shoto added. What? I was keeping an eye out for anyone trying to escape. Kurogiri denied the claim. Shoto smirked. I wonder if you can see someone who's invisible? They took out our henchmen so easily. Tamura clasped his hands together. To top it off, they're barely hurt at all. Kids these days are amazing. They're making the League of Villains look bad. And if they've already sent a distress call, the pros will be here in no time. Well, if it was just All Might, we could win, but we aren't specialized enough to deal with the others. Game over, I guess. Tamura sighed, but then perked up. But we get a consolation prize. I captured the rabbit. So as a gift for our beloved symbol of peace. Let's kill as many of these guys as we can. Boom. Just then, the glass of the dome above them shattered and a blur shot down, hitting the ground with tremendous force. A wave of dust and debris covered the area for a few moments, giving the stunned figures who had been closest to the impact to regain their bearings. Who was it that attacked my students? The deep voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone there, but the students felt a sense of elation run through them at the same time. Heavy footsteps purposefully stomped the ground, sending tremors out. Who was it that hurt them? A shock of blonde hair made itself visible as the dust began to settle. Tamura's eyes widened in glee. You will regret it. The scowl on his face was a far cry from his usual, wide grin, but the symbol of peace looked far more terrifying for it as he glared through glowing eyes at Tamura and Kurogiri. Everything's all right now. I am here. All Might. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed cautiously. So he came, after all. Tamura grinned. He really came. This works out perfectly. You won't be getting out of this alive, Mr. Symbol of Peace. Namu's been specially designed to take you on at your best. I'd like to see you try to overcome super regeneration and shock absorption at the same time. All Might took stock of his surroundings, but stopped dead upon seeing Izuku pinned beneath Namu's huge hands. He lunged at the black beast. Release him. Tamura cackled. Namu, get him. Namu began to turn his attention to All Might, but a sudden blaze of fire enveloped him, preventing All Might from getting too close and regaining the beast's interest. Izuku was fighting through the pain of a shattered collarbone and he could barely move. But he knew that letting Namu fight All Might was a disaster waiting to happen and he wouldn't let it come to pass. He's got shock absorption and super regeneration. He's the perfect counter to All Might. I can't let them fight. All Might's already used up a lot of his time today. Tamura's eye twitched in annoyance. The shiny's still awake. Namu, knock him out good this time. Choke him. He wanted to scream as the pressure of Namu's hand closed around his throat and pressed hard on his broken collarbone. But Izuku grabbed at the beast's wrist with vicious tenacity and let his flames blaze wildly, determined not to let this thing get a shot at All Might. When he couldn't hold back the urge to scream anymore, Izuku bit down hard on Namu's finger. Izuku. Eri was screaming, struggling to get free from Mirio. Izuku flashed a glance at her and blanched when he saw that her horn was sparking with energy. He couldn't call out to warn Mirio with Namu squeezing the air from his lungs. Let me go. He glared at Namu and drove the intensity and heat of his flames as high as he could tolerate and then desperately pushed it beyond that. The emerald flames roared wildly as the temperature soared and formed a core of white-hot energy at the center of the conflagration where Namu was still trying to choke out Izuku. Let me go. And Namu let him go. Izuku sucked in a gulp of air as soon as the beast's grip loosened and screamed. Mirio let Eri go. Mirio was startled by the scream and did what Izuku asked on reflex, releasing the girl. Eri stumbled in an effort to get away from him and the energy coalescing around her horn flared up violently, but nothing was vaporized this time. She regained her footing, tears rolling down her cheeks as she ran towards Izuku. Eri, don't. Izuku choked out, but the burning pain in his collarbone had spread all over and he couldn't get out anything more than that before he fainted again. His flames completely vanished in a quick burst, leaving him defenseless. He won't be able to avoid capture this time, Tamura said confidently. Namu, get All Might. But nothing happened. Tamura frowned and looked at the black, hulking beast in confusion. Namu, Namu made a low, barely audible groan as he stumbled away from Izuku's prone form. Tamura froze as he realized that Namu's flesh was not black because of his skin, but because it had all turned to ash. Namu lifted his hands and pawed at his eyes, which had been baked into nothingness. And when he tried to touch his face, his hands crumbled into dust. They had been at the hottest point of the conflagration since they'd been touching Izuku and had gotten burnt down to the bone. Namu slumped to the ground a moment later with a thump and did not rise again. Mirio's eyes were huge. He won. Izuku. Eri rushed to his side and reached for him, but she yelped when Shoto, who had run over at the same time, stopped her. Don't touch him, Shoto warned her, creating some ice to press against Izuku's skin. It immediately hissed and evaporated in an instant. He overheated and can't regulate his body temperature. You'll get burned. Izuku's body was actually steaming from the horrific temperatures he'd generated. His heat resistance only went so far, and it seemed that he'd pushed that limit too far, leaving shiny red burns over his hands and arms. His face looked like it had been badly sunburned, and it was only visible because his flames had burned away a large section of his mask and hood. Eri bit her lip, falling to her knees beside Izuku's unconscious form. Izuku. Shoto used his ice to cool off Izuku's body, but his mind was reeling from shock. I knew he had a flame quirk, but he just carbonized that guy's cells before they could regenerate. The only other person who I know can do that is that old bastard. Izuku can generate flames as hot as his. What the hell? Tamura hissed out through gritted teeth and scratched at his throat furiously until he left bloody furrows. He got a critical hit. He shouldn't be able to move anymore. Ugh. I hate games where they can still fight back at full power even when they've only got 1 HP. He let his hands drop and snarled. There's no catching him now. No consolation prize for us. We can't beat their legendary without Namu. Game over, Kurogiri. Kurogiri nodded. It's best we beat a hasty retreat before the other pros arrive. Oh, no you don't. Katsuki snarled, pointing one of his gauntlets at them and pulling the pin. Die. Mirio shouted a warning, but it was too late. Don't do it. Kurogiri immediately opened a warp gate to intercept the huge explosion. Fool. The explosion passed straight through the gate and opened up right next to Kyoka's group, who were tending to Aizawa's broken form. They barely had time to glance at the opening portal before Katsuki's explosion ripped through them. No, Nejire gasped. It's okay. She and the rest of her group spun around to find All Might there with all 5 of the would-be victims safely in his huge arms. I've got them. Unfortunately, while All Might was busy saving them, Kurogiri opened up another gate that he and Tamura escaped through. Tamura glared at All Might as he vanished through the gate. Enjoy your win, All Might. This isn't over. I'll kill you. And then they were gone, leaving behind the critically injured Namu. Tamaki sighed in relief. Those were the bosses, right? Yeah, Mirio replied, walking over to his friend. But there are other students still missing. There are probably still some villains around, as well. They brought a ton of them here. All Might carefully set down Kyoka and the others, taking special care with the heavily wounded Aizawa. I will deal with the remaining villains. Young Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire, I'm counting on you 3 to get everyone here to the other pros. They should be here soon. Make sure young Izuku and Mr. Aizawa are taken to Recovery Girl immediately for treatment. 13 was badly hurt, too, Nejire told him. He was warped away with the others, but I haven't seen him. I'll find him, All Might promised, falling into a crouch. Leave it to me. All Might launched himself into the air then, flying towards the nearest zone to search for whoever he could. Mirio walked over to Izuku, Eri, and Shoto, the latter of which was still cooling off the burned teenager. Can we move him? Shoto used his left hand, the one with heat-resistant properties, to touch Izuku's skin carefully. He was still pretty warm, but he wasn't so hot that he'd burn someone now. Shoto nodded. His temperature's gone down a lot. We can move him. Eri immediately crawled over to Izuku and took his warm hand in hers, squeezing it tightly. Is Izuku gonna be okay? He'll be fine, Mirio promised. Recovery Girl will take good care of him. Now let's get him out of here. Eri sniffled and tried to wipe her eyes, but she was still crying. Okay, 16, 17, 18. Not counting the kid with the broken collarbone. Everyone was pretty much unharmed. The detective in charge of removing the villains from UA announced to Class 1A with a sigh of relief. The police were currently escorting the villains out of USJ and into police vehicles, where they would be taken to prison. The students had done a great job fighting their attackers off, and All Might had laid waste to the rest of them upon arriving. His wrath had been something to see, assuming you could keep up with him. Blitzing around USJ in blurs of motion and knocking out villains by the dozen faster than you could blink. The detective cleared his throat to get the attention of the class. For now, you all need to go back to the classroom. This isn't the time or place for police questioning. Tsuyu held up a finger to her lips. Hey, detective, how's Mr. Aizawa doing? He's in critical condition at the hospital, the man admitted. His arms were shattered and his face suffered fractures all over. The bones around his eye socket, the orbital floor, have been crushed into a powder. It might adversely affected his eyesight, but thankfully there was no brain damage. And 13, his back and upper arms sustained severe lacerations. But his vitals are stable and it's expected that he'll make a full recovery. Achako couldn't stop herself and let the question bubbling in her throat burst out. What about Deku? Deku, she means Izuku, Mina told him, frowning worriedly. Is he okay? The detective blinked in understanding and nodded. Ah, yeah, he's with Recovery Girl. His injuries weren't so bad that he had to go to the hospital. She'll be able to heal him completely once he wakes up and regains some of his energy. Denki let out a tense breath. Phew, what a relief. I thought he was dead when that Namu guy started choking him out. You all did a great job. That was Mirio as he, Nejire, and Tamaki walked over to them. They'd been helping the police with the villains since they already had hero licenses, but their job was done now. Mirio smiled widely at his juniors. You freshmen pack a real punch. A bunch of these guys are still dizzy from the beating you gave them. All Might knocked out most of them, you know, Tamaki muttered lowly. Katsuki had been unusually quiet since they'd been evacuated and kept clenching and unclenching his fist. Ijiru noticed something was up and nudged the volatile teen lightly with his elbow. You good, man? I'm fine. Katsuki shrugged him off with a growl. I'm just pissed that damn nerd almost got himself killed. He ain't allowed to die. Mina's eyelid twitched with annoyance at his rough words. Can't you act nicely for just one? It's okay, Mina, Ijiru interrupted her, shaking his head. Katsuki only huffed and started stalking for the bus that would take them back to UA. He wasn't in the mood to give Mina a piece of his mind, or so he told himself. Ijiru sighed. He says that, but I'm sure he's even more worried about Izuku than the rest of us. Izuku woke up blearily and blinked the sleepiness from his eyes. There was a sort of light ache all over his body, and he felt more exhausted than he could ever remember being before. His thought process was so sluggish that he hadn't yet recalled what had happened when Recovery Girl appeared by his bedside. Oh good, you're awake, she smiled at him gently. You were out like a light for a couple of hours. I was ... what? Izuku blinked in confusion and suddenly all the memories of USJ came rushing back. His eyes widened, but before he could open his mouth, Recovery Girl held her hands up. Everyone is okay, she assured him. All Might saved everyone after he arrived. Aizawa and 13 are getting medical attention at the hospital and they're both expected to recover. None of the other students were hurt. Izuku ran that through his head before another worry made itself known. What about Eri? Where is she? Recovery Girl chuckled and gestured to his bed. Take a look. Izuku looked down and realized that Eri was hugging his left arm, though she was sleeping deeply. She still had tear stains on her cheeks, but other than that she looked peaceful. She wasn't hurt. You protected her, just like she said you would, Recovery Girl told him. That little girl didn't leave your side the whole time. Her quirk didn't flare up again, he asked, using his right hand to wipe away the tear stains on her face before he smoothed her hair back gently. No, Mirio told me what happened, but luckily no one was harmed, the nurse replied. Do you know what her quirk does? Izuku bit his lip. I think so, but I have to tell All Might about it. In that case, it's a good thing I'm here. He almost yelped at the familiar voice and looked up to spot All Might sitting on a stool at the foot of his bed. He was in his true form and sat beside a police detective in a trench coat. Both men looked amused by Izuku's surprise. Izuku sighed and put a hand over his heart. You scared me. Sorry, kiddo, All Might apologized. He leaned forward and grinned at the teenager. I can see you're still pretty groggy, but we should get this out of the way as soon as possible. This is Naomasa Tsukachi. He's a police detective and one of my best friends. He came today to take custody of the villains. But his initial purpose was to speak with you, young Katsuki, and myself about what happened last night during the confrontation with Eri's kidnapper. I'll make this pretty quick, Tsukachi promised, waving Izuku down as the boy straightened in his bed. No, lay down. Recovery Girl would have my head if I made you get up. And don't you forget it. The old woman warned him good-naturedly. The detective chuckled. All Might and Katsuki already gave me their testimony about what happened the other night. We know the gist of what happened, but I also have to get your perspective of the event. We can save the USJ testimony for another time since you're currently recovering from a serious injury. Izuku nodded a bit nervously. Okay. Tsukachi's questions were short, simple, and to the point. Izuku confirmed that the villain had been the one to initiate the fight and that he'd done his best only to act in self-defense so that he could protect Eri from her kidnapper. There were a few other basic questions: how Katsuki had acted when he arrived and what the villain had done to try and get Eri back. But it was all pretty cut and dry. Tsukachi scribbled down the last of his notes for the testimony and nodded. And we're done. But I'd like to hear what you were going to say about Eri's quirk. I understand that it flared up at USJ. We'll need to know what it is so we can inform the appropriate foster care she's taken to after this. I don't think it's a good idea for her to go with someone else right now, Izuku told Tsukachi, shooting him an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but I don't think it'll be safe for Eri. She'll be well cared for, the investigator assured Izuku. She'll have police protection as well. I don't mean protection from whoever took Eri, I mean from herself, Izuku said. Her quirks flared up twice today, at USJ and earlier when Fumikage scared her on accident. All Might raised an eyebrow. He didn't mention that earlier at lunch. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to best explain what I saw, he apologized meekly. But I spent a long time thinking about it and I think I know what it is. And, What is it? Izuku looked down at Eri and ran his fingers through her hair, swallowing hard. Molecular disintegration. She can instantaneously break down an object at the molecular level as long as she's touching it while her quirk is active. Dead silence met his hypothesis. Sakachi looking incredulous. Are you serious? I only saw it once, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Izuku nodded stiffly. She was touching a tree when her quirk flared up the first time and it just vanished. Not shrunk, not turned invisible, just gone. Completely. Leaves, bark, roots, everything. And when her quirk started going out of control, she was crying for me to let her go. In that moment, I got this feeling that if I didn't let her go, I would have died. That'll be your body instinctively reacting to danger, All Might said, his face grim. Molecular disintegration. Even amongst pros, a quirk like that ... The only person even remotely similar is 13. And this phenomenon is much different even then. There's more, Izuku went on. She told me she didn't want to hurt me, but it might be just speculation on my part, but I got the impression that she might have accidentally used her quirk on a person before. If it had just manifested and someone went to pick her up or touch her, she would instantly kill them on contact, Sakashi finished, sighing. Well, this case gets more complicated by the second. That's not the kind of quirk we can just ask a quirk counselor to a foster home to handle. If she panics like she did earlier, she'll vaporize anyone who doesn't understand how to deal with her. Izuku nodded. She told me that she was cursed, that the bird people, the villains who kidnapped her, were right, and she would always hurt people. I didn't want her to feel so hopeless and scared of her own power, so I talked to her about All Flare. He glanced at Sakachi nervously, but the man only smiled. I'm aware of it, but don't worry. All Might is a friend of mine and he's told me that you're a good kid. So far, I'm rather inclined to believe him. Izuku relaxed somewhat. I didn't go into details, but I said that my quirk scared and hurt a lot of people before. I just wanted her to know that she wasn't alone and that we could help her. She needed to know that she'll be okay. All Might smiled at the teenager with approval. Well said. Yes, I agree with you. Children, especially those who have gone through trauma of some kind, often feel calmer around someone who they can relate to and expect to guide them. Seeing as she feels safest around you to begin with, I think it would be best if she stayed with you and your mother. Of course, we'll have to ask your mother about this, but if she can't stay at home with you, I think it would be possible for her to stay at UA and see you every day. It would keep her happy, calm, and we could work on her quirk safely. That's the kind of environment she needs right now. You make some pretty valid points, Sakachi admitted, standing up. Very well, I'll inform the department about this. For now, you, your mother, and All Might need to hash out where Eri will be staying for the time being. Also, Izuku. The boy blinked as Sakachi glanced from him to Eri and then to Recovery Girl. You need to find a way for Eri to provide Recovery Girl with a blood sample. It's possible that her parents are searching for her somewhere, but we'll never know without a DNA test to go off of. I understand that she's terrified of needles, so would you mind helping Recovery Girl with that as soon as Eri is comfortable again? The sooner, the better. Izuku nodded. I'll do my best, but I won't rush her. Sorry, don't apologize. Sakachi smiled at him reassuringly. We won't rush her, but it is a priority. For now, just rest and get well. You did a great job today. With that, the detective left, leaving Izuku with All Might, Recovery Girl, and the still slumbering Eri attached to his arm. He's right, you know, All Might said suddenly, getting Izuku's attention. The symbol of peace grinned. You did a great job protecting Eri today. There isn't a single scratch on her. Izuku looked down at the sleeping girl and smiled at her gently. Good. Given the circumstances, you class will have next Monday off, All Might went on. Enjoy the 3-day weekend while it lasts. You won't have many of them. Stay at home, recover, settle down with your mother and Eri. They're both worried about you. In fact, your mother should be here any second, so I should beat it before she sees my true form. Izuku mirrored the humorous grin All Might flashed him. Yes, sir. See you later, All Might. I'll text you tomorrow, All Might promised. Then left the infirmary. Recovery Girl sighed, but she was smiling. What a bunch of knuckleheads I'm taking care of. Well, since you're awake, I'll go ahead and give you your last bit of treatment. It'll fix up those minor burns you've got and repair whatever damage is left to your collarbone, but it'll tire you out. Go home after that and get a good night's sleep. Yes, ma'am. Tamura walked out of Kurogiri's warp gate and into the empty bar that they used as a base, shaking his slightly burnt hand with some annoyance. As soon as both of the villains had entered the bar, they faced the computer screen next to the wall. Well, how'd it go? From the computer's speakers asked a deep, calm voice. All Might wasn't there for a while, Tamura muttered in irritation. He only showed up at the end, so we didn't get to fight him. Those kids were annoying, though. All the fodder we brought with us ended up being dead weight. What about the superhuman your teacher and I engineered to defeat All Might? Where is Namu? A second voice queried. Kirigiri's gaseous form condensed so he could fit into a butler's suit. My apologies. He was burnt to the point that his super regeneration could no longer heal the damage he took. He's likely still alive, but he's been heavily crippled. The police certainly have him by now. What a waste. We went through so much effort to make him a physical match for All Might, too. It can't be helped. But if I might ask, who defeated Namu? The only man I'm aware of that is capable of defeating him with fire is the number 2 hero. Did Endeavor make a surprise visit? No, Tamura grinned behind his covered face. It was a kid, teacher. I wanted to catch him, but he got a critical hit on Namu. You let Namu get defeated to try and take some brat hostage. Settle down, doctor, the first voice said reassuringly. His tone, for he was undoubtedly male, became interested. This is unusual. You look excited, Tamura. Did something good happen? Teacher, you told me about a pet you had once. The one with green fire who fought All Might and destroyed a whole city. Tamura was practically shivering with excitement. That brat who took out Namu had the same quirk. Silence filled the room for several moments before the first voice spoke again. This time with a great deal of interest behind each and every word. Is this true? Kirigiri nodded. I believe he's right. It was a far cry from the quirk that challenged All Might. But it was without doubt of a near-identical nature. Sir, it couldn't be. It's possible. That's all that matters right now. I'll look into this. You did well today, Tamura. You've learned something valuable. I want him. Teacher, Tamura clenched one of his hands as though trying to grasp something. I want a pet with green fire, like you did, and you will have him. For now, let's gather a new group of individuals handpicked for efficiency. There's no need to rush. The best plans take time and patience. All Might will deteriorate over time. Perhaps today's failure was fate telling us not to face him yet. It makes no difference. It will be that much easier to kill him next time. Tamura Shigaraki. Next time, show the world the true horror of your being. Izuku Midoriya was in the kitchen, cutting up some vegetables to make into a soup for Izuku and Eri in the other room. She was glad that they were okay after yesterday's attack on Yue. She'd just about had a heart attack when the call came from the school nurse that Izuku had been hurt and needed her to come pick him up. For goodness sake, she had just been there that morning. She didn't blame the school for what had happened. From what the news reports were saying, it had been a carefully laid out attack with a rare warping quirk that no alarm system would catch. Izuku had also told her that 2 of his teachers had been seriously hurt trying to protect them, and All Might had shown up not long after to save the day. She was upset that Izuku had been hurt, but at least the damage was already healed thanks to Recovery Girl. The plump woman added the vegetables into a pot and began stirring them in the boiling water. Izuku had told her about what happened to make him get injured like that. She wasn't upset with him for risking his life to protect Eri, but she did worry about him. The thought of the small girl made her smile somewhat. Since the attack ended, Eri was even more clingy with Izuku than before. Inko wasn't sure she'd seen them separate since she picked them up except to use the bathroom and take showers. It worried her that Eri might be getting too attached to Izuku. If the day came when Eri had to go into foster care, she dreaded that the girl might fight it so that she could stay with Izuku. She shook her head. There was nothing to be done about it for now. The investigation into Eri's kidnappers was still ongoing, and all they could do was make sure she was safe and happy. Inko didn't mind Eri staying with them. Honestly, she was growing quite fond of her. Inko's train of thought ended as the front door was opened and she peered around the hallway to see who was coming into the house. Katsuki had let himself in again without knocking, as usual. Hey, Ms. Inko. Hello, Katsuki. Come to see Izuku and O. Inko blinked as she noticed a group of teenagers behind Katsuki. Hello, Katsuki. Who are your friends? They aren't my friends, Katsuki growled, looking over his shoulder at his classmates in annoyance. They're just scrubs in the same class as Deku and I. Kyoka's eyelid twitched at him. Gee, thanks for the first impression, Katsuki. Oh, you're all Izuku's classmates? Inko realized, surprised. I had no idea you were all coming. I thought it was just Katsuki. Katsuki shrugged. Sorry, I gave my number to the redhead and before I knew it, he got the rest of these losers involved. Ijiru scratched the back of his head, smiling in embarrassment. Sorry, but everyone was so worried about Izuku that they wanted to see him. Katsuki said he was gonna visit and I kind of got ahead of myself asking if everyone else wanted to come by ... He trailed off as Inko covered her mouth, tears filling her eyes. Ijiru and the other students froze, afraid that they'd done something wrong. Oh, my baby has so many friends who care about him. Inko cried, wiping her eyes. Zero's sweat dropped and leaned over to mutter into Katsuki's ear. Is ... is this normal? Shut up, of course it's normal, Katsuki snapped back. I swear to God, the crying is hereditary. Inko quickly cleared her face of all tears and smiled brightly at the group of students. Come in. Izuku's in the living room. She quickly poked her head around the corner to tell her son about the new arrivals. Izuku, Katsuki's here. He brought a bunch of your friends, too. Katsuki led the way for the group of teenagers, which consisted of Kyoka, Ijiru, Shiro, Ochako, Mina, Denki, and Tenya. He walked into the living room and announced his presence like he always did. Yo, Deku, let's kill some stuff. He trailed off and stopped dead, staring at the head poking out of a pile of blankets on the couch. The only parts visible of Izuku were his eyes and curly green hair, which looked even messier than normal. The rest of their classmates entered the living room and also stared at the image of their friend bundled up into what was basically a human-sized burrito. Izuku didn't actually emerge from the cocoon and just mumbled through the blankets. Hey, guys, what are you all doing here? Denki smirked. It looked kind of funny. Thought we'd drop by and see how you were doing. But this isn't quite what we were expecting. You catch a cold or something? Something, Izuku replied. His head poked out a bit more until his whole face was visible. You sick? Kyoka asked, leaning away slightly. No, I'm just CC cold. Tenya chopped one of his hands towards the teen burrito. Izuku, the AC in your home is barely on. How are you cold? Cause I overdid things with my quirk at USJ, Izuku sighed. I can't use my flames at all. Hey, Ochako exclaimed. You can't use your fire. Why not? Mina asked. Recovery girl said it was because I overheated my body and pushed my flames beyond what I can handle. My quirk hasn't fully recovered from the heat overload, so it's taking time to go back to normal. That sucks, but why are you cold? Ijiru looked confused. It's not like you're using your flames all the time. Katsuki rolled his eyes and walked towards the TV and the various gaming devices neatly arranged beside it. Idiot. People with quirks that control temperature use them a lot without thinking, kind of like how we just breathe naturally. Deku's quirk can heat things up, right? His body probably produces a mild amount of heat depending on the outside temperature to keep him stable. Now he can't keep himself warm, so his body is colder than it normally is. Izuku smiled a bit with embarrassment. That's how it is. Your pathetic lack of resistance to even mild cold aside. Katsuki went on, flashing a glare at Izuku over his shoulder as he crouched to look through some games. You gonna play, or not? Izuku slowly extracted one of his hands from the blankets and pointed at the bundle over his stomach. I would, but Yuri's kind of asleep right here. Mina covered her mouth to hide the large smile spreading her lips. That's adorable. Whatever, Katsuki muttered. He finally decided on the GameCube and got everything plugged in before looking at the other students who were still standing up. What are you guys even doing? Get over here so I can beat you. Shiro grinned. You asked for it. Ijiru cracked his knuckles. You're on. Surprisingly, Kyoka shrugged and took one of the 4 controllers. Sure, I'll have a go. Fine, I play winner, Denki declared. While they went about trying to decide which game to play, Tenya decided sit down and watch with Denki while Ochako and Mina sat by the couch near Izuku. Mina threw a fist in the air towards the group of teens about to play and gave a cheer. I'm here for support unless the game's good. Then I'm gonna beat you all. Ochako held a finger to her lips. SHH. Guys, keep it down. Yuri's still asleep, remember? Katsuki glanced over his shoulder at the lump of blankets on Izuku's body and snickered. Yeah, we wouldn't want to wake up Daddy's little girl, would we? Izuku's face reddened. Katsuki. His embarrassment was cut short by a small movement on his chest, and Izuku looked down to see that Yuri was peeking out from under the blankets at him. She was barely awake and the sleepy expression on her face was precious. He sighed, smiling, and used the hand still buried under the blankets to smooth her hair a few times until she dozed off again. In the Midoriya family's kitchen, Izuku sipped from the glass of water he'd poured. It was 1 a.m. on Monday night and he had school tomorrow, but he needed the drink. He could feel his body growing warm again as his quirk slowly came back to him, and now that he wasn't freezing, he was feeling a bit too warm. He'd adjust before long, but for now he needed some ice water to feel comfortable again. He rubbed his eyes and then ran a hand through his messy curls. This weekend had been fun. What with everyone hanging out here on set and playing video games, he'd had a great time, even if he'd spent practically the whole time bundled up in a bunch of blankets with Yuri. She'd almost slept through it all. Yuri had eventually woken up, though she remained hidden when she realized that Izuku had guests over. He'd tried to coax her out, but Yuri wasn't in the mood to socialize. She had wanted to just stay close to him, and the closest she got to seeing the others was when her horn poked out from the top of the blanket. Mina had squealed at the sight. The rest of the weekend had been quiet after that. Katsuki had dropped by again on Sunday, alone this time, so that he and Izuku could play a few rounds of a game they had an upcoming competition for. They'd settled themselves at the kitchen table with their laptops. Izuku still wrapped in blankets and Yuri snoozing in his lap under another layer. The covers had eventually fallen a bit so that her face had become visible and revealed that she was clinging to Izuku's shirt like an infant. Inko had started taking pictures of that without any prior explanation. It had confused Izuku to the point that he almost died in game until Katsuki snapped at him again. Surprisingly, Eri didn't actually mind being around Katsuki. She never actively started conversations or approached him, but she was noticeably more relaxed when Katsuki was around than she was around the rest of their classmates. Maybe the funniest thing about that was Katsuki didn't actually seem to mind having her around, either. He smiled a bit. How on earth had Eri managed to worm her way into their family dynamic so easily? Even Katsuki toned his cussing down to zero, seemingly without actually intending to, whenever she was around. Even if she was still incredibly shy and clingy, she'd found a place in their hearts where she fit perfectly. Izuku, where are you? A whimper got his attention immediately, and Izuku turned his head to see Eri hurrying out of his room, glancing around frantically and trying to find him. He shifted slightly in the chair and called to her softly. Over here, Eri. She snapped her head towards the kitchen and ran to him, feet lightly padding along the floor until she'd reached her protector. Izuku swept the girl up into his arms and bundled her close. She buried herself in his chest, squeezing at his shirt with her small hands. Izuku stroked her hair gently. Did you have a bad dream? No, she whispered. I got cold. I'm sorry. Why are you up? It's so dark. I was just thirsty. I'm sorry if I frightened you. Do you want a drink? She nodded and closed her eyes, growing sleepy now that she was safe again. Izuku downed the rest of his water, then got up and walked to the fridge, still holding Eri up. He retrieved another cup and then filled hers up halfway before returning to the table. Izuku offered her the cup once he was seated again and watched as Eri took a few sips. Thank you. Izuku waited for her to drink and let his thoughts drift to a call he'd received from All Might on Monday, when they'd gotten a day off following the villain attack at USJ. I've spoken with Principal Nezu and the rest of the UA staff regarding Eri. He'd said, they've agreed with what you, Tsukachi. And I decided on Friday, Eri's quirk is too volatile and dangerous for anyone but UA to teach her to harness it. I know this last week was trying, so I'm asking a lot, but you'll probably have to stay after school Tuesday for her first lesson. We'll discuss it more on Tuesday, so talk to Eri about it and make sure she understands that we're just going to help her. He honestly had no idea how All Might and the principal intended to teach Eri how to control her quirk. Eri herself seemed to regard her quirk as a curse, and on top of that, it was so dangerous that even the slightest slip-up would probably kill someone. He also didn't know the finer details of her quirk. Izuku had only seen it once, after all. There were undoubtedly factors to her quirk he wasn't aware of yet. He'd asked Eri if she knew what her quirk did specifically, but all she knew was that it made people disappear. Izuku hadn't pushed her since thinking about it frightened her. Eri had taken the news that they'd be teaching her how to use her quirk with mixed feelings. On one hand, she was terrified that she was going to hurt someone. But on the other, she was desperate to be free of her curse and wanted to find out how to control it. Are you nervous about tomorrow? Izuku asked her. Eri nodded and sipped her water again. Yes, I'll be there the whole time. Okay, it'll be fine. She looked up at him for a moment and then asked him something he wasn't expecting. Izu, do you get scared when you use your quirk? He blinked at the question, but replied without hesitating. Every time. Eri fell silent, and Izuku decided it was about time they went to sleep. He left the glass of water on the table and stood up quietly with the girl still in his arms. Come on, let's go back to bed. Okay. She nodded and closed her eyes as Izuku carried her back to the bedroom. The next day, everyone was gathered back in Class 1A as usual. The students were buzzing with excitement following the event at USJ. Sheesh, all the news channels made such a big deal out of the villain attack. Denki exclaimed to Ijiru and Kyoka. They even threw pictures of us all on TV. Well duh, the hero course that keeps pumping out the best pros in the world was attacked, Kyoka pointed out. Of course it got so much attention. Ijiru nodded. Yeah, I thought we were dead after 13 and Mr. Aizawa got taken out, but we were alright thanks to the big three and All Might. Did you hear? They said that Mirio took out 25 of the 72 villains who showed up. Yeah, that was pretty impressive, Hanta agreed, leaning over his desk towards them. And it only took him a couple of minutes. They were all small fry, but he didn't look hurt or tired at all after it was all over. Same for Nejire and Tamaki. Can you imagine what might have happened if they weren't there or if All Might hadn't shown up? Knock it off, Hanta. Minoru whined. Just thinking about it is gonna make me piss my. Aw, shut up. Katsuki snarled at the short teen, making Minoru jump in panic. Grow a pair, loser. Kyoka glanced over her left shoulder for a moment. But we need to address the obvious elephant in the room. True. Mina stood up and grinned in Izuku and Eri's direction. Our very own class prez took out one of the big shots. Izuku reddened. Don't try to avoid it. Denki pointed at him. What was that? You put that Namu thing on the barbecue. I had no idea you could do that. Yeah, that was a lot of firepower all of a sudden, so you put a finger on her chin. Didn't you say during class introductions that you couldn't make that much fire on your own? I can't on my own," Izuku stammered, nervously rubbing the back of his head. "See, we got dropped in the Inferno Z-zone and I took as much flame as I could and tried to escape. But that foggy guy teleported us back to the center and I brought the F-fire with me and I was desperate." "Breathe." Ijiru stopped him, smiling nervously. "Good grief, your mumble storms are gonna deprive you of oxygen one of these days." Sorry, I still have trouble listening to you in class and then believing that you're the same guy in hero training," Rikito said. "It's like a switch flips and you go from being all nervous and quiet to bold and daring." "Right," Ochako agreed. "Everyone." Tenya suddenly raced in and stood at the front of the class. "Homeroom is about to start. Everyone be quiet and take your seats." "We're all sitting," Hanta pointed out with a grin. "You're the only one who isn't." Tenya retreated to his seat, disgruntled. "Shoot, don't sweat it," Ochako giggled. Suo, Mina leaned back to look at the rest of the class. "Any idea who's gonna run homeroom today?" "Definitely not Mr. Aizawa," Tsuyu replied. "He's supposed to be recovering from his injuries in the hospital." The door opened then, revealing a mummified Aizawa. "Morning. You're back too soon. You're being too much of a pro." Denki's mouth fell open. Are you okay?" Toru asked. "In what universe does that look okay?" Meshirao retorted. Yuri stared at the teacher curiously and then back at Izuku. "Why is he covered in toilet paper?" "PFFT." Ochako hid her face in her desk to hide her giggles, but it hardly mattered because most of the class was snickering at the innocent comment. Aizawa ignored them. "My well-being is irrelevant. More importantly, you guys aren't done fighting yet." That earned him the silence and nervous looks from the entire class. The pro was quiet for a moment and then explained. "The UA Sports Festival is drawing near." Ijiru threw his hands up. "It's a normal school event. Hold your horses." Denki slapped one of his hands over the other teen's mouth. "Is that okay?" Kyoka asked Aizawa skeptically. "Villains literally just invaded UA 3 days ago. Isn't it too soon for that? Won't they just see this festival as another chance to attack us?" Meshirao agreed. Aizawa shook his head. "The staff thinks this is a good opportunity to show that our crisis management system is rock solid by holding the event now. Plus security is getting beefed up to 5 times that of previous years. If anyone tries to start something, they'll be behind bars before they finish thinking about it. Above all else, this sports festival is a huge chance for you students. It's not something to get cancelled by a few villains, especially because among those guarding the festival are the top 2 heroes in the world, All Might and Endeavor." Shoto's eyes darkened the moment Endeavor's name was dropped. "Holy crap," Mina whistled. "Yeah, that'll do it." The sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. It basically took over for the Olympics after Quirks came around. All the top heroes around the country will be watching and scouting out you students. They'll assess your skills in this festival and decide which of you they'd like to approach to join their pro agencies after you graduate. You'd become sidekicks. Kyoka twirled one of her jacks around her finger. "That's fine and all as long as we don't stay sidekicks forever." "Sounds like something you'd do, Denki." "I take offense to that," said Teen snapped back, but they both smirked humorously. "Obviously, joining a famous agency will get you more experience and popularity," Aizawa continued. "But you've got a limited amount of time to make an impression on them, so take this chance with all you've got and make it count. There's a sports festival every year that gives you only 3 chances to show off. If you're really aspiring to be a hero, you can't afford to miss this event. Don't slack off on your preparations." "Yes, sir." "Oh, and before I forget, let me tell you all something. The sports festival tries to make things as fair as possible since it involves all the students and not just the ones in the heroics course. As such, you won't be able to use your costumes, just the gym outfits we provide you." Izuku blanched. That was going to cripple his powers. He couldn't flare up without his costume to hide the fiery horns that sprouted when he went full throttle. "Crap, that's all. Homeroom is dismissed." The rest of the school day went by slowly after the announcement of the sports festival. For the students, normal classes were pretty dull given their encounter with the villains at USJ just a few days earlier. Even their heroics class was boring today. They had to go through another physical test Aizawa had decided on to ensure everyone was in top condition after the USJ attack. When classes ended, Izuku was about to take Yuri to her first after-school lesson until he and the rest of 1A discovered a literal crowd outside their room. "Whoa, what's this all about?" Ochako exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. The mass of teens was literally blocking the door to their class. Tenya chopped one of his hands at them. "Explain yourselves. Why are you blocking our path? We can't even get out." "Geez," Kyoka muttered. "Ain't it obvious?" Katsuki growled as he slung his pack over one shoulder. "They're scoping out the competition, you retards. They want to check out the class who fought villains at USJ the other day. We're the biggest challenge they've got to face at the sports festival." He got in the faces of several other kids at the front of the crowd, who cringed away from his glare. "What a waste of my effing time. Move it, extras. You can't just go calling people extras because you don't know who they are." Tenure reprimanded him, though he was utterly ignored by the teen in question. Come on, man, Hanta groaned. You just made a bunch of enemies for all of us. This is me caring. Katsuki snapped back. You're sharp, I guess. A voice suddenly made itself known from the crowd of students blocking the door. A taller boy weaved his way through the crowd to the front, marked by his messy, dark purple hair. It's true we came to check out the so-called stars of UAS first years, but you just seem like an ass. I suppose I was expecting more. Katsuki's eyebrow twitched dangerously. The other teen met Katsuki's glare with indifferent eyes. There's a lot of kids who wound up in the general education department or other departments because they failed the heroics one. Did you know that? Of course, Katsuki replied with a bored tone. There's only 40 spots between classes 1A and 1B after all. Everyone knows that. Did you know that based on the results of the sports festival, students in those departments can be sent under review to be transferred to heroics? The other teen asked curiously. And the reverse is also possible. You guys are on the chopping block if you don't make a good showing, scoping out the competition. Sure, but as for me, I came with a declaration of war. Izuku gulped. This guy was just as bold as Katsuki. The main difference was that he was more passive-aggressive rather than straight-up I will murder you like Katsuki was. Katsuki smirked at the other teen and got in his face until they were eye to eye. Oh, that's so. Right back at ya, then. I'll take your challenge seriously. If anything, that statement surprised the majority of Katsuki's class, who didn't expect him to do more than mock the mass of students who hadn't made it into heroics. But Katsuki was more than willing to stoke the fire of competition a little more. The entrance exam was more geared towards those with quirks best suited for combat, but that doesn't mean there aren't monsters still hiding in this crowd somewhere. You'd have to be dumb as hell to think there'd be no competition outside of the heroics course. A quirk like Eraserhead's, one that erases other quirks, would have been useless in that exam. He's still a pro, though. There are probably other guys in here with quirks kinda like his. Katsuki's grin turned feral. Are you one of them? Well, whether you are or not, I'm looking forward to crushing each and every one of you. Don't make a disgrace out of yourselves and give me a nice little platform to jump off of on my way to the top. The other teen smirked dangerously in return. I'm looking forward to it as well, you jackass. Katsuki sneered at him, then glanced over his shoulder and grunted at Izuku. Come on, Deku. You don't want Eri to be late for her lessons. Oh, right, Izuku stammered, then took Eri's hand and guided her towards the door. Let's go, Eri. Okay. She looked really nervous about all the eyes of the crowd suddenly on her, but fortunately they had the scariest guy in the school acting as a human bulldozer. Katsuki snarled viciously at the students in the hall, who had turned their attention to Eri out of surprise. Move, before I murder you all. They backed off at his very real threat, giving Izuku and Eri the chance to follow Katsuki out of the crowd and into the hall. They escaped by turning a corner to the stairs, where Izuku and Eri had to go up and Katsuki had to go down. Thanks for that, Katsuki. Izuku sighed in relief. I wasn't sure if we were gonna get out in time or not. Well, you still owe me extra spicy chicken wings, so I'll add a drink on that tab, Katsuki replied casually as he started walking downstairs. To Izuku's surprise, Eri actually called after the volatile teen. Thank you. Katsuki paused on the steps and glanced over his shoulder at her, his face expressionless. He studied her for a moment before turning back and moving on. Yeah, well, you're welcome, I guess. Don't slack off on your lessons. I won't, she stammered back. After making their way past the blockade of teenagers, Izuku took Eri to the principal's office to meet with Nezu and All Might for Eri's lessons. Tsukachi was there as well, sitting in a chair along the wall to the principal's side. Come in, Nezu welcomed them. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Izuku said, guiding Eri to one of the chairs in front of Nezu's desk. He took a seat beside her and smiled at All Might and Tsukachi, who nodded at them. Tea, Nezu offered. Izuku glanced at Eri, who looked at him and gave a small nod. Yes, please. Right. Nezu began to get the tea going and addressed them while they waited. First of all, let me thank you for helping All Might and Detective Tsukachi with Eri. You've been a big help, young man. She needed help, Izuku said meekly, embarrassed by the praise. Nezu only smiled. It takes guts to speak up to the symbol of peace and a police detective about a person's well-being. This will certainly help Eri in the long run, as well. Speaking of which, how are you doing today, Eri? Eri ducked her head shyly, playing with the edge of her dress. I'm okay. I'm happy to hear that. The principal finished making their tea and poured it into a pair of small cups, which he then passed to the children. Careful with that, it's still hot. Blow on it for a bit so you don't scald your mouths. Eri, I'm going to explain what's happening here, but if at any time you don't feel comfortable, let Izuku know, alright. From what we understand, you don't know how to control your quirk. Is that correct? Yes. Do you know how your quirk works? Eri bit her lip. I don't know. It just makes things disappear. Nezu's voice was gentle and soothing. It's okay. That's what we're going to help you with here. We'll make sure you can control it from now on, alright. She didn't look so sure. Will it really be fine? Definitely. We've got some special teachers lined up to help you out, Nezu assured her. This isn't the first time Yue has taught a child like Eri how to control their quirk. It's rare, but on occasion, children are born with quirks that are simply too much for quirk counselors and standard teaching to handle. If their counselor makes that decision, the children can be brought to Yue for lessons. We have the means to ensure the safety of children with volatile quirks, after all. 13, for example. Izuku blinked in surprise. 13 had to do this. Of course. All Might laughed. He can create black holes, remember? Your average quirk counselor wouldn't even know where to begin with something like that. He spent a whole summer here as a child when his quirk first appeared to learn how to control it. UA as a school generally teaches its students how to use their quirks for heroics, Nezu explained. But we also place a large emphasis on teaching them control, so we've got a significant amount of experience teaching students how to channel really dangerous quirks. Izuku found that information quite fascinating. I see. It's not a well-known fact that we tutor such young children on occasion, Nezu admitted. But UA is known for helping out the community whenever we can, and teaching is our forte. Everything will be all right, Eri. She looked more hopeful than before, and that was enough for them. Okay, good. Nezu smiled again. Now drink up. We'll go to Cementos's facility after this. Izuku was actually surprised by the number of teachers that were waiting for them. In addition to Nezu and All Might who had accompanied them here, Mr. Aizawa, Ectoplasm, and Cementos were there as well. Fortunately, Eri had met them all in Izuku's various classes, so she wasn't as intimidated, but it was obvious that she was rather nervous with all the attention on her. Cementos waved at her cheerily. Hello, Eri. Hi. Nezu took the reins to explain things. Ectoplasm and Cementos are here to help us get a better understanding of Eri's quirk. Ectoplasm's clones and Cementos's cement targets will allow Eri to use her quirk without risking someone's life. In the event that something goes wrong, Eraserhead will momentarily shut down Eri's quirk so she can regain control. Tsukachi and I will be here as support, All Might said with a grin, although he'll be using this chance to get a quirk profile for Eri written up. Izuku knelt down next to Eri and took her hands. Do you think you're ready for this? She bit her lip and glanced at the teachers. No one is going to get hurt, right? Right, he smiled at her. I'll be here the whole time, too. Whenever you're ready, okay. Eri seemed to relax at that and nodded. I'll try. Cementos gestured for Eri to come over, creating a small, simple target for her to use as he did so. We'll start with me. The condition for Eri's quirk to activate on an object is that she must be touching it, correct? That's what I've seen, Izuku confirmed. We'll assume that to be the case, but some breathing room won't hurt either, Aizawa decided. Everyone will remain 5 meters away from Eri when she activates her quirk. If I make the call to erase her quirk, I'll do so immediately and we'll discuss how to continue from there on. Can you actually do that in your condition? Izuku asked. Aizawa was, after all, mummified. The pro lifted one of his hands gingerly to expose his eyes from the bandages. It made him look weird, but they were the same, tired eyes as ever. I'll make do. All right. Nezu clapped his hands. Pause. Whenever you're ready, Eri. You can begin anytime. Eri approached the concrete slab and looked around, making sure everyone was away from her before she tried to use her quirk. She squeezed her eyes shut and called on the power she'd always rejected before, placing her hands on the target. The teachers watched, on high alert, as her horn began to spark with energy, slowly at first, but then it suddenly flared up and the power rushed through Eri's body and into the concrete. Izuku had expected the concrete to get vaporized on the spot, so he was caught off guard when literally nothing happened. Eri frowned and tried to pour more into it, her horn still sparking with energy. She didn't get why it wasn't working, either, but it started to grow dangerously large, so Eraserhead activated his quirk for an instant and stopped the surge of power. Eri's horn ceased to spark, but the concrete appeared to be untouched. Izuku was puzzled by what had happened. Looking at the concrete block, it hadn't been altered at all, unlike the tree that had been atomized. If her quirk was molecular disintegration as he had assumed before, there would be nothing left of the cement. Why hadn't she been able to disintegrate it? Eri had no control of her quirk, so she was pouring the same amount of power into it this time that she had when she used it on the tree last week. Theoretically, it should have been vaporized just as it had been before. So what had changed? Well, the target wasn't vaporized, so we can safely assume her quirk isn't molecular disintegration. Cementos's voice jerked him out of his thoughts. Perhaps her quirk is limited to living things. Nezu prompted. Ectoplasm grunted. Let's try one of my clones and see if the effect is the same. It could be that her quirk's effect is dependent on if the target is biological or not. He opened his mouth and from it came forth a stream of ectoplasm, which quickly formed into a clone of himself. Ectoplasm backed up and glanced at Eri. Try using your quirk on my clone this time. Eri frowned. It won't hurt. It won't, Ectoplasm promised. My clones aren't actually living things. but they're biological enough to pass as them. They'll disappear quickly enough on their own. They all gave Eri some space and waited as she readied herself to use her quirk. She got her horn sparking and then reached out hesitantly to touch the clone. They got the surprise of their lives when the clone melted back into raw ectoplasm. The glob of material splattered against the ground and turned into a puddle. It probably would have evaporated completely had Eraserhead not stopped Eri's quirk again. "I'm sorry," Eri gasped, eyes wide. I didn't mean to." "It's all right," Ectoplasm assured her. "You didn't do anything wrong." Izuku found himself at a loss for words. She'd reverted the clone back into pure ectoplasm. That had nothing to do with molecular disintegration. Just what was her quirk? "Again, ectoplasm," Nezu ordered. "Make a few of them this time. I need to watch a little more." "Yes, sir." Ectoplasm opened his mouth and created 10 more clones for Eri to practice with. They watched as Eri activated her quirk for a third time and began to touch the clones, one after another, and liquefied them each time. It happened faster and faster with each one she liquefied, making it clear that Eri just had her foot on the gas pedal and was basically letting her quirk run wild. But as she went to touch the 6th clone, Izuku saw her wobble slightly on her feet. A moment later and she staggered, setting off alarm bells in his head. "Mr. Aizawa," he exclaimed. Aizawa and the others had noticed too, so he immediately erased Eri's quirk and the surge of energy dissipated. Izuku rushed forward as Eri slumped back and would have fallen over had he not caught her. "Eri." Izuku shifted her so that she was sitting up and held one of his hands to her back. She was panting hard, beads of sweat forming on her skin. Her face was flushed and her eyes were a little glazed. "Don't feel good." Izuku placed his free hand on her forehead softly and frowned. She was a bit too warm for his liking. "I think you've got a fever." Ectoplasm approached them, observing Eri closely. "It's possible that using too much of her power makes her ill. That's not uncommon with energy-type quirks. With all that energy focused on her horn, it makes sense that it'd produce enough heat to induce a fever given enough time. Her body isn't mature yet, so it's probably still adapting to her quirk, too," Cementos added. All Might jerked his thumb towards the door. "In any case, let's get her to Recovery Girl for a checkup. There's no sense in chancing anything." Recovery Girl held a thermometer up to Eri's mouth. "Say ah." Eri, sitting on a bed in the older woman's office, glanced at Izuku for the okay, which he gave by nodding. She opened her mouth with a little ah, and presented the nurse with a chance to gently place the thermometer under her tongue. It was held there for a few seconds until the device began to beep, prompting the nurse to pull the thermometer from 99.8. Recovery Girl read off. "She's got a mild fever, but she'll need to rest for the remainder of the day. Make sure she stays hydrated and gets something to eat as well." "Okay." Inko, who had come to pick up Izuku and Eri after the training session, replied. She was worried when she found out they were in the nurse's office, though she could hardly say she was surprised. Izuku had been making a habit of visiting this place recently, a habit she hoped he would kick soon instead of inviting Eri along for the ride. Well, it was early days yet. Of course there would be setbacks. "You intend to keep training her in the use of her quirk, don't you?" Recovery Girl asked the principal and assembled heroes behind him. When they nodded, she went on. "Make sure you learn what her limit is quickly. If each session results in her getting a fever, I can't condone this training more than once a week. Weakening her body with sickness will have the opposite effect you're trying to achieve. You can add more sessions when you don't have to come by my office after one ends." "Yes, ma'am." All Might saluted. He would much rather stay on her good side. Recovery Girl was a scary lady when she wanted to be. Also, she had needles. Lots of needles. Nezu had been quiet since they left the training dreamland, but now he broke his silence. "I think that was just what I needed to discern the true nature of Eri's quirk." Eraserhead glanced at the principal. "You figured something out." "I believe so." Nezu's posture became contemplative and it made Izuku recall that the principal's quirk, high spec, granted him incredible intelligence which surpassed that of humans. In the first instance where Eri has activated her quirk on an object, it was believed that she altered its state of matter, but had that been the case with Ectoplasm's clone, it would have been vaporized or liquefied, not reverted to a prior state. Also, she is not able to affect something that is not alive or at least biological enough to be considered a living thing. Thus I conclude that her quirk does not affect a living thing's state of matter, but rather its state of time. She can rewind an object's time, apparently to the point of atoms if she so chooses. I believe that is what happened to the tree she erased. In the case of Ectoplasm's clones, she rewinds them into the raw substance they began in. "As expected of you, sir," All Might praised Nezu. "I never would have even thought of that." Sukachi was jotting the information down on his writing pad. "A quirk that rewinds a living thing's state of time. Has that ever happened?" "There are quirks that stop aging or slow it down," Nezu recalled. "But I myself have never heard of a quirk that rewinds one's state of time. It seems Eri has been gifted with a truly unique ability." Izuku was just trying to process that information. A quirk that could rewind objects, and apparently to a point before they even existed if enough power was used. That was incredible. If Eri could learn how to use her quirk in small increments, there was an incredible range of ways she could apply it. Today's lesson was for the sole purpose of identifying Eri's quirk and grasping how to approach her training in the future, the principal explained. Now that we know what her quirk does, we'll use that information to provide her with lessons that give her the opportunity to fine-tune and control it. Her quirk is still volatile as such. I don't feel it would be wise for us to continue within the limits of this premiere session. As Recovery Girl said, once a week is the limit right now, and that's absolutely fine. There's no need to rush. The best teaching is done with patience. Nezu smiled at Eri encouragingly. You did very well today, Eri. You and Izuku are dismissed now. Izuku offered the little girl a smile of his own. Ready to go home? She nodded and held her arms out, prompting Izuku to hoist her up and hold the girl against his chest before he turned to the teachers. Thanks. I guess we'll see you tomorrow. That's right, Mr. Aizawa grunted. By the way, there's a pop quiz in class tomorrow. Izuku really hoped he was joking, but he made a mental note to text everyone just in case as he left UA with Eri and his mother. Aizawa wasn't exactly famous for jokes, after all. Ugh, Katsuki snarled at the after-game statistics screen on his laptop. They'd won the match, but his score was lower than he would have liked. Izuku rubbed his forehead in the seat beside him, also less than impressed with his scoring. They were off their game thanks to the announcement of the sports festival. The gaming competition they had would take place right after the event, so they had to train for the festival on top of keeping their gaming skills sharp. Eri, who was sitting next to Izuku and tucking into the dinner Inko had made, leaned over to the teen and whispered in his ear. What's he mad for? We didn't do so great, Izuku replied, frowning at the screen glumly. Didn't you win? She didn't understand the game, but she knew that whenever the word victory came up, it meant the boys won. They won pretty often, so it was weird to see them disappointed by it now. Yeah, but you can't just win, Izuku told her. In this game and even in heroics, you gotta push yourself way further to reach the top. It's ... it's not easy. You boys should probably call it a night, Inko suggested. You've been at it for hours now. Besides, it's almost time for Katsuki to head home. She was right and they knew it. Izuku leaned his head into his hands, trying to massage the oncoming headache he could tell was coming out of his temple. These next 3 weeks before the sports festival and gaming competition were going to be brutal. Arg, I can't stand this, Katsuki yelled, making everyone else in the kitchen jump. He grabbed Izuku by the arm and yanked him out of his seat and towards the door. Deku, we're going running. Wah, okay, Izuku yelped as he was dragged out of the apartment. Eri could only blink at the door Katsuki had dragged Izuku through a moment earlier as she tried to process what had just happened. Why are they running? Probably to get all that pent-up energy out of their systems. Inko smiled, setting a gentle hand on Eri's shoulder. It was rare that Eri was left alone with someone other than Izuku, but she didn't mind being alone with Inko. The woman was sweet and calming for the little girl. They both have to work very hard, so when it gets to be a bit much, they find a way to relieve all that stress. More often than not, they go running or work out some other way. Eri frowned. That didn't make any sense. Why run or work out if they were already tired? That's kinda weird, she decided aloud. Inko laughed, prompting the little girl to smile. Yes, it can be. Now, let's get you into your bath, little missy. By the time Izuku gets back, he's going to be very sweaty and smelly. You don't want to take a bath after he does. That made Eri giggle, and the peals of laughter coming from her made Inko hope that maybe, just maybe, she was going to recover from her ordeal sooner than later. Izuku ran after Katsuki for the better part of an hour around town, until they finally took a break. As they leaned over with their hands on their knees, sweating and panting for breath, Izuku realized that their run had taken them to the same beach he'd cleaned up nearly a year ago with all might. The sun had already set, but the starlight provided enough lighting for them to see clearly enough. In addition to the street lamps dotted here and there on the sidewalk lining the beach itself, there was no one else around for the time being. Not even the usual couples that had been using the place as a popular dating spot. Katsuki took in a huge gulp of air and practically tore off his top with a growl. Damn, it's starting to get hot outside again. It won't be long before summer, after all, Izuku panted, also shedding his drenched shirt. Phew, Katsuki blew out some air as he finally caught his breath. He was quiet for a moment, but then started to speak. Are you worried about the sports festival? Well yeah, but you are too, right? He huffed. Not like you. You're scared of people seeing your quirk, aren't you? Izuku stiffened. Is it that obvious? Idiot. I know you too well, Katsuki muttered, turning towards the ocean waves as they lapped at the shoreline. You can't hide sit like that from me. The green-haired teen glanced at his hand, clenching it into a fist. Honestly, yeah. I'm scared out of my mind. There's no way I'm going to be able to win without giving it my all, but I'll have to use my quirk's full strength to fight you and the others. There'll be thousands of people watching and it's gonna be broadcast live. The whole country might see my quirk for what it really is. Someone is gonna recognize it and call me out. It doesn't matter what the small fry think. Katsuki snapped back. None of them matter as long as you reach the top. Izuku smiled at that. He had a point, though it didn't alleviate any of his fears. Plus, I'm going to kick everyone's asses and steal the show, so they'll probably forget about your quirk, Katsuki went on, a large, shit-eating grin forming on his face. They're gonna find out they should be way more scared of me than they should be of you. Izuku's sweat dropped. Is he trying to encourage me or insult me? Katsuki suddenly turned around to look at Izuku, his mouth set in a line and his eyes sharp. Use your quirk. Use your quirk, Katsuki ordered again. Right here. Turn the flames on high and let me see it. Izuku protested. Katsuki, someone might see. I don't give a shit, the other teen growled. But, Izuku glanced around nervously. There wasn't anyone around, but still, right there. You ain't gonna be able to fight at full throttle if you keep freezing up like this, Katsuki muttered. The teen lifted one hand and scratched the back of his head for a moment, thinking, how about this? I'll say something to make you chill out. Then you turn the flames on. How the heck are you gonna make me chill out? F off. I'm trying to help, damn it. Think of it like a trigger phrase or something, but in a good way. Something that helps you get past your nerves. Izuku frowned. But how could you make me settle down enough to? I'm not scared of you. The words made Izuku's eyes go wide. He felt the breath leave his lungs as he stared at Katsuki, who shoved his hands into his pockets and just looked at Izuku steadily. I'm not scared of you. What? Don't think about it, Katsuki interrupted. Don't try to figure it out like you do with everything else. Just focus and settle down. Izuku gulped and squeezed his eyes shut. It was a little easier to focus with his eyes closed, allowing the dark to calm his nerves. Say it again, please. I'm not scared of you. The words flowed over his ears and somehow, Izuku found it easier to just breathe, like they removed a weight from his shoulders. He felt so very calm. An emerald fire wreathed itself around him. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at Katsuki, who was studying the flames. The air was quiet for several seconds as Katsuki thought to himself in silence. Izuku waited, feeling the tension building up beneath his skin again. Katsuki shook his head slowly, a perplexed expression on his face. What the hell about this is so scary? Anyways, geez, people really are idiots. I don't get them at all. I'm not scared of you, Katsuki repeated at last. Your fire doesn't scare me at all. That he could say that, even while looked at the green fire and the flowing, fiery horns atop Izuku's head, brought the boy such a sense of relief that he couldn't even express himself with words. Thank you, Katsuki snorted. Don't start crying on me. I'll give you something to cry about for real if you do. Izuku laughed, wiping his eyes to prevent any tears from leaving the ducts. I won't. Good. Now turn the barbecue off and let's get home. I'm starving again, damn it. Today was the day. The last 3 weeks had been crazy. Between training for the sports festival and preparing for their upcoming video game competition, Izuku and Katsuki had been practically living together. They'd worked themselves to the point of exhaustion until yesterday, when Katsuki's mother had sent them packing to their own individual beds. You two look like effing zombies. Bakugo had snapped, sweat dropping at the sight of the two exhausted teens pretty much the moment they got home from school. Go to bed already. You'll be useless tomorrow if you don't sleep. She had driven Izuku home and told Inko in no uncertain terms that he and Katsuki needed to sleep. Inko had been at home with Iri all day since she was tired from training the day before. When Bakugo quite literally dragged him into the apartment, Inko sent him straight to bed and Iri volunteered to make sure he got to his room. Needless to say, Izuku passed out the second he hit the bed and slept all night long. Thankfully, the extra sleep was just what he needed, and he woke up feeling refreshed and ravenous. Inko was cooking up breakfast when he finally awoke. Iri sprawled over his torso and snoring peacefully. He stretched with a groan, feeling his joints pop pleasantly. The motion stirred Iri, but she only blinked at him sleepily for a few moments before gripping his t-shirt with her hands and letting out a whine. Izuku smiled at the sleepy child. Breakfast time, Iri. He could literally smell the cinnamon rolls from here and the scent had him inwardly drooling. Iri only pouted and gripped his shirt tighter. Don't wanna. What if I carry you? Emma. That counts as a yes, he decided aloud, hugging her close to him as he rolled out of bed and stood up. Izuku shifted her so that she had her arms wrapped around his neck, making it easier to carry her. Inko was waiting for them in the kitchen and surprisingly Katsuki and Mitsuki, Bakugo. Inko smiled at the pair. There's our two sleepyheads. I was about to ask Katsuki to wake you up. Mitsuki snickered at the sight of Izuku carrying a half-comatose Iri. Getting an early start learning parenthood, eh? Izuku reddened and his mother made it worse. Being a good dad is important, you know. Lots of women find that an attractive quality. Steam began to pour from Izuku's face, making Mitsuki and Katsuki cackle. Inko merely giggled and Eri remained mostly asleep, blissfully unaware of her guardian's embarrassment. Mitsuki turned her attention to Katsuki. What are you laughing at? You're just as guilty. You and Izuku spend more time with Eri than anyone else. You wanna be daddy. Katsuki sneered at her. No way. I'm obviously her awesome uncle, you old hag. Rude little brat. Middle-aged wench. Is breakfast done? Izuku stammered. Inko was still smiling from ear to ear. Yes, you two better eat up. The two boys dug in while Inko managed the kitchen and Mitsuki did her best to get the teenagers riled up. That meant taunting them with stuff she knew would drive Katsuki crazy and make Izuku turn shades of red that most people wouldn't be capable. But it set a tone of normalcy for the pair and kept their minds occupied. Eri slowly woke up from the promise of food and continuous banter of Mitsuku and the teen. Izuku hadn't moved her from his lap since she had been so sleepy, so she remained there and snacked on his breakfast. He didn't mind he'd filled his plate up and there were lots of extras. Heck, Katsuki occasionally snagged something from Izuku's plate if he really wanted it. Izuku couldn't get away with taking Katsuki's food, though. Only Eri could get away with that. When breakfast was done and the boys had to leave, Inko, Mitsuki, and Eri saw them off at the door. Be safe, okay, Inko said with a smile, but there was a worried crease on her forehead. We'll be watching everything on TV, Mitsuki added. Masaru is gonna join us later. He just wanted to pop into the office early so he could take some time off for the event. Katsuki grunted. Sure thing. Eri stepped forward and held her arms out at Izuku. He knelt down and hugged her, squeezing the little girl gently. Good luck. Thanks, Izuku smiled back gently. When they pulled apart, Eri looked at Katsuki shyly. I don't need luck, Katsuki told her. I'm gonna win the whole thing anyways. Eri bit her lip and frowned, glancing from Katsuki to Izuku and back again. Can you both win? Mitsuki laughed. Of course they can. They'll both win first place. Katsuki looked like he wanted to correct her, but he paused at the smile on her face. It was wide, innocent, and devoid of any sign of mercy. That was Bakuman's happy murder smile. The if you correct me I am going to kill you so dead you won't even know you died smile. Even Katsuki knew to fear that smile. He wisely kept his mouth shut. Class 1A was milling around in their waiting room at the big stadium on UAS campus, waiting impatiently for the event to begin. The check-in for outside visitors had been going on for hours, not that surprising given that the school had just been attacked by villains. But the security check was almost over and they knew that any minute now. Everyone, have you prepared yourselves? Tenya suddenly opened the door and shouted. We'll be leaving in just a moment. Izuku sucked in a deep breath as his heart began to pound wildly. Izuku. The boy jumped at the calm, deeper voice of his classmate. Shoto had never gone out of his way to talk to him before, so it startled Izuku that he would do so now. Why yes, can I have a word? In private. Oh, but we're about to. It won't take long. Well, okay, he managed, then quietly followed Shoto out of the waiting room and down the hall. They turned a corner and stopped there. Shoto studied him in silence for a moment or two. From an objective standpoint, I think I'm probably stronger than you. Why yeah, That being said, you've got an unusual flame. Izuku froze, but remained silent, waiting for Shoto to go on. You know my father is Endeavor, right? He's been the number 2 hero for a while now. What most people don't know is before that, he took on a certain criminal ... and lost spectacularly. In the end, All Might had to step in and defeat the villain in Endeavor's place. The funny thing is ... your quirk is a lot like that villain's. Like Heat Viper's. Izuku's blood turned to ice in his veins. He knows. Well, maybe that's an overstatement, Shoto said with a shrug. Your quirk might be similar, but from what I can tell, you aren't capable of causing mass destruction on the same scale as that villain. But it's similar enough, even if it's just bad luck on your part. Heat Viper's flame commanded all others. Endeavor was stupid enough to challenge him with a fire quirk and he lost without even touching him. Your quirk seems to resemble something like that with how you can absorb other flames, even if it's not exactly the same, but that's fine with me. You remember how I said during class introductions that I would never use my left side? Against you, I'll make an exception. What? Izuku squeaked. He was already rattled and now Shoto pulled this. Why? I hate my old man, Shoto said. I don't really want to disclose why to someone I barely know, but I'll tell you that much. He hates it whenever someone brings up his defeat against Heat Viper. Your quirk is probably close enough to remind him of it ... and I'm going to crush that power like he never could. Just seeing the look on his face would be worth it. Shoto began to walk off. Sorry, but I've got no intention of getting friendly with anyone in the class. At least fight back enough to give that bastard a show. That's. Izuku feebly protested. He was shaking to his core. Shoto didn't know he'd struck the nail on the head and then he'd gone and upped the ante even more. It was too much. However, as Shoto turned the corner, he found himself face to face with 1AS resident Bombing King. Katsuki glared at him. Are you finally done spilling your guts? Eavesdropping? Huh? Shoto's eyes narrowed. Somehow I'm not surprised. Really? This is me caring, Katsuki sneered. Now F off. Shoto shoved his hands into his pockets and walked past the volatile teen, evidently irritated. Katsuki watched him go for a second before turning the corner to find that Izuku had slid down the wall to sit on the floor. The green-haired teen was taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. Thanks, Izuku managed weakly. Don't be. I'm not going to hold your hand through this, Katsuki muttered. He was just going over my bullshit limit. Still, I don't know if I can do this, Izuku blurted suddenly. He felt sick to his stomach and it was a little too hard to breathe. Katsuki's eyes narrowed and he mentally slapped every bullseye he had onto Shoto. He knew Izuku better than almost anyone else and he knew damn well when the timid boy was about to completely lose his cool. Of course, that wasn't to say that it was all Shoto's fault. Izuku had already been rattled by the very idea of this event, but Icy Hot had more or less set him off. Katsuki, we gotta go. That was Ijuru calling to him from down the hall. I got it, give me a sec, Katsuki shouted back. He walked a little closer to Izuku so that he was out of sight of anyone else and dropped to sit on his heels. Do you need recovery, girl? He asked quietly. Izuku gulped and closed his eyes, taking a few deep breaths to try and steady himself. He started to feel a little less shaky after a moment and let his head fall back against the wall. I think I'm okay. Katsuki studied him for a few more seconds before he nodded shortly and stood back up, offering a hand to the other teen. Izuku took it and stood with Katsuki's help. Just try and chill out, Katsuki told him. The crowd isn't gonna try and pick you out, you know. Don't think about it and just focus on winning. I know. Izuku took one more deep breath and exhaled. He offered Katsuki a shaky smile. I'll be fine. Really, he wasn't buying that. Not for a second was Katsuki buying that. But calling Izuku out right now would only make him freak out again, so for the time being, he'd play along. Good. Katsuki slapped him on the back and then led the meek teenager after the rest of their class. Are you ready? Present Mike's voice was answered by the roar of thousands of people in the Coliseum, all eager to get the event underway. The pro laughed from the announcer's box and continued to rile up the crowds. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival, audience. Gather round, mass media. It's the biggest event of the year. The newest, youngest hero candidates are about to run wild and go at each other to claim that spot at the top. It's time to meet our contestants this year. Coming out now is the highlight class of the first years, the students who fought off villains in their first week of training. This is Hero Class 1A. The students all walked out together amidst the roaring crowd, each of them trying to keep their nerves under control. Well, most of them were. Some, like Katsuki and Shoto, were either raring to go or just didn't care. Holy crap, Izuku thought with a gulp. It felt like the Coliseum was shaking from an earthquake. But it was all from the screaming crowds. Next up, they haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is full of talent too. Hero Class 1B enters the stage. Following our hero course is General Studies classes 1 degrees Celsius, 1D, and 1E. The support course classes 1 Fahrenheit, 1G, and 1H are here too. And last but not least, the business course classes 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin. All of UAS first years have now arrived. The mass of students all gathered on the field in front of a podium, upon which stood the pro hero, Midnight, adorned in her hero costume. The costume in question had been designed to make full use of her quirk, but whether by necessity or personal preference, it was quite the outfit. Izuku dryly noticed that Minoru seemed like he was about to dehydrate himself from all the drool leaving his mouth. The way he looked at Midnight was just gross. Katsuki noticed too and opted to remove one half of a bullseye from Shoto and slapped it onto the pal in question. Apparently, he had not yet learned his lesson. Midnight cracked a flogger-style whip to silence the crowd and get the attention of the students. Quiet, everyone. It's time for the player's pledge. Representing the first years as a whole is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Izuku whipped towards Katsuki, who just strolled towards the podium. Well, he did get first place in the entrance exam, Hanto admitted. A loud huff made the boys turn their heads towards a couple of students from the General Studies class. They looked rather irritated as one of them retorted in annoyance. Only in the hero course. Izuku cringed away from the obvious venom. Ijuru sighed uneasily. It's obvious she hates our guts. Isn't that mostly Katsuki's fault anyways? Denki asked. Katsuki made it to the top of the podium and paused in front of the mic. The mass of students and watching crowds waiting in silence for several seconds before he opened his mouth. I pledge, Katsuki drawled, that I'll be number 1. Virtually every member of 1A mentally screamed. I knew he'd say something like that. The rest of the first years were outright pissed. What the hell? Stop messing around. Don't be so full of yourself, 1A. You sludge bastard. Tenya started chopping his arms at Katsuki like a short-circuiting robot. Why would you be so disrespectful? You're representing us all. Katsuki kept a straight face, but his expression visibly darkened a moment later. Sorry, but you've got the wrong idea. This ain't a pledge, it's a declaration of war to all the classes. I'm not losing to any of you, hero course or otherwise. And especially not to some entitled brat with a third-rate fire quirk and a loser dad who never gets first place. An epic silence filled the entirety of the stadium as they processed that statement. Izuku felt all the blood drain from his face. Did he just? Katsuki turned around back to the mass of students and glared at Shoto, then stuck his thumb towards the ground. Both of you can go sit in the corner like the background characters you are. Oh, F. Katsuki walked off the podium then, not giving even a single cit about the utter havoc he left in his wake. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stood in silence next to Izuku, who stared at his best friend as though he were a live grenade just seconds from exploding. Wooey, Present Mike exclaimed, bringing the crowds back to life. You can really feel the tension after that. Talk about bold. Midnight, get things going already. I want to see the bloodbath. With pleasure, Midnight was grinning wildly. Let's get things started right away. This first game is what you'd call a qualifier for the later rounds. Many drink their tears here. And the first game is... A large hologram screen popped up behind Midnight, upon which was a whizzing list of potential games not unlike a slot machine. The pro hero cracked her whip and the list stopped dead on a game titled Obstacle Race that Midnight immediately began to explain. The obstacle race. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. She cracked her whip again and the smile on her face took on a hint of something sadistic. Our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now everyone, take your places. The mass of students crowded around the exit of the Coliseum, all of them tense and ready to go as soon as the bell sounded 3 times. Izuku swallowed hard. This was it. 1 ring. He jumped as he felt a fist lightly bump on his shoulder, followed by an unusually quiet Katsuki amidst the silence of the stadium. I'm not scared of you, he muttered, so don't go and lose here. 2 rings. Unwillingly, a small smile found its place on Izuku's face. I won't. 3 rings. Start, shouted Midnight. Immediately, chaos ensued. All right, here's the play-by-play. Mike laughed crazily. Are you ready for the commentary, mummy man? A tired and irritated-sounding Aizawa was heard speaking right after Mike. You're the one who forced me to come. Let's get started, mummy man. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? This part right now. Every single student was trying to rush through the relatively tight exit, packing them all together and making it nearly impossible to get out. The tunnel acted like a choke point, preventing anyone but the leaders from making progress. Like that stopping me. Katsuki grinned savagely and lowered his hands, then unleashed a stream of rapid explosions to make him fly above the crowd. Izuku spread one for all throughout his body, then let his feet catch fire before he leapt for the walls, bouncing back and forth with his flames and enhanced strength. Katsuki was ahead of him since he was going in a straight line. But they both made it over the swarm of students in a matter of seconds. They made it out just in time to avoid a blast of ice that smothered the ground and trapped many of the students behind them by their feet. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, unsurprised to see Shoto skating over the ice after them. However, not every student was caught by the flash freeze. Hyuga, Momo, Ijiru, and Mashiro easily leapt over the wave of ice. That's too naive, Shoto, Momo yelled after him. Shoto didn't look too surprised that most of the students who avoided his attack were from 1A. Although he had to admit, he was a little impressed that many other students from the other classes managed to get through with only minimal trouble. They're steadily making their way through the first part of the course, Mike exclaimed, and just ahead of them is ... the first obstacle. Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto all stopped dead as the earth beneath their feet shook. A moment later, several of the huge, 0-point robots from the entrance exam appeared in their path, blocking the road. Their pause gave the students behind them a chance to catch up, only to find that they had a much bigger problem on their hands. Robo Inferno. Denki's jaw dropped. The 0-pointers from the exam. 9, 10, 11. Kyoka bit her lip as she counted them. Geez, there's over a dozen of them. This is what they used in the general entrance exam. Momo wondered aloud as she stared at the steel monsters. Where did UA get the resources for this? The lead robot lunged at them, one of its giant arms swinging down at the mass of students. Shoto's eyes narrowed as he built up a massive amount of power in his right side, his ice half. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better, since my city old man is watching. The temperature around Shoto dropped incredibly quick. Then he swiped his left hand towards the robot, unleashing a literal glacier at the steel colossus and freezing it instantly mid-blow. The sheer mass of ice was astounding, so much so that Izuku found his eyes growing wide in shock. He'd known the Shoto was powerful given that he was one of only 2 recommended students in 1A and from how easily he'd won in combat training, but this was on a completely different level. Whether it was the upper limit of his power or not, Izuku wasn't sure, but he was willing to bet it was up there. Shoto began to run through the robot's legs, intending to exit out on the other side. He knew the mass of steel would fall over in just a few moments, but he wasn't expecting to hear a loud bang above him. He whipped his eyes up in time to see Katsuki go airborne just above the robot's head. The explosive teen roared down at Shoto as he pointed his right hand at the frozen robot, holding the same arm with his other hand. "I told you to sit the F down." Izuku yelped as Katsuki unleashed a horrifyingly large explosion, blowing the frozen robot into smithereens. Comets of ice and steel began to rain down on Shoto, stopped only by another rapid burst of ice from the teenager. Shoto was saved from being crushed, but he ended up blocking his own path as a result of that. Izuku seized the chance to leap over the frozen chunks of robot with his all-flare and one-for-all combo, getting ahead of Shoto and the rest of the student body again. That put him between the clamoring students behind him and over a dozen angry robots ahead. Fortunately, Izuku had realized that the robots were actually really slow. They were huge, and if you got hit, of course you'd be incapacitated. But it was easy to avoid them once you got a grasp on their range of motion and speed. He caught up to Katsuki after jumping over the robots, landing safely on the ground once more to run after his friend. "Katsuki, wasn't that too much? You could have killed him." "Shut up," Katsuki retorted, shaking the pain out of his right arm. "It was gonna fall over anyway. Plus he's pissing me off. That's my line." The two teens whipped their heads over their shoulders just in time to see Shoto rushing at them on a stream of ice. The normally stoic boy was scowling after them. "You're starting to get on my nerves. Check it out. Class 1AS Katsuki, Izuku, and Shoto are in the lead. They cleared the first obstacle so easily, but they better watch out." Izuku realized after a second that Fumikage, Hanta, and Kyoka were right behind them. Not far behind, Tenya, Momo, Denki, Ochako, and Mina were catching up, along with a whole group that consisted mostly of 1A students, several 1BS, and a few others. The leaders are being hunted down. Those giant robots were small fry for the first year's golden eggs. Mike shouted excitedly. "Well, those robots might be big and scary, but they're just dumb hunks of metal. If you watch for a few moments, you'll start to see openings." That was Aizawa, who sounded almost bored. "Stop getting in my way." Shoto snapped as he shot a blast of ice after Katsuki. Katsuki leapt above the ice with an explosion and sneered back. "Look at that. I finally made you mad. I'm gonna blow you into smithereens, icy hot." He fired another blast at Shoto, who blocked with a shield of ice. Izuku yelped and dove for the ground to avoid the chunks of ice that went flying everywhere as a result. "And while you three are busy trying to kill each other," Izuku's head whipped up in surprise as Kyoka rushed past them in a sprint. "I'll be taking the lead. Thanks." "Hey, get the hell back here," Katsuki roared, forgetting Shoto in favor of chasing after her. Finally, a girl in first place. Katsuki's pupils shrank at the voice. His pal senses were tingling. "It's time for my special move," Minoru declared, throwing purple spheres along the ground and bouncing off of them to close the distance to the lead. He finally grabbed a pair of spheres and held them in each hand as he flew towards Kyoka. Kyoka saw him coming over her shoulder and blanched. "Don't you dare. I'm killing two birds with one stone," Minoru cried with glee. "Prepru. Diiii." Katsuki launched himself upwards with another blast and drove a ruthless kick into Minoru's balls. A sonic boom roared out as Minoru was punted up high into the sky, where he disappeared with a glimmer of light. "Oh my GAWD. Mike screamed in horror. "I felt that just watching. How cruel." "Stop screwing around," Aizawa deadpanned. Kyoka grinned over her shoulder. "I owe you one, Katsuki. Get back behind me, heartthrob." He snarled after her as he came down to earth. "Not gonna happen." "Whoa, Kyoka, stop." Ijiru yelled as he caught up with the pack. Kyoka screamed as her feet suddenly found empty air, and she realized she had just run over a sheer cliff. Only Hanta grabbing her with his tape and yanking her back saved her from falling. Shit, Kyoka managed as she sat down hard, staring at the black abyss below them. "It's the second obstacle. The fall. How are they gonna get through this one?" The fall was an enormous pit with tall spires of rock jutting out of it, each attached to others like it by long tendrils of rope. Many of the students stopped at the front to figure out how to approach it, giving the runners in the back a chance to catch up. "Whoa," Ochako stared at the blackness with wide eyes. "When did they make this?" "It was probably power loader," Izuku muttered as he studied the spires of rock. "It's no big deal if you just fly over," Katsuki snapped, launching himself back into the air with explosions. Kyoka yelled after him. "Hey, get back here with my first place." "Not gonna happen." Katsuki mimicked her earlier taunt with a cackle while Kyoka waved her fist after him and yelled some more. Shoto walked to one of the ropes and fired himself across the abyss on a stream of ice, glaring after Katsuki in silence. Izuku realized that most of the spires had relatively wide platforms, meaning it'd be easy to land on if he jumped. They also weren't spaced too far apart despite the sheer depth and length of the pit. He crouched, spreading one for all through his body again and set his feet alight. I'm coming after you. Izuku began to leap to the rock spires, carefully gauging his landings and pausing at each one so that his momentum would carry him too far. I guess great minds think alike. Izuku whipped his head around in surprise as Tsuyu landed on a spire nearby. Her frog-like powers made it a simple task. He was so surprised that he tripped as he landed and fell on his butt, but thankfully didn't go over the edge. Oh, don't stop now, Izuku. They're catching up. Tsuyu shouted as she leapt ahead of him. Izuku looked over his shoulder and realized she was right. Steadily, the other students were beginning to cross the abyss with ease. I'm not gonna lose, Izuku told himself, getting back up and jumping again. Katsuki and Shoto had already made it to the other side. He made it to the other side and began running again, keeping both quirks active so that he could travel faster. Before long he reached the final blockade, which Katsuki and Shoto had begun to navigate. Present Mike cackled wildly. It's the last obstacle. This one is called Danger Mines. Look out, kiddies, it's a minefield. If you look close enough, you can see where the mines are, but they're everywhere. You better be careful. By the way, these mines aren't strong enough to seriously hurt you, but they're loud and flashy enough to make you piss your pants. That depends on the person, Aizawa retorted dryly. But what the heck, the two leaders are already halfway across. They're making this obstacle look easy. That was the understatement of the century. Katsuki was flying across the landmines and Shoto was leaving a frozen trail in his wake as he rushed on foot. The pair of teens were fighting as they went, sending blasts and bursts of ice at each other in an effort to trip the other up. Izuku grit his teeth in frustration. They were moving so fast, he wasn't sure if he would be able to catch up in time. Crap, I can't just jump carelessly, but I have to get ahead of them, Izuku thought, racking his brain for a solution. Out of desperation, he finally decided on an idea. I didn't want to do this if I could avoid it, but I've got no choice. He crouched low and let one for all build up in one of his toes, simultaneously generating as much fire as he could from his feet to disguise the power up. Pumping 100% of one for all into his toe, he let the energy free in an enormous blast. The force sent him sky high and launched him across the minefield. He sailed over Katsuki and Shoto, who whipped their heads up in total surprise. Izuku Midoriya just jumped most of the minefield. Wait, no, he cleared it in one go. Heads up, mass media. It's the kind of development you love. Izuku landed on the other side well. It was more like a crash and a scramble to get back on his feet and began to run like hell. His toe was shattered and it hurt badly, but the adrenaline running through his system from the shock managed to dull the pain enough for him to ignore it. He ran as fast as he could, reaching the tunnel that led back into the Colosseum and desperately trying to stay ahead of the sound of explosions and ice rushing along the ground. The leaders have arrived back in the Colosseum. In first place is the unexpected powerhouse of Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya just made a huge splash. Izuku made it out into the other side and slowed to a stop, gasping for breath and wincing at the pain in his left foot. He leaned on his right, taking the weight off his foot and lightening the pain some. Around him were the screaming crowds in the Colosseum, roaring at the top of their lungs and making the arena shake like an earthquake. It didn't really sink in until he looked up into the stands at the VIP section, where All Might was sitting and clapping for him, that it clicked. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. I won. Tears started flowing from his eyes out of joy, but Izuku quickly tried to wipe them away as Katsuki made it just behind Shoto and jogged to a stop. The more volatile of the two teenagers panted and staggered past Izuku, eyes smoldering. Izuku had caught his breath and glanced at his friend nervously. Gee, good job, Katsuki. Whatever, Katsuki growled, stalking by without so much as looking at him. Izuku sighed, but he wasn't surprised. Katsuki hated losing, even if it was to Izuku. He was going to be sore about that for a little while. On top of that, he was pissed that Shoto had pulled ahead at the last second. Only first place would satisfy Katsuki. Anything less than that was garbage. Shoto had his hands set on his hips as he caught his breath, steam rising from his right side to cool his body off. He looked at Izuku, trying to contain the frustration of defeat within him. He took advantage of my fighting with Katsuki and passed us both up in an instant. I let my guard down. I won't let that happen again. They're finishing one after another. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good job, kids. Go take a break and see Recovery Girl if you have to, Present Mike declared. Deku, that was amazing. Izuku turned around and froze in surprise as Ochako ran up to him, gasping for breath. She clenched her fists tightly and shook them a little in mixed frustration and excitement. First place is awesome, but it's so frustrating that I lost. Izuku's face turned red from the proximity and did his best to hide by curling his arms around his head. It was just luck. Pain spiked through his foot as he shuffled away from Ochako, causing him to wince. She noticed immediately from the expression on his face. Are you okay? I am fine. he replied, starting to limp towards the side of the arena to reach Recovery Girl's temporary office. I just hurt my foot with that last jump. Is it bad? Ochako asked, alarmed by the limp. She rushed over and started to help him walk. Let's get you to Recovery Girl. Izuku felt like he was going to explode from the amount of blood gathering in his face. She's so close. Forget Katsuki or Shoto. Ochako was gonna be the one who killed him in this competition. What do you think, teacher? Asked Tamura Shigaraki, glancing at the man sitting in the chair directly in front of the screen. Tamura himself was standing behind the chair as they watched the UA Sports Festival on a television. Something is different, teacher said, perplexed for once. He was utterly intrigued by the child Tamura had pointed out, the one who scored first place in the obstacle course. There's something about this boy. Something more than his flames. What do you mean? For now, just continue to watch, teacher replied. He would be paying very close attention to the one Tamura wanted, as well as any other students that he felt had the potential to be turned to his will. After all, he will be your rival before he becomes your weapon. Observe him closely and learn, Tamura. The first round is finally over, Midnight announced. Now, let's take a look at the results. The hologram screen behind her lit up with a list of students who had made it into the second round. It included the first 42 students, the last of which was. How the hell did he make it in? Kyoka wondered aloud. He crawled, handed deadpanned, eyeing the form of Minoru still clutching at his balls on the ground. If you didn't make the cut, don't worry about it, Midnight told the mass of students. There will be other chances for you to shine. The real competition begins now. The press cavalry will be all over it. She cracked her whip as the slot machine began moving again. Now then, here's the next game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? I just said it, and now here it is. The slot machine came to a sudden stop and revealed the title of the game. Cavalry Battle. I'll explain, Midnight went on, turning towards the screen. A picture came up of 13, present Mike, and Cementos holding up All Might between the three of them. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but there's one little difference. Based on the results of the obstacle race, each person has been assigned a point value. Ochako nodded in understanding. So in other words, each team will have a different amount of points depending on who they're with. That's easy enough to understand, Mina grinned. Midnight cracked her whip again in frustration, startling them. You guys don't hold back even though I'm the one talking? Huh, but yeah, that's right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. 5 points for 42nd place, 10 for 41st, and so on, with the exception of first place, whose value is 10 million. Izuku felt like every single atom of hope had just fled and left him in a cold abyss of horror. The eyes of every student around him glowed red like demons as they stared at him greedily, knowing that the points he had would basically guarantee them a spot at the top no matter what. By now, Izuku was 99.9% positive that this place was going to be his grave. Midnight grinned sadistically. You got it. It's survival of the fittest with a shot for those at the bottom to seize the top. Good luck, Mr. First Place. Kill me now, Izuku managed to squeak. I see you. Inko was still crying in joy after realizing that her son had managed to get first place in the obstacle course race. She hadn't been able to tear her eyes from the screen the entire time. Mitsuki snickered as she passed her friend another tissue. That's gonna drive Katsuki nuts. He never takes losing very well. Does that mean Izu won? Eri asked, fidgeting with nervous excitement. He won the first event, Mitsuki explained to her with a smile. The UA Sports Festival is split up into 3 different events. The first this year was the obstacle course race that Izuku won. The second event is going to be this cavalry battle thing. To win the tournament, someone has to make it through the first obstacle course and cavalry battle, then win the final event. Oh, she replied. She didn't fully understand that, but she understood that Izuku still had stuff to do. What's he gotta do now? Midnight is about to explain the rules, so. Anyone home? Eri squeaked as the front door opened and was followed by an unfamiliar, male voice. She took cover behind Inko, who stopped crying just long enough to see who it was. Mitsuki's husband, Masaru, walked into the living room with a box in his hand. I brought pizza. Oh, good timing. Mitsuki grinned. They're about to explain the rules of the second game. How'd our boys do? He asked. Inko started crying in joy again. I see you. Masaru glanced from Inko to his wife. Is that a good or a bad thing? Good, Mitsuki cackled. Izuku took first place. Katsuki got in third. Masaru blinked in surprise. Really? Wow, that's great. Eri was still hiding behind Inko as she stared at Masaru anxiously. While she'd met Mitsuki before, Masaru was unfamiliar to her. He was usually still at work the few times she came by the Bakugo residence. Masaru took notice of Eri after a few moments when he started passing out the pizza on paper plates. Masaru, this is Eri, the one Katsuki and Izuku saved a few weeks ago from that villain, remember? Mitsuki prompted. Oh, Masaru exclaimed, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. That's right, I can't believe that slipped my mind. Well, hi there, Eri. I'm Masaru, Katsuki's father. Eri tried to smile just a little, but she didn't come out from her hiding place behind Inko. She would probably have felt more comfortable if Izuku was around, but he wasn't, and so she wasn't as open as she might have been. Masaru glanced at Mitsuki again in question. The woman grinned in Eri's direction a little softly. She's a bit shy, but she opens up more when Izuku is with her. I see, Masaru nodded, opting to pass a couple of plates to Inko, who was still crying tears of joy. She took them gratefully and gave one of the plates to Eri, which held upon it a piece of pizza. All right, it's gonna start soon, Mitsuki said, gluing her eyes to the TV as she took a bite of pizza. Midnight cracked her whip once more to get everyone's attention away from Izuku and his 10 million points. Listen up, kiddos. The time limit of the game is 15 minutes. As I said before, the point value of each team will be the total amount of everyone on the team, written down on a headband. The rider of each horse will be the one to wear it, like a flag bearer. Your goal is to steal as many headbands as you can until the time is up. You're restricted to wearing your headband on your neck or above, but no lower. Also, if you should lose your headband, you won't be out of the game. You can use your quirks, but remember that this is still a human cavalry game. If you attack any other group with the intent of breaking them up, that's a red card and you'll be forced to sit out for the rest of the game. And starting now, Midnight grinned. You've got 15 minutes to pick out the members of your team. Izuku had already been thinking about which people he wanted on his team from the moment the game was announced, so he immediately approached the first person he had in mind, Tenya. He called to his friend to get his attention. Tenya, can we team up? I've got a plan, but I'll need you and Ochako to pull it off. With the two of you, we'll have high mobility and I can manage defenses with my fire. As expected of you, Izuku, Tenya praised him. You clearly have a strategy planned for this event. However, I must decline. The thing is ... ever since the entrance exam, I've done nothing but lose to you. You're an amazing friend, but if I only follow you, I'll never grow myself. Katsuki and Shoto aren't your only rivals, you know, so I'll be doing my best to defeat you. His decision surprised Izuku for a few moments, but it made sense. He was the one everyone was gunning for. He was the target, the mountain, so this was what All Might felt. Deku. Izuku turned towards the familiar voice to see a huge smile he wasn't ready for. Let's team up. Ochako. Izuku cried in joy, streams of tears literally pouring from his eyes. Are you serious? Everyone is gonna be after me because of my stupid 10 million points. Yeah, it's gonna be rough, she admitted, blinding him with her cheerful face. But I'd rather team up with people I'm friends with. Izuku felt his heart thump painfully against his ribcage, causing his face to scrunch up. Are you okay? Ochako asked with legitimate concern. Your face got kinda. It's nothing ... You're just so bright I can't look at you directly. Izuku recovered from his momentary loss of bodily function and grinned at her. This rocks though, I was hoping we could team up. Now I just need someone who can match Tenya's mobility. He blinked as Izuku spotted the teen in question talking with Shoto, Momo, and Denki. His lips pursed tightly. That was going to be a strong team. But ... he had a plan. And with the right crew, Izuku knew he could make it work. He glanced at the clock. They still had just under 14 minutes to pick partners and strategize. No sense in wasting more time. Mr. First Place, I insist upon an alliance. Izuku yelped and spun around at the voice that was way too close for comfort, his eyes nearly bulging out upon seeing a pair of goggles right smack in his face. The owner of said goggles was an incredibly energetic and direct girl with pink hair. Ochako stared at her in surprise. You're that girl who flew across the pit with all that gear. Right you are, she confirmed. I'm Mei Hatsum of the support course. I don't know you, but I'd like to use your position as first place to promote my super cute baby. I'm aiming to catch the notice of big companies. And what better way than to join up with the winner of the obstacle course? All eyes are gonna be on you and I'd receive maximum attention. Or rather, my babies would. Izuku was, frankly, completely overwhelmed by just how ... in your face the girl was. He could only stare and shrink back a bit as Mei got closer and closer to explain her reasons for apparently joining his team. It didn't seem like he was going to get a choice in the matter. Ochako held her hands up in an attempt to slow the girl down. Hold on. Babies, big companies, what are you? The support course spends its time developing gear for heroes to use in the field. Gear that takes advantage of or enhances quirks. I've got tons of babies, so there's definitely going to be one that suits you. Ochako tried not to feel too annoyed by the hyperactive girl's complete disregard of her. She's got no interest in me at all, huh? Izuku suddenly recovered from his shock when Mei laid out several pieces of gear in front of him. Wait, hold up. Do you have anything that's flammable? Something that can help me increase the amount of fire I can use. My quirk lets me create and control flame, but I can't make very much of it on my own. Is that so? Mei grinned eagerly and began to tinker with a few things. I've got just the thing. It'll only take me a second to adjust. Anything in particular you're aiming for?" His brain went into full strategist mode and suddenly he knew exactly what they were doing. Izuku's eyes swept over the remaining students still looking for a team to join and locked onto the one he wanted thankfully. He had not been chosen yet, and as he went to approach him, he told May what he needed as simply as possible. "I need a flamethrower." In the hallways of the Coliseum, All Might was walking back to the teachers' seats after getting a drink. The large grin on his face wasn't just for show, he was legitimately smiling uncontrollably. Izuku had done incredibly well in the first challenge and left a huge impact on the audience. He couldn't have been prouder of his successor. Of course, this was just the first of many challenges, but All Might felt a lot more confident now that Izuku would be able to hold his own. As he walked to the stairs that would lead him up to his seat, he caught a glimpse of another man walking down, a man cloaked in flame. "Hey there," All Might called to him, causing the man's backbone to stiffen. "It's been a while, Endeavor. Let's have tea." Endeavor glanced over his shoulder, scowling at the symbol of peace. "All Might, what's it been? 10 years. I figured it'd be nice to catch up." "Take your tea somewhere else," Endeavor growled back as he started to walk down the stairs again. "I've got no interest in playing nice with you. Why so cold?" All Might appeared in front of the fiery hero in a flash of movement, forcing Endeavor to stop and glare at him. "I just wanted to ask you something." Endeavor's glare was venomous. "Okay, but I get to ask something of you for reminding me of some questions I've got." "Sure," All Might agreed, surprised frankly that Endeavor had accepted so easily. "If I may, your son Shoto has made quite the showing only by using half of his power. He's really impressed me. You must have taught him extensively." "What are you getting at?" "I want to know how you trained him so well. I'm still new at this teaching thing and I'd like to learn anything you can tell me about raising the next generation." Endeavor was silent for a few moments. "Pick your students better." "Sorry, you heard me. UAS standards have really fallen if they're accepting some of the trash I've seen today." All Might tilted his head. "I'm not sure if what young Katsuki said upset you or not, but that's no reason to assume the others aren't." "I could care less about some wet behind the ears runt who thinks he can conquer the world," Endeavor huffed dismissively. "He'll learn his place sooner or later." "No, I'm talking about that thing the school took in." All Might was silent, but Endeavor wasn't buying it if his rage-contorted face said anything. "Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. As the number 2 hero, I've got access to student profiles at UA. My turn to ask the questions. How the hell did that creature come to exist? You're a father, Endeavor. You know how babies are made. Why wasn't it terminated?" All Might felt his rare temper start to fray. "Don't confuse the boy for his father. They're nothing alike. You know damn well what it was capable of and you're defending its spawn." Endeavor spat. "It should be destroyed. People are going to say the same thing as soon as they realize what it really is. That bloodline should be dying in a cell, not participating in a tournament for aspiring heroes. That's enough. He's just a child and he wants to be a hero. I intend to help him become one." "Then you're a hypocrite, Mr. Symbol of Peace. You were the one who threw Viper into a prison. You should be the first in line to make sure all traces of him are wiped away from the world. And you should remember who dragged you to safety when you started an unnecessary fight that nearly burned down an entire city." Endeavor stiffened and glared at All Might viciously, but he didn't care. The fiery hero was really pushing it. All Might was losing his temper, but he also knew that this was not the time nor place to settle their differences. "I've lost interest in our talk. Sorry for bothering you, but let me make something as clear as I can. I will defend Izuku as if he were my own child. You threaten him at the risk of your health. Defending the world is one thing." "Oh, Symbol of Peace," Endeavor snarled. "But fighting the world is a very different matter. I won't have to do anything. Sooner or later, someone will do what should have been done long ago. I pity that someone. The rest of their life will be spent behind bars," All Might retorted before walking around Endeavor. He only made it to the top of the stairs when Endeavor spoke suddenly. "This is because of her, isn't it?" All Might didn't stop walking. "This conversation is over." Endeavor merely sneered as he heard the Symbol of Peace disappear upstairs. "Lovesick fool." Aizawa was shaken from a brief nap by Present Mike, who was as eager as ever. "Wake up, buddy. The 15 minutes dedicated to forming teams and making strategies are up. We got 13 warhorses on the field." The mummified hero studied said warhorses carefully. "Looks like we've got quite the interesting lineup. Shout those war cries from the top of your lungs and fire the signal," Mike declared. The bloodbath of the obstacle race was just the start. It's time for things to get even more brutal. "Are you ready?" Izuku tightened the band on his head, displaying over 10 million points for the other teams that all had eyes on them. "Get ready, guys. Just like we planned." "Roger," Achako replied. "Fufufu." Hatsum laughed confidently. "Understood." Fumikage nodded. 3, 2, 1, start. Immediately, virtually every team went after Izuku's, seeking the 10 million points for a surefire win. It seemed like an easy enough mark after all. Izuku's team had chosen to start in the corner of the field. Here goes. Izuku pointed Hatsume's device, which was basically a hose attached to a backpack, at the ground a few meters away, and then shot a jet of clear, gel-like liquid in a half circle in front of them. As soon as the line of gel was established, Izuku tossed a fireball at it, and a curtain of emerald fire 10 feet high roared to life. Shit. Tetsu of 1B snarled as his horse was forced to come to a stop. Damn support course. Is that napalm? Toru shrieked from atop her own horse. Phew. It's a fuel I developed to power some of my babies, but it can be used like napalm. They cackled in glee. See, you big companies. Even my sources of energy are quite adaptable. Oh, that's gotta burn. The 10 million points is literally under fire. We're gonna need a few dozen buckets of ice water over here, Mike exclaimed. Izuku snapped as soon as the barrier was protecting them from the other students. Fumigage. On to phase 2. Fumigage nodded. Dark shadow. Aye. The shadowy creature agreed as it extended, reaching around Izuku to fiddle with the backpack. They instructed Dark Shadow while Izuku continued to build up on their defensive plan. Achako, make me float, but keep a grip on me. You're the boss. Achako grinned, lightening the load on all of them by making Izuku weightless. The goal of that move was to give them an escape route in case someone did break through the barrier, and also to help Achako, Mei, and Fumigage conserve their strength. While Izuku's team was busy operating behind the wall of flame, Katsuki eyed the barrier with annoyance. Yeah, I figured Deku made some master plan. Bastard had too much time to plot. What do we do? Hanta grumbled to his left. The 10 million points are out of reach. Can't you blast through the fire or something? No point. He's gotta have a countermove in case I go after him, Katsuki retorted. Icy Hot's already taking the bait, see? Shoto's team was prowling along the edge of the flames, trying to find a way through, but Katsuki knew it wouldn't be so simple. This kind of strategic game was right up Izuku's alley, and there was no way in hell he was going to settle for just one line of defense. No, he had to have a strategy that would stall. Izuku had time on his side. The game was pretty short, and he'd no doubt come up with ways to counter his enemies. Whoever went after him would be playing by his rules, and they wouldn't have the time to win. Katsuki knew that if he'd had a bit more time, he probably could have outplayed Izuku and taken his points. But he wasn't willing to put all his eggs in that one basket. Forget Deku. If Icy Hot somehow gets the 10 million, we'll hijack it from him, but I'm not wasting my time on that bullshit. Besides, Katsuki grinned viciously. There's plenty of gold mines around here that we can pillage. You know, looking at you it isn't obvious, but you're a pretty good strategist yourself, ain't ya? Ijiru snickered in front of him. The hell does that mean, hair for brains? Mitsuki grinned at the television as they watched Izuku and Katsuki begin to execute their individual plans for the competition. I had a feeling they'd go all strategy mode for this game. Look at them, they're acting like they own the place. I don't understand why they didn't team up. Inko frowned. They didn't even talk to each other when they were picking teams. They both probably figured that their quirks aren't compatible for a game like this, Masaru told her. Both of them need their hands to make their quirks work effectively, and this game makes it so only one of them would have full use of their ability. Inko inclined her head slightly, though her frown remained. Mitsuki added on to her husband's reassurances. You know how they are, Inko. Whenever they're playing those strategy games on their computers, they're always talking about how they're going to adapt in different situations as the game goes on. They know each other well enough to understand when their skill sets are going to work well or clash, and they must have decided that for this game, they couldn't do their best by working together. I suppose so, Inko sighed. Mitsuki glanced around Inko at the little girl watching the television. What do you think? Eri, for the moment, was completely glued to the screen and didn't hear a word Mitsuki said, prompting a snigger from the Bakugo matriarch. She's already picking up on their bad habits. Izuku held his left hand out towards the curtain of flames between them and the other teams and carefully began to manipulate his power. He could see at least 3 or 4 teams waiting to ambush them, but they were going to be very disappointed if they thought the flames were his sole defense. He slowly twisted his hand to the left, as though he were adjusting the temperature of an oven burner with one of the knobs. It took a lot of concentration because this was a new skill he'd been working on that had yet to be perfected. If he screwed this up, it would weaken their primary defense too much and leave them open to attack. Fumigage glanced back up at him and spotted the motion. What are you doing? Lowering the temperature, Izuku replied shortly. Colder flames become darker so they can absorb heat easier. If they get dark enough, Dark Shadow will get stronger and our defense will improve overall. The falcon-headed teenager stared at his leader in complete surprise. He'd somewhat expected that Izuku would have an in-depth strategy to keep them going this game, but he hadn't expected this. I told him about Dark Shadow's weakness not 20 minutes ago and he's already developed a way to bolster it. Fumigage remembered their first training exercise at UA, recalling how Katsuki had described Izuku's strategic thinking during his team fight. So this is what he meant. How are things going, Mei? Izuku asked. The backup is done. She responded. We're good to go. What's the next step? Get the flamethrower ready for Dark Shadow. Izuku grinned confidently, surprising the rest of his team. We're going on the offensive. Wait, what? Ochako squeaked in surprise. I thought we were staying behind the fire. Oh, we are, he confirmed. But I want to discourage anyone from getting any ideas of breaching the wall. We'll poke them from under our fire. They prep the flamethrower to repair any holes in our defense. I'm going to try and blast Shoto's team first. Roger that. Ochako stared up at Izuku while he continued their strategy. He was grinning wildly, his usually hidden confidence out in full view. His eyes were alight and eager for battle. His hands were clenched, as though he couldn't wait to fight. Frankly, he looked a lot like Katsuki. Speaking of which, Katsuki Bakugo's team is on a rampage. Present Mike howled excitedly. Look at them go. You're getting awfully biased there, Eraserhead retorted. He had to admit though, Katsuki's strategy was working like a charm. Katsuki Bakugo was known for being flashy if nothing else, and in true Katsuki fashion, he had devised a plan as flashy as possible. For Katsuki had basically become an explosive human whip, and he was absolutely destroying anything in his way. The attack would begin like this. Katsuki would jump off of his horse and fly to the nearest team with his explosion. Before they even knew what was happening, he used his stun grenade technique in midair to completely disorient the entire team, and then proceeded to steal their headband. Hanta would then reel his leader back in with his tape and return Katsuki to the horse. Ijiru would take most of Katsuki's weight and the impact of his return so that Mina could fire off streams of acid with one hand and block the path of any team trying to reclaim their headband. It was stupidly daring, completely ridiculous, and utterly infuriating for the enemy teams, and Katsuki was having the time of his effing life. Hell yeah, Katsuki cackled wildly as he returned to the horse with another headband. Get wrecked, you noobs. Mina rolled her eyes, but she was still smirking. You are such an ass. We're winning this, though, Ijiru told her. Check it out. We already passed up Shoto's team. The only one ahead of us is Izuku. Deku doesn't count, Katsuki sneered, cracking his knuckles. We're in first place for all I care. All I want is to put Icy Hot in his place on rock effing bottom. Now, who's next? Hanta glanced around. What about whoa, look out. Katsuki whipped his head up just in time to see a fireball go sailing over the curtain of flame blocking Izuku's team from the others. It was actually quite small, but that was made up for by the fact that nearly a dozen more fireballs followed after it and proceeded to rain down on the enemy teams trying to find a way through the flame shield. Said teams were forced to scramble away in order to avoid the shots, but they were meant to annoy them more than anything. One of them came sailing towards Katsuki's team and he merely sneered and blew it away with an explosion. Deku's getting too excited back there if he's starting to throw shots at the other teams. Hair for brains, keep an eye out for more of those missiles. If he gets ambitious, we'll jump the 10 million points just for good measure. Katsuki knew that was unlikely, though. Izuku certainly had a confident side, but he was really good at keeping it under control. If anything, he'd use his apparent overconfidence as a way to bait enemy teams and then crush them. They had been playing strategy games together for a very long time. If Katsuki had learned one thing by now, it was this: Izuku would turn your world inside out if you played his game. Katsuki would not make the mistake of getting too greedy by going after Izuku and triggering whatever freakish traps he had laid in wait for them. The explosive teen took a brief glance at the clock. Less than 5 minutes remaining. This was going to be where the crazy plays started coming out. Raccoon eyes, keep up the defensive acid, Katsuki decided. Hair for brains, same to you. Defend. Soy sauce face, if someone gets ambitious, tape them so I can go in for the kill. We're waiting for someone else to poke the sleeping bear behind those flames before we make a move. My name is Mina, the acidic teen retorted. And wouldn't it be better if we just defended and waited for the game to end? Yeah man, we've got this, Ijiru added, glancing up at his leader. Why not just hold out until it's over? Katsuki bared his teeth aggressively. It ain't gonna play out like that. Someone's gonna get desperate as the clock winds down and hit the beehive with a effing baseball bat. Then everything is gonna go to hell. All Might was tapping his foot incessantly on the ground as he watched. Barely 4 minutes were left on the clock now. This was going to be where things got ugly. Izuku had been playing defensively for most of this game and it had worked early on. He'd poked at the other teams on the other side with those little fireballs, discouraging them or irritating them to the point of giving up and looking for points elsewhere. It had worked so far. It was a good plan. But now Shoto and his team were getting desperate and All Might knew a big move was coming from them. Izuku had effectively locked them out and the only way they were getting in was with a battering ram. And Shoto had a battering ram on his right side. Shoto, are you sure about this? Momo asked. She wanted the 10 million points as badly as he did. But they were still guaranteed a spot in the top 4 with their current point value. Katsuki's team had pulled ahead. But the next best team was still several hundred points behind them. They still had a good margin of error in case they weren't able to get the 10 million points. Shoto was beyond frustrated by Izuku's successful defense and the way he had thwarted every attempt to break in. If he tried to freeze the ground and smother the flames, Izuku either fired more of that napalm stuff or he made the temperature rise until the fire was white hot and made his ice useless. That also tended to create a thick layer of hot steam that would further repel his advances. His own fire wouldn't do anything. Denki's electricity could do nothing. Tenya couldn't run through the flames. Not only was it suicidal, but they were damn sure Izuku had something planned for them in case they did try it. Momo had managed to temporarily stop a section of the flames by creating a fireproof tarp. But the moment the flames went down, Dark Shadow lunged through the gap and just threw the tarp away whilst throwing a sucker punch at Shoto. Fumigage's defenses. Bolstered by Izuku and his temperature control to keep the flames and thus the area where Dark Shadow was dark, was a formidable tool. It was ridiculous. Shoto had thought he'd be able to break through the wall in the first 5 minutes, but now there were just 3 minutes left and he was running out of ideas. Izuku seemed bound and determined to counter every single plan he came up with and deny all opportunities to steal his massive bounty. Even more infuriating was that when Momo had temporarily broken through the wall, Shoto had gotten a good look at Izuku's face. He'd been smirking, as though he knew their attempt to break in was useless and wouldn't work. The look on his face made Shoto's blood boil. Was he being taunted? He'd thought the boy had been rattled by his challenge before the event began. But now he wasn't so sure. Izuku seemed more than happy to just figuratively throw a middle finger at him every time Shoto tried to get to the 10 million points. Every single time, I'm sure, he told Momo. We're breaking in and taking those points. Tenya, are you ready? I'm ready. Denki, let's do this. Shoto hoisted the 2 cloaks Momo had created, one to block flame, the other to block lightning. They twisted their horse so that Shoto had a clear line of sight to use his eyes. Now, Shoto unleashed a glacial assault upon the curtain of fire. It wasn't just a little this time, or enough to smother the flames. No, in an instant, he created a massive wall of ice that completely swallowed up the fires faster than they could burn. But he was careful to leave a single, small opening for them to get in. Of course, said opening was still on fire. He threw the heat retardant cloak over Tenya, and then used the electricity blocking one to protect himself, Tenya, and Momo from the next stage of their plan. Tenya blasted through the wall of flames, safe thanks to the heat-resistant properties of his cloak and getting his team to the other side before anyone could be burned. As soon as they were on the other side, Denki unloaded a huge burst of lightning, frying anything he could reach. As soon as the shock was over, which only lasted a couple of seconds, Shoto threw the cloaks off and lunged towards Izuku's team. Get them, Shoto, Momo shouted in alarm. Shoto whipped his head up and froze for 2 reasons. 1. Because Izuku was floating about 20 feet in the air, surrounded by a ring of fire he'd somehow managed to save from his instantaneous freeze. And 2. Because Dark Shadow was easily 5 times his original size now and was looming over them, having blocked Denki's electric assault with only mild difficulty. Unbeknownst to Shoto's team, the huge wall of ice he created to smother Izuku's flames was a lot better at making shade than Izuku's dark fire. He had unwittingly empowered Dark Shadow and completely negated their attempt at a break-in. Now between Shoto and the 10 million points was a much bigger and stronger Dark Shadow than he'd anticipated. Fumigage, Mei, Ochako, and a floating Izuku with plenty of fire for him to defend with. Suddenly, they were trapped. A wall of ice and fire behind them, a huge, dark monster in front, and a floating pyromancer with an aptitude for outplaying every single move they made. This had been a huge mistake. Izuku had completely outsmarted them. He had expected Shoto to do something big and break in and, by sheer luck, found a way to twist that to his own favor. He couldn't have known for certain that Dark Shadow would be empowered by the break-in attempt, after all. But nobody ever said luck wasn't a part of victory. Fumigage immediately went on the offensive. Dark Shadow trapped them against the wall. Damn straight, Dark Shadow shrieked in triumph, arrogant and eager now that he was really juiced from all the shade around them. Shoto could see Izuku above them, getting his fire to spin rapidly as though he were planning something. He had no choice now. They were in such a bad spot that defense was the only option remaining. He stabbed a spear of ice into the ground and as quickly as he could, created a shell around him and his team. It meant they were trapped in a cave of ice against the wall with no way out. But it kept them safe from losing their points. Dark Shadow slammed his massive claws into the ice. But it was too thick to break through with his current strength, so the creature only leered at them through the glassy ice and hissed in frustration. Holy crap, Denki gulped. That was almost really bad. Shoto, Tenya glanced at him over his shoulder. Shoto grit his teeth. We were baited. He knew we would do this. Break in somehow. Damn him, Momo sighed. We've got enough points on our own to get into the last round. We'll remain here until the game ends so that Dark Shadow can't reach us. If he breaks through the shell, Izuku will no doubt have a plan to steal our headband. Shoto nodded, laying his forehead against the ice in frustration. Izuku was becoming more and more of a problem than he'd initially thought. His fists clenched and the look in his eyes darkened. He'd have to shut him down during the fighting part of the tournament. Nothing less would satisfy him. If he defeated that flame, Endeavor would be completely shunned from his life. Izuku let out a breath as he watched Shoto's team hide behind a shell of ice. He hadn't expected the trap to work out so well, nor for Dark Shadow to get so powerful from Shoto's own assault, but he'd take what luck he could get. He glanced at the clock on the big screen. Less than a minute left now. Look out! Ochako shrieked from below. Izuku whipped back around in midair and blanched. Katsuki was flying down at him and nearly within striking range. Whoa, heads up. KATSUKI is going for the 10 million. This could be it. Present Mike screamed. The Coliseum started going wild, and all eyes were on the two teenagers literally flying 30 feet in the air above the rest of the chaos. Give me that. Katsuki roared at Izuku from mere feet away. Izuku wound his hand back, gathering his flames around his right arm, and struck at Katsuki in order to repel him. Katsuki countered by generating a huge explosion from his palms. The blast drove them apart, but Katsuki fired off a couple of explosions to regain his aerial control before he lunged at Izuku again. Izuku, however, couldn't control his flight as well. He could push off with his flames, but he was only floating thanks to Ochako's quirk. Izuku shot a stream of fire towards his friend, but Katsuki only repelled himself with another blast around it and reached out. His fingers wrapped around the headband, and he ripped it from Izuku's forehead. He got it. He got it. Mike screeched. Katsuki immediately began launching himself up to get back to his team, but he wasn't expecting the headband to be ripped from his grasp. He snapped his eyes towards Izuku and spotted a thin, transparent line, which had been tied around the headband itself, reeling in the stolen goods back to their original owner. That had been the backup plan in case they somehow lost the points. The retractable line was a feature of May's backpack, and it instantly retrieved the team's lifeline to the final event. He took it back. Mike was losing his mind and Eraserhead was steadily losing his hearing. I can't believe it. Izuku snatched the headband out of the air with his hand and propelled himself with his fire back towards his team, never once taking his eyes off of Katsuki. Katsuki wanted to lunge at Izuku again, but he got a brief glance at the clock. 13 seconds left. It wasn't worth the risk, he decided. Izuku was almost back to his team and Dark Shadow was now aware of his presence. He snarled, blasting himself back over the wall of ice before Izuku and Fumikage could take advantage of his vulnerability in the air, alone and without his team to back him up. There was no point in getting frustrated over it, he knew, even if it still pissed him off a lot. In the first place, this had been only an optional assault in Katsuki's eyes, an opportunity he could take, but he'd still win regardless. He'd already secured a spot in the final round with the amount of points he'd hijacked from other teams. Icy Hot was trapped under Dark Shadow's threat and, as far as Katsuki was concerned, he'd won the game. With any luck, Icy Hot wouldn't have enough points to make it through to the last round. Wouldn't that just be the cherry on top? Katsuki made it back to his team just as the siren sounded the end, sneering confidently. This had been his game. He had stomped on these noobs with his own strategic thinking and damn it, first place was his. Izuku didn't count right now. Katsuki had shown the crowd that he was the real monster in this tournament, the one to look out for, because he would obliterate anyone in his way. Damn it. Time's up, Mike announced as the siren rang. What a wild game. The anticipation, the action, the plays. The bar couldn't be higher for the final round of this tournament. Now, let's announce the 4 teams continuing into the finals. First place goes to Team Izuku. By some miracle, and with some of the best defensive strategies we've seen here, they held on to the 10 million points with ease. Second place to Team Katsuki. Their aggression and teamwork were all on point. They were definitely the warlords of this game. The lead they have on the other teams is nuts. Third place goes to Team Tetsu. Wait, what? Third place is Team Hitoshi. Where the heck did they come from? For real? What? And in fourth place is Team Shoto. They had some great firepower, but they lost their gamble to go after the 10 million points while everyone else was duking it out. Luckily, their base point value is still enough to get them into the finals. We're gonna take an hour-long break for lunch. Everyone give your hearts a chance to settle down. You're gonna need it. Hey, Eraser, let's go get food. Eraser only grumbled over the mic. I'm taking a nap. Yes. Mitsuki jumped up and yelled at the top of her lungs. Yes, yes, yes. Get wrecked, all of you. My boys run this joint. Get good or get out. Inko wailed joyfully, tears flying from her eyes at an accelerated rate. Masaru took a few steps away from the shrieking women and sipped his coffee, smiling into the drink. Partly because of Katsuki and Izuku winning, partly because of Mitsuki and Inko losing their minds, but also for one other reason. Eri was jumping up and down on the couch whilst uncontrollably squealing, and it was the most adorably funny thing he'd seen in a long time. We won, Ochako screamed and threw her arms around Izuku to spin him around. We want. DKU, we won. Uhu. Izuku's brain was currently short-circuiting because a girl was hugging him and laughing and spinning him around, and what in the actual 7 levels of hell was going on right now? Wait, what? Blue error screen. Fumikage watched Ochako celebrate while Izuku's face went bright red and he basically fainted from their proximity with some amusement. Dark Shadow was growing more timid as Shoto melted the icy wall with his flame half, but he was quite proud of himself as well. Mei was already busy working on the backpack she'd loaned to Izuku, tweaking the parts single-mindedly. Shoto's team were released from their icy cavern after a few moments and, while relieved that they'd won a spot in the finals, were also somewhat disappointed by the result. Shoto especially was looking forlorn. Shoto clenched his fist and stalked towards the lockers. That's the last time I play into your hands like this, Izuku. You won't be leaving this place in victory, I assure you. Ochako placed Izuku down and started waving at his face when he failed to respond. After all, his face was still bright red. Steam was coming from his eyes, and he felt like his brain was telling him a million different things in multiple languages that he didn't understand. What the hell, did you break him? Katsuki and his team came over, all of them looking rather satisfied with themselves. Their leader, as cocky and arrogant as ever, slapped Izuku on the shoulder and caused him to yelp back into reality. The teen spun towards Katsuki, who smirked at him. I see you survived. You made that kinda iffy at the end, you know, Izuku muttered. I ain't your buddy in this tournament. I told you that, Katsuki retorted. But whatever. Good job making icy hot curl into a ball. That was really, really satisfying to see. Izuku frowned. I still think you're being too hard on him. Well, I don't. Katsuki waved him off, slung an arm around his shoulder, and led their teams back to the lockers. Come on, let's get some food. I'm starving, damn it. They were making their way to the lunchroom, chatting with the rest of their class and some members of Class B about the final round. Most of the conversation was directed towards Izuku and Katsuki, the apparent strategic masterminds of the last game. A lot of the students were wondering just how in the hell they'd come up with such insane plays. Katsuki was soaking up the attention and answering with all the arrogance one would expect from him, while Izuku was, as usual, more humble and a lot more nervous about being the center of attention. He couldn't say he totally disliked it, though. Unfortunately, the pleasantries had to take a backseat when the group of students turned the corner to the lunchroom and found a tall, intimidating figure blocking their path. Endeavor. Izuku's face went white, but Katsuki's eyes narrowed. The hell do you want? The fiery hero locked onto Izuku and Katsuki like a wolf locked onto sheep and grunted at them. Come with me for a moment, the both of you. I've got some things to say. Katsuki scowled at Endeavor, who had been staring at the pair of them in silence for nearly a minute. They were standing in a quiet hall, Endeavor on one side leaning against the wall, Izuku and Katsuki on the other. Izuku was cringing in a timid silence while his friend only seemed more irritated by the second. Well, spill your guts already, you're wasting our time. Annoyance flickered in Endeavor's eyes. Learn to respect your elders, boy. I may be a stranger to you, but I'm still the number 2 hero. Cool story. But if you're just going to stare at us, we're leaving, Katsuki retorted. We've only got an hour for lunch before the final event. In a rush, are we? The fiery hero almost looked amused. Well, that's fine. I only wished to tell you to make a better showing to the masses. You've got power, boy. But if you don't show the proper etiquette and respect, you'll be nothing more than a flashy troublemaker at the bottom of the pecking order. My son, Shoto, may be acting like a fool right now, refusing to use his heat side, but he's made a better overall showing for the pros than you. Pro heroes aren't interested in arrogant brats who disrespect those around them. Katsuki recognized the verbal dressing down as legitimate advice, though he still found it irritating to swallow given who it was coming from. He crossed his arms tightly. I'll keep it in mind. Good, Endeavor grunted. Off with you, now. I've got something to say to this one as well. In private. No, Katsuki immediately refused with a growl that made Endeavor raise an eyebrow. Whatever you say to him, you can say to me. Katsuki, it's okay, Izuku said nervously. There's not a chance in all 7 levels of hell that I'm leaving you alone with him, Katsuki snarled, cutting off any more protests from Izuku. You know exactly how I feel about that. He can spit out what he wants to say with me here or not at all. It's none of your business, boy, Endeavor told him firmly. The hell it isn't, he retorted. Endeavor was getting more and more incensed by Katsuki's tone, and Izuku finally drew a line before his friend said something that could make the situation escalate more. Katsuki, it'll only be for a minute. I'll be right back, okay? Just ... keep a seat for me at lunch. Katsuki scowled at that and Izuku thought he would refuse again. But the teen only snarled and spun away. Fine, but he better F off real effing quick. The explosive teen stomped off, casting one last glare at Endeavor on his way out. The fiery hero snorted. Such a rude child. He'll learn his place, soon enough. Katsuki's just protective. Izuku defended his friend. Protective. I wonder if that will change once he finds out about you. Izuku shrank against the wall as Endeavor loomed over him. That was quite the quirk you showed off in the last 2 events. But those green flames are from the devil itself. The fiery hero's voice lowered into a deep growl. I know what you are. I know where that flame comes from. I've seen what it can do. You want to be a hero. Do yourself and the rest of the world a service and spare us all from learning that Viper has a legacy. Izuku avoided looking him in the eye. I am not that guy. You think the world will care? Endeavor scoffed. Your very existence upsets the balance of peace. The people will reject your dream of being a hero. Not even All Might will be able to stop that. And once word spreads, less savory individuals will no doubt try to claim you for their own purposes. I've seen your type before. You put on a brave front, but you're terrified, aren't you? You have no idea what's going to be waiting for you if you go down this path. Boy, can you really stay good? Can you stand all the pressure that's going to be put on you? Endeavor pulled back and glared at him as he turned away. If the answer to any of that is no, then give up. Go home, boy. You have no place in the world of heroes. He began to leave, but Izuku suddenly burst out. No wonder Shoto said he hates you. Endeavor stopped dead and glanced over his shoulder at Izuku. The boy was staring at him with fear, and chills went down his spine as the fiery hero only sneered. Shoto is going through a rebellious phase. He'll learn, one way or another. You won't be getting any second chances once you make a mistake. Endeavor left. Izuku slowly slid down the wall into the floor, feeling a cold, abyssal black hole form in his stomach. The air was too thick for him to breathe. He curled up, hugging his knees and trying desperately to calm himself, but it wasn't working. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, just trying to breathe while his flesh started to become clammy and cold, because everything Endeavor said was right, and he'd called Izuku out on it. He knew all too well that his power wouldn't be accepted by society, and Izuku would never want All Might to risk his reputation just to defend him. Villains might even pursue him once they learned Heat Viper had a child out and about with his quirk, and it scared him. It scared him so much he tried to never think about it, ever. Now Endeavor had reminded him that today, if people realized what his quirk really was, his entire world was going to be thrown into chaos. I'm gonna murder him. Izuku jumped and suddenly became aware of several people crowding around him. The vicious snarl was from Katsuki, who was glaring down the hall where Endeavor had disappeared. His hands were clenched, as though he were envisioning himself throttling the fiery hero. Whoa man, maybe not get yourself killed picking a fight with the number 2 hero. That was Hanta, who set a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. That sack of Sid has it coming, Katsuki hissed. SHH. Izuku flinched at the shushing sound that was much too close for comfort. But he couldn't shy away because he was already crammed against the wall. He froze as a pair of soft hands gently took his in their grasp, uncurling them from around his knees. Pink filled his vision and he realized Mina was crouching in front of him, watching him carefully. Izuku, it's okay. Breathe. He wheezed, unable to say more without any oxygen in his lungs. Mina shook her head, her voice low and gentle. SHH. Just breathe. Achako stared at Izuku with worry in her eyes. Is he going to be okay? He'll be fine, just give him a moment of quiet, Ijiru assured her. Mina's good at this. Mina glanced at them. We need space. Go around the corner for a bit, I'll call you back. Katsuki looked like he wanted to protest, but he knew he was no good at this. Whenever Izuku got like this in middle school, he had to run for the nurse because he just didn't know how to handle him, and it infuriated him that he felt so helpless, but he obeyed because he knew Izuku needed to settle down, and for that, he needed quiet. Tenya nodded briefly. Tell us if we need recovery, girl. Will do. Mina shooed them away with a short jerk of her head and sat down in front of Izuku, still holding his hands and slowly rubbing circles into his palms. She had her arms stretched to give him as much space as she could afford, but stayed close in case he needed more contact. It varied from person to person. The few times she'd done this for Ijiru, he preferred some distance. She didn't know how to handle Izuku. Katsuki might have been able to tell her, but Mina was good at working with people. She had a feeling he might prefer a little more contact than her hard-headed friend, but she also didn't want him feeling claustrophobic. There was a careful balance she needed to find to help him as best she could. Izuku swallowed and tried to speak again. How long? He wheezed again and she gently shushed him. SHH. Don't talk. You just focus on breathing, okay? It's all right. Take your time. Gratefully, Izuku slumped against the wall and closed his eyes, trying to stop the wheezing and catch his breath. Mina continued to rub gentle circles into his hands and watched him closely. It took a while. How long exactly, he wasn't sure, but Izuku was finally able to breathe again after a time. He opened his eyes to see Mina still there, amber eyes soft, but careful to watch for his reaction. The physical contact was alien, but not unwanted. I'm sorry, he croaked. You've got nothing to be sorry for, she soothed. She released his hands for a moment, which disappointed him a little, until Izuku froze as her hands cupped his cheeks. Mina looked at him, smiling, but still cautiously watching for any negative reaction. Do you need recovery, girl? He glanced away from her, feeling his cheeks burn at the proximity. And no, I'm okay now. You're not okay, Mina thought, but she knew better than to tell him that. He wasn't stable enough right now for that kind of conversation. She tried a different topic. Can you eat lunch? I think so, he replied slowly. His eyes were a little glazed, and that was a red flag to Mina that he still wasn't 100% there. He'd calmed, but he wasn't completely stable yet. He needed quiet. She glanced at the clock down the hall and chewed her lip thoughtfully. 35 minutes before the final round of the tournament began. She released his cheeks and took one of his hands again with hers, squeezing it while she zipped her phone out of her pocket. What do you want to eat? I mean, a sandwich. He probably needed more with all the energy he'd used up in the last 2 events. But Mina also knew he likely couldn't stomach that much right now. She typed in a quick text and sent it off before shoving her phone back into its place in her pocket. Izuku, do you think you can stand? Maybe. Mina got up and took both of his hands, squeezing them gently again. Let's get you up, okay. Izuku slowly nodded and pushed up as Mina pulled him onto his feet. She watched to make sure he was steady, then nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's go. Where? Lunch, she replied. Mina took Izuku to Recovery Girl's temporary office, which gave him pause, but she reassured him that it was the quietest place in the Coliseum for the moment. The old heroine was completely alright with them staying for a bit, plus she noticed Izuku's state almost immediately and kept a close eye on him. She understood why Mina had brought Izuku here and also that he needed peace for a while. They had a few minutes of quiet until someone knocked on the door and in strolled Katsuki, Ochako, Tenya, and Ijiru. Each had a platter of food in their hands, though Katsuki and Ijiru each had 2. Katsuki set the platter down beside Izuku, as he was sitting on one of the infirmary beds. Eat. Izuku nodded meekly. Thanks. Hanta went back to the lunch hall to tell the others we're gonna eat elsewhere, Ijiru said as he handed a platter to Mina, who greedily seized the food. Cool, Mina replied as she bit into a slice of pizza. Recovery Girl sighed from her desk. Make sure you lot keep it down. This is an infirmary, not a lunch hall. Yes, ma'am, Ochako said politely, sitting in one of the chairs to eat. She looked up at Izuku anxiously. Are you feeling better? Izuku nodded after swallowing a small bite of his sandwich. Sorry about that. I kinda lost my cool, I guess. I see. Ochako frowned for a moment. Deku, what? She paused as she caught a glimpse of Mina, who was waving at her to stop asking that particular question. Izuku didn't need to be queried about it right now. He had just settled down, and putting him on edge again by reminding him of what had set him off would not help. What do you think of the finals? She changed the direction of the conversation. Mina gave her a thumbs up. Izuku stopped eating for a moment and thought about it, visibly wilting a little. Actually, I was thinking of walking out here. Tenya looked shocked. What? Why? You've performed excellently thus far. You're one of the leaders everyone is looking forward to seeing in the finals. I know, He rubbed the back of his head nervously. I don't think I can keep going in front of all these people. It's so much pressure. Don't you at least want to try? Ijiru asked. I mean, you shut down Shoto's team pretty easily. No offense, Tenya. None taken. That was different, he replied. They had a bunch of gear set up for me to take advantage of. I don't think I can beat Shoto or the others in a one-on-one fight. Recovery Girl surprised them by speaking up. It's your decision, Sonny. You know your limitations better than anyone else. Are you overheating? Izuku stopped and actually took a moment to assess his temperature. He felt a little warmer than normal, but it wasn't too bad. Maybe a bit, but you didn't break any bones in this round, did you? No, Recovery Girl hummed for a moment. It doesn't have to be physical, you know. If you just aren't feeling well, say the word and I'll have you pulled out of the finals. Wait, are you saying he should drop out? Ijiru looked stunned. The old woman huffed. I am not. But I also need to make clear to all of you that you shouldn't let others pressure you into doing something you're not ready for or comfortable with. Izuku, if you don't feel that you're ready for this, there's no shame in walking out of the tournament. At this point, you've already left a huge impression. Even if you hadn't, you've performed excellently so far. Some people just don't like the spotlight, and that's completely fine. Do you know what Mr. Aizawa did every time this tournament rolled around? What? He did just the first, sometimes second part of the tournament, then walked to the lockers and slept through the rest. Ochako snorted. That actually sounds like something he'd do. This kind of tournament isn't designed for everyone. Yes, it's a great opportunity for aspiring heroes in UA, but the other schools don't participate in this and they still pump out quality heroes. This is a national event, so a lot more pressure is put on it, but that doesn't mean everyone can or even should force themselves to do it. Izuku bit his lip. He was really thinking about doing it. It would be so easy to tell Recovery Girl that he wasn't up for the finals. He could avoid the whole last event, the possibility of revealing his quirk to thousands of people and still be selected by a hero office for an internship. It sounded so ideal when he thought of it. But Katsuki probably wouldn't talk to him for the rest of the year. The rest of his classmates would be disappointed or feel he wasn't trying hard enough to be a hero like the rest of them. All Might would probably understand, but Izuku had promised the man that he'd announce his arrival to the world of heroes here. He'd certainly done that. And yet, somehow, it didn't feel like it would be enough, and that thought scared him. Recovery Girl had just said he shouldn't give in to the pressure, but how could he not in this situation? He wasn't aiming to be like Mr. Aizawa. He was aiming to be like All Might. He had to push himself, even if it made him uncomfortable and scared the hell out of him. I'm going to stay in, he decided with a shaky breath. Recovery Girl dipped her head. If that's what you really want, tell me if you change your mind. Thanks, Izuku said honestly. Lunch passed incredibly slowly for him. The ball of dread in his stomach only grew stronger all the while. He had a really bad feeling about this. But he said nothing. The finals are coming around. Mitsuki remarked as she took a bite of pizza, watching the recaps of the last two events on television. It's basically just a big fighting tournament this year, right? Inko nodded worriedly. It's like that most years unless something comes up. I hope the boys will be okay. Masaru snorted. Katsuki's probably going to have the time of his life. He loves fighting. Izuku, I'm sure he'll be fine. He's smart enough to work his way around a fight. But what about? Inko trailed off. I'm scared of what might happen if he has to use his quirk in an all-out fight. There are so many people in that coliseum. Mitsuki considered her worries in silence for a moment. I think he'll be okay. All Might's there, remember. He'll keep Izuku safe if word gets out during the fight. Inko bit her lip. But what happens after that? He's just a boy. What if it's too much for him? Masaru glanced over his shoulder towards the kitchen, where he was raiding the fridge for a juice box, blissfully unaware of the seriousness of their conversation. If Izuku's real heritage was discovered during the fight, he had a feeling he would have to be Izuku's caretaker for a bit. A brainwashing quirk. He was up against a guy with a brainwashing quirk. Katsuki had called it even before the tournament started. This guy, Hitoshi Shinso, was one of the UA students who got boxed into general education because his quirk wasn't suited to the entrance exam. But it was still ridiculously overpowered. If he said so much as a word in response, Masaru had warned him before the fight, his mind would instantly be under Hitoshi's control. That was easily one of the most frightening quirks Izuku had ever encountered. He had taken control of Masaru, Yuga, and another student from Class B as though it were a second thought during the last event. And the resulting memory loss experienced by Masaru and the Class B boy was enough to convince them that they didn't deserve to participate in the last event. As a result of that, Tetsu and Ibara from Class B took their spots in the finals. Hitoshi's quirk was definitely hero tier. With one word, he could convince kidnappers to release hostages, murderers to turn themselves in, and robbers to simply leave a bank, or tell him to turn around and walk out of the battlefield. Whoa, what's going on? Present Mike demanded. Not 10 seconds after midnight announced the beginning of the first fight. Izuku's not moving an inch. He's just sitting there like a gaping fish. Did Hitoshi already hit him with his quirk? I didn't see anything. This is why I've been saying the entrance exam is illogical, Aizawa grunted. Hitoshi's quirk is actually quite powerful, but it's got no use against robotic enemies, like my quirk. There's just no way for someone to pass an exam like that even with a quirk as strong as his. Hitoshi was half glaring at Izuku, the dark bags under his eyes giving him an almost frightening appearance. It must be nice to be so blessed. Izuku, now do me a favor, turn around and walk out of bounds. And as though it were the most obvious thing in the world, Izuku turned and began walking for the boundary line. Inwardly, Izuku was shrieking for a way out. His head felt fuzzy and he couldn't control his motor functions. But he still had cognitive thought. He just couldn't convince his body to stop what it was doing and listen to him. Even though Masaru had warned him, he'd still taken the bait from Hitoshi's taunt. All of a sudden, he found himself stopping in place. He had tunnel vision because of how fuzzy his mind was. And at the focal point of it all emerged what seemed to be a dark abyss. Within the abyss were 8 pairs of eyes, each glowing a unique color. For a moment, he felt control come back to his body. But before he could do anything, the abyss of darkness grew deeper. The eyes vanished, swallowed up within the blackness, and Izuku felt his blood go cold. A primal chill crawled up his spine as a voice, soft as a breeze, but more terrifying than anything he'd ever heard, breathed into his ear. You are mine. Emerald covered his vision for an instant and disappeared within a split second. Izuku's flames had erupted out of sheer instinct, covering him from head to toe, but they vanished so quickly that nobody was able to see the horns that popped up for just a moment. Izuku stopped at the edge of the line, gasping for breath, sweating, and shivering as though he'd just run for his life. Whoa! Present Mike jumped from the unexpected and short burst of green fire. Wait, what? Izuku stopped in his tracks. Aizawa raised an eyebrow curiously. He snapped out of it on his own. Izuku almost dropped to his knees. He was shaking so badly. He had no idea what just happened, but it had instilled such terror in him that he couldn't even think for a moment. Fortunately for him, his miraculous escape from the brainwashing shocked Hitoshi just as much. How did you? Hitoshi trailed off, stunned. His voice jerked Izuku back to reality, and the boy spun back around, a wild look in his eyes. Izuku regained his mental function from that, but even so he had to slow his thought process down from the roller coaster of sensory information going through him. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he mentally chanted. I can't say another word or he's going to win. Gotta breathe, gotta slow down for a second. He started taking deep breaths, gradually getting himself back into a more controlled state. Hitoshi could see what he was doing and mentally cursed. He's not gonna fall for that twice, but he's still shocked from losing control of himself. I gotta taunt him into giving me another opening. Say something, why don't you? Hitoshi demanded, sneering. That's some power you've got, even able to snap you out of brainwashing. I'm jealous. There's no way I could get to the top with a power like this. Not that someone as blessed as you would ever understand. Izuku took one last breath before looking up at Hitoshi and staring him dead in the eyes. He started walking towards the other teen, igniting his right hand and clenching it into a fist. Hitoshi faltered at the deadly calm his opponent was giving off, but only for a moment before he resumed the string of taunts. That power of yours is going to be incredible once you finish your training at UA. The pros are gonna be all over it for its destructive power, but that's all they'll want you for. You're just a tool with a useful quirk. Izuku stopped in his tracks. Hitoshi thought he was getting to him and seized the opportunity to pour it on, willing the boy to say something and give control back to him. Yeah, never crossed your mind, did it? Most heroes these days are just lucky tools with useful powers. Only a few are really great, like All Might. The rest let the idea of heroics control them. You're just another tool being crafted to destroy villains. You'll never amount to anything beyond. There was a blur of motion and then Izuku was in his face. Hitoshi froze in surprise as Izuku grabbed him by the collar and shoved him back, using the 5% of one for all he had spread through his body and disguising it with the flames on his hands and feet. Let me go, Hitoshi yelled, swinging a fist and connecting with Izuku's nose. Blood started trickling down his face and onto his lip, but Izuku ignored it and gave another hard shove at the very brink of his control limit, lifting Hitoshi off the ground and shoving him over the line so he was out of bounds. Hitoshi is out of bounds, Midnight announced, cracking her flogger. Izuku advances to the second round. Hitoshi clenched his fist in frustration, but he wasn't surprised. If anything, the knowledge that he had known he'd probably lose made it worse. My quirk isn't a blessing. Izuku's voice suddenly jarred Hitoshi to look up at the other teen. He could only just hear him over the roar of the crowd. It's not something I'm happy to have. I never wanted it, but I have it, and I can never get rid of it. You're the lucky one. You'll probably be a hero one day. I'm not sure if I ever will be one. Not really. He walked off back to the lockers then, unable to hear the chants of the crowd and unwilling to remain under their gazes for another moment. Hitoshi got up and watched him go, perplexed. Sure, he had willingly taunted Izuku, but his reaction was different than he'd expected. Anger, frustration, denial. He'd expected that. Or maybe for the teen's timid personality to get the better of him so he gave up. He hadn't expected Izuku to look so despondent and hopeless. Had his words cut deeper than he'd intended? My power isn't a blessing. How is a power like that not a blessing? Hitoshi wondered as he left the battlefield, defeated, but unconcerned with it entirely. Izuku's quirk was one he'd been the most wary of given his incredible success in the previous 2 rounds. Not just its strength, but his sheer intellect was something Hitoshi had been on guard for. The entire fight had thrown him for a loop when Izuku demonstrated none of those things. His behavior, from what little Hitoshi knew of him, but he was good at assessing how people ticked by observing them, was erratic and out of the ordinary even before the fight began. He'd seemed tired. Mina watched as Izuku slipped out of the arena, frowning in worry. He's still not acting like himself. Ijiru scratched the back of his head. I kinda hoped he'd be a little bit better after the fight, but he just looks worse. Denki glanced over his shoulder towards Katsuki, who was seated behind him. What did Endeavor even say? I thought he pulled you two aside to say he was impressed or something. You two made such a good showing in the first 2 events. Katsuki bared his teeth. I don't know. That Fire F told me some stuff, then sent me away to talk with Deku alone. You don't think he threatened him or something, do you? Ijiru suggested hesitantly. I mean, Endeavor's the number 2 hero. Given his quirk, I thought he'd be the obvious choice to suggest an internship for Izuku. That's why I thought he'd want to talk with him, but Katsuki's glaring eyes edged from the field and over his shoulder to Shoto, who was leaning against the wall near the exit from the bleachers their class was sitting in. That Sanafe batch was the one who started this snowballing effect on Izuku, and his dad had dropped a effing avalanche immediately after to make it worse. Katsuki Bakugo did not believe in coincidences. No sir. Don't get angry at Shoto for whatever Endeavor said, Mina chastised after following his gaze. He hasn't done anything wrong. Ignoring her, Katsuki suddenly stood up and stalked towards the other teenager. Shoto locked eyes with him and glared back in irritation. What do you want? Shoto asked. Did you tell your effing dad to threaten Deku or something? Katsuki snarled. Shoto seemed genuinely startled, but also annoyed. Did I what? Don't F with me, Katsuki hissed. You dragged him aside before the tournament started, and then your dad pulled Deku away at lunch and said something to him. He almost walked out of the tournament because of it. What did that a-hole say to him? I don't know what you're talking about, Shoto retorted, although he did seem somewhat alarmed and angry. I don't want anything to do with that city old man. Katsuki stared at him in disbelief. I'm not buying that lame-ass excuse. That's your problem, Shoto snapped. Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and he reached up to freeze the other teen's wrist. Let me. Do you know about Deku's quirk? Katsuki demanded, his voice low. Shoto blinked in confusion. What? No, huh? Katsuki suddenly let him go and shoved his hands into his pockets. I don't know what your deal is with Deku or why your dad decided to mess with him, but I'm not going to let it go. You better pray you don't fight me in the tournament, icy hot. You'll be leaving on a stretcher if you do. He left the bleachers then, off to prepare for his fight or to find Izuku. Shoto wasn't sure, nor did he care. But he had more important questions than where Katsuki was going. As he walked off to his first fight, he pondered the explosive teen's question. What did he need to know about Izuku's quirk? Okay. Achako nodded to herself, trying to get as pumped up as she could. I've got this. I can beat Katsuki. Admittedly, she was freaking out because Katsuki was an absolute beast in a fight and she wasn't as combat savvy as he was. But she knew she could beat him. She'd come up with a plan and, as crazy as it was, Achako knew if she pulled it off that she would win. She stood up, about to leave the lockers and walk off some of her nerves before the fight, when the door opened and caused her to jump. Wah, JG's, you scared Deku. Izuku flinched and glanced at her, setting off alarms in Achako's head. He looked so defeated. Hadn't he just won his fight? Hi, he managed, lips quirking up into a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. Are you getting ready to go in? Yeah, she pursed her lips, frowning as he trudged towards a table and sat down, practically withering into the seat and laying his head on his arms. Are you okay? She mentally kicked herself for saying that as soon as the words left her mouth because he was obviously not okay. Achako just didn't know what else to say. She was worried about her friend because he was never like this. Izuku was shy, introverted, and quiet, but he was never depressed. Or at least, she didn't think he was. He seemed like a pretty cheerful guy most of the time, even if it was hard for him to say a complete sentence without stammering. He'd been nervous before the tournament started, but everyone had been nervous. She'd seen his confident side come out during the second event he'd led their team with such ease. What had happened in the hour between events to bring him so low? What had Endeavor said? Recovery Girl had seemed to help him a bit, but now he was down again. How was she supposed to help him? She didn't know what to. Before Izuku could answer her, Achako bounced over and set a hand on his shoulder, making him flinch. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, but I just thought of something good. What is it? He asked, lifting his head slightly and reddening at how close she was. You're Deku, she exclaimed, making him blink momentarily in confusion. Remember what I said. Deku sounds like the word for never give up, so you don't need to be so worried, okay? As long as you never give up, everything is gonna be alright. Izuku looked back down at the table, fighting the slight smile that was trying to make its way onto his face. I'll try. No, Achako replied, her face becoming very serious as she spoke in a funny little accent. Do or do not. There is no try. PFFT. Izuku couldn't help the snort that escaped him. I didn't know you watched those movies. They're good movies. She grinned. And Yoda's my favorite character. He's smart, funny, and green, like you. Izuku actually laughed a little this time, though his face was still red from the unexpected compliment. She thought he was smart and funny. They both yelped suddenly as the arena shook violently for a moment. A few seconds later, the announcement came over the speakers from present mic. Shoto defeats Hanta. It was over in an instant. Geez, he's too damn strong. Don't worry about that one, Hanta. I don't think even I could do anything against that. Izuku felt his stomach curl back into a pit. Shoto had won. He was fighting Izuku in the second round. Achako gulped. What the heck? What did Shoto just do? He probably set off all of his ice in an instant. Izuku murmured. Shoto's just he's too strong. His quirk is so powerful, but his judgment, reaction, and timing skills are all incredible as well. She bit her lip as the teen withered again. She had been so close to making him feel better, too. The door to the locker room suddenly opened and she glanced towards it, only to jump in surprise at the sight of All Might poking his head in. The number 1 hero spotted them and waved. "Hey there, you two preparing for your fights?" "Yes, sir," Ochako replied peppily. She glanced at Izuku, who was trying to muster up a smile for his idol, and hesitated before making a decision. "Actually, could I ask you for some tips real quick? All Might, I want to know if this idea I've got to fight Katsuki will work." All Might blinked as Ochako walked over to him and smiled. "It'll only take a second. I'd rather ask in private so Izuku can't use my strategy against me when we fight in the finals." "Of course," he nodded, glancing at Izuku. "I'll be right back, young man." Izuku shook his head. "Take your time." Ochako ushered them out of the locker and closed it behind her. All Might looked at the teenager curiously. "So, what's this strategy you've got planned, young Ochako?" "It's not important," Ochako said quietly, momentarily confusing the pro. "Listen, something happened earlier and I don't know if anyone's said anything to the teachers yet." All Might listened in disbelief, which quickly turned into fury as Ochako explained what had happened. How Endeavor had pulled aside Katsuki and Izuku from lunch and said something that made Izuku shut down to the point that his friends brought him to Recovery Girl. He's been really out of it ever since then. Ochako went on, frowning in worry. "I've tried cheering him up, but I don't know how to help him. Can you do something to make him feel better? Please?" She looked up as a large hand set itself on her shoulder. All Might smiled down at her. "Don't fret, young Ochako. You've helped him a lot by telling me about this. I'll do my best to help him." Relief flowed over her and Ochako nodded happily. "Thank you. I wish there was something I could do." "You've done the best any friend could," he assured her. "Now I need to speak with him for a moment alone. Would you mind informing the rest of your friends that I'll handle it from here on out? I'll inform the other teachers as well." "Thank you, All Might," she said again. Then jogged off to find their friends. All Might took a moment to gather himself. He couldn't believe Endeavor had the audacity to threaten Izuku immediately after the warning All Might had given him. It seemed he would have to find another way to make the number 2 hero leave Izuku alone. This was unacceptable. He entered the locker room again, where Izuku was still sitting at the table. Only now that he was looking for it did All Might see the despondent face he was trying so hard to hide, an expression of someone who felt trapped by the world surrounding him. He picked up a chair and brought it over to Izuku's side before shifting out of his muscle form and into his true self. All Might wrapped an arm around the boy's shoulders and brought him into a firm embrace before he even said anything. He felt Izuku tense, and it saddened him that his protege was this frightened, that he was anticipating the world's rejection of him so much that even friendly contact like this made him nervous. "All Might?" Izuku asked hesitantly. "I don't know what Endeavor said to you," All Might murmured, feeling the boy stiffen in his grasp. "But whatever it was, it doesn't matter. The world will not be able to stop you from becoming a hero, Izuku. No matter who tries to reject you, you have done nothing wrong. Nothing. Your existence is not a crime. Your life is not a crime. And anyone who says otherwise is too blind to make a difference in the world. Should all else fail, I will stand beside you. Do you understand?" Izuku's head fell forward. I can't ask you to risk your reputation for me. You're everyone's hero, All Might. No one will care if I just go back to being a quirkless nobody living a normal life. The world needs you more than it needs me. There will undoubtedly be people who question my decision," All Might admitted with a shrug. "But I don't care. You are the one I believe is best suited to follow in my footsteps. Maybe it's because you were a quirkless nobody ... just like me." Izuku froze and slowly turned to stare at his mentor. What? That's right, All Might smiled. "I was quirkless before my mentor gave me one for all." You ... you were quirkless?" Izuku echoed in disbelief, completely missing Present Mike's commentary over the speakers. "But you're ... you ... And you are you," All Might answered. "You aren't your father, Izuku. No matter what Endeavor or the rest of the world says, you aren't him, and I will shield you from all of those people until you show them who you really are." He hugged the boy to him, feeling Izuku shake in his arms. The teen needed this outlet right now, needed this contact and reassurance to keep him going. So All Might gave him what he needed with patience and understanding. They sat there for a long while as Present Mike and Aizawa commented on the fights over the speakers, ignoring them for the most part. No matter how much All Might wanted to watch his other students, he had to prioritize Izuku's well-being. Finally, the first round came to an end as Mike announced the conclusion of the last fight in an annoyed tone. "Oh yeah, Katsuki defeats Ochako. On to the next fight." Aizawa responded in irritation. "You're supposed to be unbiased. The second round will begin in a few minutes. Shoto Todoroki versus Izuku Midoriya. Will the two competitors please make their way to the stage?" Izuku stiffened as his fight was announced, but pulled away from All Might regardless and stood up, wiping his face of the tear marks. Thank you, All Might. "Any time," he replied, setting a hand on his student's shoulder. Izuku ... It's going to be a difficult fight. I'm sure you know how strong Shoto is, but I have faith that you can do this. So go forth, young man, with all your strength and knowledge." Izuku nodded. He took in a deep breath and then left the locker room, an energy to his step that hadn't been there before. All might went into his muscle form and followed him, knowing that he was about to witness what was going to be one of the most difficult fights of Izuku's entire life. "Are you ready?" The crowds cheered as present mic continued to rile them up. "We've got one of the biggest matches in the tournaments coming up." From the hero course, the incredibly overpowered contestant who dominated his first fight in a single move, it's Shoto Todoroki. Shoto walked out onto the field, watching steadily as his opponent climbed the steps to meet him on the other side. Also from the hero course, it's the strategic mastermind who's led this tournament from the very beginning. The unexpected, plain guy who's made a huge splash thus far, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stared back at Shoto, fighting the nerves surging beneath his skin in an effort to stay calm. Ochako, now bandaged up and feeling a bit better after her fight against Katsuki, clenched her fists in her seat beside Tsuyu. "Here we go. He looks better," Hanta noted with a grin. "I guess All Might said something to help him out." Tenya nodded. As expected of the number one hero. "This fight is going to be insane," Ijiru said tensely. "They're both crazy strong. I honestly don't know who's going to win." "Depends," Katsuki muttered. "On what?" "Match." Katsuki glared down into the arena. "Whether or not Deku can fully use his quirk in front of thousands of people." Start. Shoto was making his way to the Coliseum entrance for his fight against Izuku with a lot on his mind. It was difficult to concentrate with all of these questions swirling about, especially when every question he had was in regard to his upcoming opponent. There had always been something about Izuku that bothered him, for lack of a better word. He wasn't sure what it was, but there had always been something about him. His thoughts ground to a halt as he turned the corner and spotted an unwelcome figure leaning against the wall, waiting for him. Shoto scowled immediately. "Get lost." Endeavor glared at him sternly. "Shoto, you can't keep throwing childish fits like this. If you're to become the greatest hero in the world, you have to get over this phase of yours soon." "Shut up," Shoto snapped, walking past him. "I don't care about what you want." "Very well. Continue to be childish and refuse my power. See how far using only your mother's quirk gets you." The teenager paused in his step and glared at his father over his shoulder. "Izuku Midoriya's quirk is similar to Heat Viper's, isn't it?" Endeavor's eyes darkened. "And you always insist I use my flames, and until now, I've always refused." Shoto sneered at the man. "For this one match, I'll make an exception. I'll defeat the flame you couldn't, and I hope I get to see the look on your face when you realize how utterly useless your power is on its own." Shoto stalked off then, firing one last parting shot at his father. "Also, I don't know what you hoped to gain by speaking to Izuku earlier, but it's meaningless. Your time is ending, old man. Stay out of my business." Match. Shoto clenched his hand a few times in preparation for the first assault. Across the field, Izuku looked calm, but he could see the jittery nerves the teen had in the way he stood so stiffly. "I've got questions about you, but they can wait. For now, I'm going to dominate that quirk of yours." Start. Shoto immediately launched a stream of ice at his opponent along the ground, only for Izuku's hands and feet to ignite. The other teen lunged to one side and evaded the first attack, but Shoto was quick to twist towards him and repeat the long-range move. Again, Izuku dodged, and he evaded the next several bursts that came his way as well. He had to give Izuku credit, he was pretty fast. It would take a while before Shoto would hit him if he kept this up, and the more time Izuku had, the more likely he'd come up with a strategy to defeat him. Dodge this. Shoto thought a moment before unleashing the massive, glacial blast he'd used against Hanta in his first match. Izuku's eyes widened at the massive stream of ice flying at him. He quickly raised his hand and charged 100% of one for all in his finger before letting it all loose with a flick. The shockwave ripped the ice apart and sent a blast of freezing wind through the stadium, causing people to shriek in surprise. Izuku's jaw clenched, his finger was broken now, but he'd survived Shoto's biggest attack. At least now he knew he could counter it. He needed more intelligence. Izuku watched Shoto as the other teen recovered from the sudden gale of wind, having stopped himself from flying out of the arena by creating a block of ice behind him. He blinked as he realized that Shoto's right side was covered in frost from that latest huge move. Suddenly, Shoto's left side ignited into orange flames, which, after a few seconds, melted the ice from his right side. It clicked in Izuku's head after only a moment. So that's how it works. He can't just shoot off ice endlessly, too much forms frost on his body, and he has to use his heat side to counteract that. It's like a video game ability that slows the user over time. As long as Shoto was able to do that, he could basically fire off ice endlessly, then reset with his flames and repeat the process until he wore Izuku down. It was a good plan, but Izuku had every intention of taxing him for that strategy. Shoto's eyes widened in surprise as he was unexpectedly jerked forward by his flames, which were pulled towards Izuku and transmuted into green flames as soon as they reached him. He bared his teeth in annoyance and cut the flames off, but Izuku had already gained a fair amount of fire from his left side. He'd never seen Izuku do that before and it had caught him off guard. Now his strategy had a time limit of sorts. If he took too long in defeating Izuku, his opponent would eventually gain so much fire that he could overpower Shoto's eyes. In other words, he needed to end the fight before it could go on for too long. Realizing that the best way to do that was to get up close, Shoto lunged forward on a wave of ice, closing the gap to Izuku as quickly as possible. Izuku threw a fireball at him, but Shoto had regained most of his mobility and evaded the attack while simultaneously diving in closer. He was at Izuku's feet before the other teen knew what was happening. You gotta rush him so fast that he doesn't have time to think, Shoto recalled from their first combat training session. Thanks for that, Katsuki. Shoto unleashed another icy barrage as Izuku leapt up to escape, catching the fleeing teen by the foot and trapping him in place. Izuku panicked, sending one for all through his entire left arm before punching at the ice and blowing it and Shoto away. Pain surged through his now broken limb as he landed, glancing up to see if Shoto had been knocked out of bounds. But it seemed that the other teenager had anticipated the counterattack and had erected a shield of ice behind him to prevent himself from getting blown out of the arena. Izuku grit his teeth as he recognized the hard truth: Shoto's quirk wasn't his only strong point. He was one of the smartest kids in the class and his reaction time, assessments, and planning were all spot on as well. He was, in every meaning of the word, strong. Shoto charged again, more than ready to finish the fight. His opponent was crippled now and he still had a very limited supply of fire to use against him. He needed to end the contest before it went on for too long. Izuku was hurt, but Shoto knew his brain was working just fine. Rushing his opponent on another wave of ice, Shoto closed the gap and unleashed another icy blast. Izuku dodged to the side this time, knowing that he would get caught if he just jumped up again, but Shoto was onto him. Despite launching a stream of fire at the teen, Shoto quickly caught up to Izuku by ducking past the flames and striking him with a pinpoint burst of ice from the side, which caught Izuku's chest and broken left arm. The blow launched Izuku off his feet and slammed him into the ground face first with such force that it knocked the wind out of him. Shoto backed off a bit and took the opportunity to reheat his body up with Izuku stunned. He couldn't steal his flames again. He was pretty sure that was it, but he wanted to be ready in case Izuku actually got up to fight some more. Katsuki's hands clenched as Izuku was shot down by that last burst of ice. He could see his partner in crime trying to collect himself on the ground, but it was painfully obvious to Katsuki that Izuku was scared out of his mind. They both knew what he needed to do. No matter how great of a tactician he was, he never should have tried to fight Shoto without using his quirk's full strength. If he didn't use all flare completely now, he was going to lose. Ijiru shook his head beside him. Dude, this is not okay. They're gonna call it now, right? I mean, his arm's totally broken. Shut up, Katsuki snarled, gritting his teeth and startling Ijiru. Izuku could do this. He could win. If he could just fight with all flare, he could win. Would win. In that moment, Katsuki hated every single person in the stadium. Whether they would realize the connection between Izuku's quirk and Heat Viper or not, because he knew it was the risk of that which was keeping Izuku from giving it everything he had. His friend was scared of everyone and Katsuki wished that the whole stadium would just F off. He could hear it around him as the rest of their class murmured uneasily. They really need to stop this before he hurts himself anymore. He did better than I did. Yeesh, Shoto's just too strong, huh? It's too bad. I really thought he might have a shot at winning, but Shoto's just wrecking him. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Katsuki couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't just sit here and watch this happen. Izuku gasped for breath on the ground, trying to recover from the attack that had more or less frozen his broken left arm to his torso. He couldn't wrench it free and every attempt to do so sent spiking waves of pain through his body. He needed to burn it off, needed to ignite his chest and arm to get this ice off. No, he needed to use all of his flames right now. He should have been doing that from the very start, anyways. He couldn't make enough fire for it to really matter if he just ignited his hands and feet like he'd been doing. It was true that he could only make a limited supply of fire, but the full body flare was a lot more than just his hands and feet. If he fully ignited, it would also make it really hard for Shoto to freeze him again. If he could just steal enough flames from Shoto with his full-on flare, he still had a chance to win. But he couldn't do it, because Izuku knew that right now, all eyes were on him to see if he'd get up and continue the fight. He could hear Present Mike riling the audience up, questioning if the fight was over or if he was going to stand back up and keep going at it. Everyone was watching, and if he flared up ... they'd all see it. A lot of them would probably figure it out in a matter of moments. And it terrified him. He couldn't stop the hot tears from slipping down his face even though he was squeezing his eyes shut. He was too scared, too ashamed of himself. He couldn't get up. He started to collapse and his forehead pressed against the ground. And before Midnight could even open her mouth to declare the fight over, he heard someone screaming over the roar of the crowd. Izuku, get back up. Izuku's eyes flew open as he heard Katsuki screaming at the top of his lungs, even over present Mike's voice. His world froze for a moment. "I'm not scared of you. Get up." His body was shaking so much that he couldn't even think. Even with tears still falling from his wide-open eyes, Izuku reacted to his friend's cry in the only way he knew how. An emerald blaze erupted around him with a roar, surging over his entire body. A pair of fiery horns sprouted from 2 locks of hair atop his head, which flowed back and forth slowly as the ice around his arm and chest melted in an instant. Izuku managed to push himself up to his feet and stood there, fully wreathed in the flames of all flare for the world to see. He couldn't breathe as he just stared across the field at Shoto for a few moments. The other teen stared back and Izuku could practically see the gears turning in his head. Then it clicked and Shoto's eyes grew wide. Most of Class 1A hadn't been sure what to make of Katsuki suddenly screaming at Izuku, especially that he wasn't scared of the timid boy of all things. But now they were seeing a whole new side of Izuku's quirk that they had never been aware of. Why the hell didn't he do that at the beginning? Denki's jaw dropped as he stared at the immolated teenager on the field below them. "That's badass." Kyoka let out a low breath when she realized what she was looking at. His quirk. Momo herself looked utterly stunned. I think it's ... the same. Are you guys okay?" Ijiru asked, concerned. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Maybe we have," Hanta answered in a disbelieving voice. He looked at the explosive teen behind him. "Katsuki, is ... is that what I think it is?" "Yeah, so what?" Katsuki snarled viciously, infuriated by the startled expressions on his classmate's face. "If you're gonna pussy out, then get the F out of my space." "Whoa, dude, chill." Ijiru tried to calm him down, only for Katsuki to practically growl like a feral animal. "Would someone tell me what's going on?" "Ijiru." He glanced at Mina, who never tore her eyes from Izuku as she answered him with a shaky voice. "That's the same quirk Heat Viper used to destroy an entire city when he fought All Might 15 years ago." Inko covered her mouth as she watched Izuku completely flare up on the television. "Oh, my baby. I don't know if I can watch." Mitsuki squeezed her friend's shoulder tightly and pursed her lips. The cat was out of the bag now. "All Might's there. It'll be okay, Inko." Eri stared at Izuku's emblazoned form, but she wasn't caught up by the fire so much as the expression on his face. "Do you get scared when you use your quirk?" "Every time." She could see the fear on Izuku's face, and the way he was shivering so badly beneath that wreath of flames. Eri felt her bottom lip tremble as she realized that he was so scared. "Izu, there was no way. There was just no way." But Shoto couldn't come up with another explanation. It had all been laid out in front of him in black and white, and he'd missed it until the evidence was practically thrust in his face. Flame quirks were relatively common. Flames with differing colors were a little more rare, but not unusually so. What was rare was for a flame quirk to be as strong as someone like Endeavors or Heat Vipers. Most flame quirks fell into a large category of common flame users, usually those who could only create small amounts of flame or manipulate them in small quantities. Very few flame quirks were ever found to possess the same raw strength as those like Endeavor's or even Shoto's. He'd known Izuku's quirk was powerful from the few times he'd seen it in action. The explosive force he could create, the way he'd carbonized Namu's cells, how he'd kept Shoto away with such ease during the second event. Izuku's quirk was one of the rare flame quirks that was actually quite powerful, and usually, those with powerful flame quirks became part of the hero society. Yet he'd never recalled Izuku having a direct relation to any of the heroes with recognizably strong flames. He'd seen green fire before, but never green flames that consumed other sources of fire and transmuted them. He'd only seen one flame do that, and only through a video recording when the owner of that flame single-handedly pulverized Endeavor and then fought All Might with vicious tenacity. It had been staring him in the face all along, and now the horns atop Izuku's head were practically glaring at him for being so oblivious to the truth. Izuku Midoriya's quirk wasn't just similar to Heat Viper's. It was the same quirk. In some ways, it was different. Shoto recalled that Viper could generate a nearly limitless supply of fire, whilst Izuku was very limited. Yet he also remembered from the video footage he'd watched that Viper didn't have the same fine control that Izuku possessed. But there were too many similarities. Too many points he could see where Izuku and Viper's quirks overlapped, which meant they had to be blood relatives. And by that line of thinking ... it meant Izuku was Viper's child. Shoto suddenly realized that Endeavor knew. That was why he'd confronted Izuku during lunch. Why Katsuki had grown so angry and demanded what he knew about Izuku's quirk, which meant Katsuki had known as well. He shook those thoughts from his head. He'd get his answers after this was over. For now ... he had to defeat Izuku. Now that he was actually using his quirk to its fullest extent, what else could he do? If he could use any of the abilities Viper could. Shoto remembered those attacks from the video footage very well. He hesitated and took a careful step back. No, Izuku's quirk was very similar to Viper's, but Shoto also knew that Izuku had a limited supply of fire. He couldn't do any of those things without more fuel. which meant Shoto could still overpower him with his ice and fire combinations. He unleashed a fully powered glacial blast at the teenager on the other side of the field. But Izuku flicked his finger and blew the ice away once more. Shoto gritted his teeth. There was still that damned explosive force of his. He'd have to weaken him at range and try again. As long as he didn't give Izuku too much fire. The fight was still his. Izuku himself was still breathing shakily, terrified and in pain all at once. He could barely think straight, but he knew from the stunned silence of the crowd around him that people were starting to figure it out. They were realizing what his quirk was, what he was. He had to end this fight before he got too overwhelmed to react properly. He needed fire, but Shoto wasn't making any. The half-hot, half-cold teen was obviously jarred by the sight of Izuku's quirk, but he was still fighting smart. He needed fire. He didn't flare up for nothing. Wasn't putting himself through this for nothing. He had to win. He needed fire. Izuku reached out towards Shoto, willing the flames to come out somehow, even though Shoto hadn't ignited his left side. Izuku desperately tried to draw the fire out from his opponent as if his life depended on it. Suddenly, Shoto's body jerked forward slightly. Shoto froze, trying to figure out what had just happened. He was jerked forward again and nearly stumbled, fighting the sensation of something tugging at his insides. It tugged again despite his attempts to stop it, but it was such an odd feeling. He wasn't sure if he could fight against it in the first place. Red-hot fire burst from his left side and surged towards Izuku, shocking both teens that Izuku's desperate attempt to draw flame from Shoto had actually worked. It wasn't just a little fire, either. A literal river poured forth from Shoto's left side, forcing him to his knees as he desperately tried to fight against whatever the hell it was that was happening to him. Izuku was too stunned to stop himself, and he was still frozen when the torrent of flame slammed into him. It coiled around Izuku like ribbons, even overwhelming the green fire encasing him for a moment. It was just so much that the flames couldn't be transmuted fast enough. He cried out in shock as oppressive heat raged against his skin, and he struggled to rein in the fire that he couldn't yet control. His flesh started to burn from the heat, and in a moment of terror, Izuku thought he'd actually burned to death within that cocoon of fire. But after a few seconds, his emerald flames roared in response to their master and devoured the threatening fire at an accelerated rate. The roaring in his ears grew louder and louder until the threat was consumed and all flares settled around him. Shoto looked up and stared at the teenager on the other side of the field, speechless from the sight. The horns were longer now. They were still thin and comprised entirely of fire, but they were significantly longer and flowed like ribbons. The flames closest to Izuku's body were nearly white as opposed to the green ones further away, probably because they were hotter. His arms and legs were enveloped by flames that seemed to form rough, large claws, but they were a little too distorted to tell. Orbiting slowly around the main body of fire around Izuku were 5 jade fireballs, each varying in size, but each one considerably large. Shoto couldn't believe how much fire was concentrated around Izuku. He couldn't really see his opponent's face, but Izuku's eyes were practically glowing behind the curtain of flame. It was likely an adaptation of his quirk so he could see effectively through the fire around him. They were wide, and if Shoto had to guess, Izuku probably looked as surprised as he felt. He got up and mentally tossed aside all plans of being conservative. Izuku had way too much fire for him to be concerned about them being stolen at this point. He'd just have to blast barrage after barrage of ice at him until Izuku was down. He was still hurt, fire or no fire. Shoto began to concentrate the ice in his right side and reached for the flame in his left. He stopped dead and his eyes trailed down to his left arm as he tried to ignite himself again. Nothing. No response. No flames. His gaze lifted back to Izuku as he tried to process what was going on. As absurd and terrifying as it sounded, Izuku had just stolen his flames. Stolen all of them. What did you just do? Shoto couldn't stop himself from screaming. He'd never felt like this before. The flames were gone. There was no residual warmth, just a complete absence of the fire he could always feel. It was terrifyingly eerie. Izuku couldn't answer him. The heat. Too much heat. Everything was too much. He couldn't breathe. His heart was hammering in his ears, and he thought he could feel his blood literally boiling. Too much, too much, too much, too much. He had to finish the fight now. Shoto froze as Izuku drew his hand back and perhaps instinctively summoned up all 5 of the meteor-like fireballs around him to aim at his opponent. Realizing that this was going to be decided with a single move, Shoto began to glaciate his whole right side, not giving a damn if he froze himself in place because that move was going to destroy him if he didn't respond with everything he had. He heard Midnight yelling at them to stop, saw Cementos forming up concrete barriers between the two of them out of the corner of his eye. The flames vanished. Shoto stopped charging the ice and stared as Izuku just slumped to the ground and collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Silence filled the entire stadium. The roaring, emerald flames sputtered out with a loud, sucking sound and disappeared as though they'd never existed at all. Midnight barely got the words out of her mouth. Izuku's down. Shoto is the winner. Shoto fell back on his rear hard, but he was too stunned to notice. He just stared as Midnight rushed over to the collapsed boy and frantically gestured for the medical robots to take him to Recovery Girl. He flinched as he felt the warmth in his left side return, and he realized his flames were back. What the F had just happened? All Might had bolted for the nurse's office the moment Midnight had sent Izuku off for Recovery Girl. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. He'd thought for a moment that Eraserhead had actually cancelled Izuku's quirk out, but the way he just slumped over had set off alarm bells in his head. Eraser hadn't cut his quirk off. Izuku's body had terminated the quirk itself as an emergency survival response, which meant his condition was dire. All Might practically wrenched the door off its hinges as he got into the nurse's office, and he was met with a sight that made his heart jump into his throat. Izuku was being carried by the medical robots because he'd melted through the litter they used to carry him, and now he was making the steel itself melt, and it was burning his flesh with liquid metal. All Might, Recovery Girl practically roared, making him jump. Get me the ice bath. All Might was already in his muscle form and rushed over to the bath in question, wrenched it out of the ground, and rushed it back over. Without even a second though about his own hands, All Might quickly grabbed Izuku, tore him from the robots, and dunked him into the ice bath. Hot steam smote his face and vaporized most of the water in an instant, but it dropped his body temperature down past that critical point. All Might knew it wasn't enough and ran back to the ice bath's original room to grab more bags of ice, which he then tore open and dumped over Izuku's body. More steam, but the temperature was dropping. He could see Izuku better now and realized with a shock of horror that the boy's eyes were still slightly open and fluttering randomly. Jesus Christ, was he having a heat stroke? He flinched as Izuku suddenly started coughing and gasping, lucidity returning to his eyes. He jerked to the side for a moment as he tried to figure out where he was, then let out a cry of pain as he wrenched his broken arm the wrong way. Not only was it broken, but there were terrible burns along it from the liquefied steel. It was a good thing his body was so heat-resistant, otherwise it would have probably melted to the bone. But it was still a really bad burn. His left arm looked utterly horrific, with 3 particularly jagged burn scars over his bicep, elbow, and forearm. Izuku, All Might crouched and took his face between his hands, forcing the teen to look at him. Izuku's eyes were still wild, but they had something to focus on now. Look at me. It's okay. Breathe. Recovery Girl is working on it, but you have to breathe. Izuku was gaping like a fish, still too stunned to do anything. All Might just took a slow breath, trying to coax the boy to mimic him. Breathe with me. In, out, I in, out, that's it. The teen started to breathe more slowly, even though he was still in a lot of pain. Recovery Girl thrust an ice pack over his right arm for a few moments so the temperature could drop in that spot. She repeated the process 4 times before carefully inserting a needle into the vein, injecting a sedative, and removing it as quickly as possible. She placed a wet cloth over the insertion point and held it there until she could get an IV drip inserted. Within minutes, Izuku's head lolled forward and he passed out from the sedative. All Might recognized that his temperature was low enough for him to be moved and carefully lifted the boy's limp form out of the ice bath and onto one of the beds. Recovery Girl shook her head and began to get the IV set up. There goes my hopes of not having to do a surgery today, but I don't think even I expected this to happen in my wildest dreams. All Might stared at the boy, only jumping when Recovery Girl grabbed one of his hands and inspected it with a scowl. You've gone and burned yourself, too. Grab a cold pack and wait until I'm done. Help him, All Might told her with a sigh as he took 2 of the packs from freezer. He comes first. You don't have to tell me twice, she agreed. Go outside and keep his friends from coming in. I'm going to be in here for a while. All Might merely nodded and left the room, closing it behind him quietly. He glanced up at the sound of shoes running along concrete and glanced to his left just in time to see pretty much all of Class 1A bolt around the corner. He smiled at them. Recovery Girl's working on him, he said before they could voice any of the questions he could practically see bubbling out of them. She's going to be a while. Katsuki's fists were clenched. What happened? I'm not sure, he replied. He actually didn't know he'd thought Izuku had a heat stroke, but it was possible it was something else. There were a lot of questions All Might had that he couldn't answer now. There was no need to tell them something that might frighten them more if he didn't have concrete evidence. All Might, that was Ochako as she clasped her hands together in front of her. She swallowed hard, large brown eyes wide and nervous. Is Izuku really that Viper guys? She couldn't finish the sentence and All Might just sighed. Yes, to hear that coming from All Might had to be a shock to the class, but the symbol of peace immediately followed up his statement. Izuku's never met him. He doesn't know Viper. I dare say he doesn't even know what he looks like. You seem pretty calm about all that. Mishiro scratched the back of his head. I mean, I don't think Izuku's a bad guy, but I mean you fought Viper, right? How are you so certain he's not like him? At least when Viper was his age. All Might was silent for a time. I knew Viper for a long time. He was an enemy of mine from the time I was your age in UA. Izuku and Viper's personalities couldn't be more different, believe me. The only thing they have in common is their quirks. That's really it. If not for that, you'd have trouble convincing me they were related at all. Silence fell over the group. Eventually, Ijiru broke it with a single question. So what happens now? Now, All Might begin. We leave Recovery Girl to do what she does best. Several of you still have fights coming up. You should prepare for those. We'll discuss this later when I know Izuku is stable, alright. Ochako bit her lip. I am going to stay. If that's okay. They're busy fixing the field right now since it got roasted. Katsuki muttered. I'll stay until it's my turn to fight. I will, too, Mina agreed. All Might nodded silently. Very well, you can wait outside until Recovery Girl is finished. The rest of you, go back to your seats or to the lockers. I'll keep everyone updated. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to make a call. He left the students then and walked around the corner before reaching for his phone. He winced as his burned hand brushed the fabric of his pants, but ignored as best he could for the time being as he dialed in a number and pressed the call button. It only rang twice before the person on the other end picked up. "Inko, it's me." The nurse's office was quiet. Following Recovery Girl's emergency surgery on Izuku, she deemed it okay for his friends to come in and stay with him. The teen in question was still unconscious, his skin a dark shade of red in several patches where Recovery Girl had yet to heal him. He didn't have the energy required for her accelerated healing to do anything more than repair some of the damage done to his left arm, which was wrapped up completely in bandages. It was going to take several doses of her quirk to completely heal it. Even then, he'd have scars. Katsuki, Ochako, Mina, and Ijiru were all sitting around his bedside. The latter three were busy contemplating the shock of the fight they'd witnessed and the reality of Izuku being the son of a supervillain. Katsuki was leaning his forehead against his hands, glaring down at the bandages covering Izuku's damaged left arm. It took nearly half an hour to repair the field because most of it had been devastated by Izuku's flames. The reprieve was brief, but it gave Recovery Girl enough time to complete the surgery before the matches began again. The fights had gone by pretty quick for the rest of the quarterfinals. Mina had been defeated by Fumikage and Ijiru lost to Katsuki. They were all a little banged up, so they had to go to Recovery Girl's office anyways and stuck around with Izuku after that. Ochako hadn't left ever since they were allowed to go inside. Before long, there were only 4 students left in the tournament: Tenya, Shoto, Katsuki, and Fumikage. Mina glanced at the clock. "It should be almost time for your fight, right, Katsuki?" Katsuki only grunted and didn't actually say anything. Tenya was currently fighting Shoto and he'd be battling Fumikage shortly after. The 4 students paused at the sound of the door opening and turned to spot All Might coming back in with Inko, Eri, and Katsuki's parents right behind him. Inko and Eri instantly locked onto Izuku and rushed over. "Izuku!" Inko cried at the sight of her child in his current state. All Might had told her in detail that Izuku had been hurt and needed treatment from Recovery Girl, but it was still a shock to see him like this. Eri found the easiest way to get close to Izuku was to scramble into Katsuki's lap, which the explosive teen surprisingly allowed without even a word. "Izu, SHH. Recovery Girl walked over, as patient as ever, and smiled softly. "He's just asleep. He needs rest." Eri looked from Recovery Girl to Katsuki, her eyes big and tearful and her bottom lip wobbling. "He's okay." Katsuki's face was neutral as he lifted a hand to pat her head. "He'll be fine, squirt." Over the intercom, they heard Present Mike's voice proclaim the winner of the current fight, and Shoto defeats Tenya in a close match. Next up is Fumikage versus Katsuki. "Will the competitors come to the field, please?" Katsuki briefly lifted Eri up so he could stand and then plopped her back into his chair. He turned for the door and started to stalk off. "I'm off." "Katsuki." He stopped for a moment at his mother's voice and glanced at her and his father over his shoulder. Both of them were watching him with seemingly steady expressions, but Inko could tell how concerned they really were for their son. Katsuki had never taken bad things that happened to Izuku very well. Not once, not ever. No doubt he was boiling on the inside and ready to burst loose. "Don't do anything too rash," Mitsuki told him. "I understand what's going through your head right now, but don't let it control your actions. None of us could have known this was going to happen." "That doesn't make it any more okay," Katsuki retorted, looking away from them. "But yeah, whatever. I won't completely turn icy hot into a bloodstain." "Katsuki," Masaru spoke up, his voice taking a rare, firm tone. "Please don't. You can't hold that Shoto boy responsible for what happened during the fight. Not even Izuku knew his quirk could do something like this. I'm sure he's in just as much shock as the rest of us. Him and his damn old man started it." The explosive teen growled, clenching his hand. "I don't give a shit about what their problems are. They shouldn't have messed with him. Now I'm gonna show them why." He threw the door open and slammed it behind him, stalking out and leaving the nurse's office. Katsuki was about to make for the field when he realized that Kyoka was standing outside the office. She jumped as Katsuki suddenly left the room and spotted her, his eyes casting an annoyed glare in her direction. "The F do you want? Didn't you run off with the rest of the scrubs?" Kyoka glared back at him defensively. "I was just coming by to see how Izuku and the rest of you were doing. Chill." "Yeah, then pop inside. I don't need your concern," he snapped. Kyoka looked after him for a moment. "Why is this so important to you?" Why is this so important to you?" "Izuku, I mean," she asked. "I don't know what you're talking about." "F off." "You called his name." Katsuki stopped in his tracks. Kyoka looked at the floor, tapping her earphone jacks against each other. "I've never heard you call anyone by their real name before. You've always got some stupid insult or dumb nickname for everyone. So why is Izuku so special to you? Why do you care so much?" "That's a stupid question," Katsuki retorted. "Figure it out yourself." Kyoka rolled her eyes at the response and muttered loudly. "Ass, I heard that." "I know." Katsuki stuffed his hands into his pockets and stalked off for his fight, ignoring the sound of Kyoka entering the nurse's office behind him. He had to focus. Fumigage was pretty strong, but Katsuki knew he could handle it. And once he'd beaten the blackbird down, Icy Hot was going to get what was coming to him. In a dark building far, far away from the UA Sports Festival, a heavy silence hung in the air. Tamura was never one for extended silences like this, but he found it disturbing how his teacher had yet to say a word since Izuku Midoriya's fight ended. The doctor had also been quiet, studying his main patient with an expressionless face. At last, he spoke. "So it hasn't adapted to him properly." "It's too early to be certain of that," the doctor replied. "He's still growing. This may just be a phase for him. But, I must admit, a reaction so violent might have been expected. Given how all Flare was originally birthed, it shouldn't come as a surprise to us that it has some problems. We did not anticipate that Viper would have children in the first place," teacher said. "This was never something we expected to happen. We were unprepared." Unexpectedly, the masked man began to chuckle quietly. Tamura raised an eyebrow, but the doctor seemed to smirk slightly. "How fascinating," teacher uttered. "To be caught off guard like this is unlike me. But perhaps this is a happy accident." The man turned his head slightly towards Tamura. "The League of Villains should take time to build up their forces. Your next goal is to capture Izuku Midoriya and bring him to me." Tamura nodded. "You'll tame him for me." "In time," teacher assured him. "You must give him time to mature, Tamura. In time, he'll come to us of his own accord, just like his father did. Be patient, and his power will be yours ... and stronger than ever." Katsuki has defeated Fumigage. Present Mike exclaimed. "That means the final battle will be between Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo. We'll take a quick 15-minute break and then dive right in. Look forward to it." Shoto turned away from the field and walked back inside the Coliseum to make for the lockers. He hadn't been able to focus at all since his fight against Izuku. He'd barely managed to avoid being defeated by Tenya as it was. He clenched his left hand again, reassured by the warmth that had once more taken residence there. It had felt so strange, so alien to have that heat torn from him, even if he despised using it. Now that he wasn't in shock about losing it anymore, he had had time to think about what happened. Izuku had stolen his fire. All of it. Whether he had stolen the maximum amount of flame Shoto could produce at any one time or actually stolen the fire aspect of his quirk altogether, he didn't know, but it had been a terrifying feeling. And yet ... he couldn't fathom what had followed. There was no doubt at this point that Izuku was Heat Viper's offspring, and yet he wasn't able to wield the same power as his parent. As a general rule of quirks, they tended to become stronger as they were passed on from parent to child. Of course, not all quirks necessarily got stronger so much as changed to become more favorable to the offspring in question, but powerful quirks especially tended to produce powerful offspring. Shoto, as much as he despised the idea of it, was a perfect example of that theory. So why wasn't Izuku able to wield the same kind of power as Heat Viper had? Was his quirk really that different from his father's? Or was it something else? A birth defect, perhaps? It didn't make sense. He stopped in his tracks as he became aware of a figure further down the hall by the locker room. Shoto stopped and stared flatly at his parent. Endeavor watched him closely. "Your quirk, it's back." "Seems so," Shoto replied, clenching his left fist again. "You knew." "Knew what?" "That he could transmute my fire. That he could steal it. That he was Heat Viper's son." "I knew only that he was Viper's son and that he could transmute flame," Endeavor said at last, a deep frown on his face. "His ability to steal your quirk was something I did not know of. Heat Viper was never able to steal quirks, however temporarily it might have been." Shoto realized he was right. Out of all the footage he'd seen of Viper's rampage against Endeavor in All Might, he never once recalled the villain robbing Endeavor of his power. Had he been able to do that? So Izuku's quirk is actually superior to Viper's? "If he isn't trained, it won't be," Endeavor growled. He's all the more dangerous if he can steal fire quirks at his whim. He shouldn't be at UA at all. I'll have to have words with the headmaster after this fiasco. Shoto's eyes hardened. Haven't you interfered enough as it is? Endeavor's gaze trailed to him and narrowed dangerously. Excuse me, I never learned the details of what happened, Shoto said. But as I recall, the whole reason Viper went into a frenzy back then was because you provoked him. Now you're trying to make sure his son never becomes a hero. Even All Might has his eyes on him. Wouldn't it be better to let him become a hero and fight villains instead of ostracizing him? You don't know what you're talking about, Endeavor snarled. You weren't there. You aren't aware of what that thing was capable of. I have an idea, but that's besides the point. I'll make my own decision about whether Izuku is like Heat Viper or not. Until that time, you keep your nose out of my class. It's got nothing to do with you. You talk big, but you can barely control your own flames as it is. You should have continued your training under me. Then you would have really defeated that creature. Shoto opened the door to the locker room, looking away from his father. You know, it's strange. During that last moment, when Izuku and I were about to attack one another with everything we had, I forgot about you. You and Viper, both. It didn't matter at that point. Maybe that's the way it should be. Maybe we just need to forget about both of you to get stronger instead of live in your shadows forever. And Shoto closed that door, leaving Endeavor in silent disbelief. He waited in the locker room in silence until it was finally time for his last fight, contemplating what had happened and what would follow. Are you ready? The crowd cheered, pumped up for the final match. There had been some really good fights, but now all eyes were on the two boys walking onto the field for the final match. Mike was doing his best to hype it up at the cost of Aizawa's eardrums. The finals are here. The biggest, baddest battle yet. From the hero course, the calm and collected prodigy, Shoto Todoroki. Shoto stepped onto the field and watched as his opponent climbed the stairs as well, blinking at the other teenager with some surprise. Also from the hero course, the explosive man who knows no mercy, Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he studied Katsuki, who stopped on the field and just stood there, his hands shoved into his pockets and a steady expression on his face. He'd expected the teen to be ready to go for Shoto's throat given how his last 3 fights had gone. Katsuki had always been cautious in his battles, but he didn't look aggressive at all. No explosions popping off in his palms, no scowl, no glare. Well, he was staring at Shoto with uncomfortable intensity, but he wasn't giving him the evil eye, so to speak. Aizawa wasn't sure what to make of it. Katsuki's behavior is usually pretty straightforward. Given his personality, I expected him to be ready to rage and cut loose against Shoto even more so than the others because of what went down with Izuku. So, where'd this change of his come from? He's too quiet, Shoto thought as he studied Katsuki closely. He wasn't seeing any of the explosive personality he was used to. Shoto had expected Katsuki to go feral at the very sight of him, so what was this about? The normally explosive teen suddenly closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath. Focus. Remember what Deku always says when we're gaming. Can't get too distracted just cause I'm pissed as hell. Icy hot strong, no matter how much I hate admitting it. But he's easy to unhinge. Match. Shoto shifted his right side to aim at the teenager ahead of him. I'll end this in one go. Katsuki opened his eyes steadily. You've already lost. Start. A glacial blast exploded from Shoto's side of the field, erupting over the ground in the blink of an eye. Katsuki was practically buried beneath the ice, leaving the stadium in utter silence. There's that huge move from before, Mike exclaimed. Shoto's covered the field in an instant. Is it already over? Midnight studied the ice closely, but realized after a few seconds that its intended prisoner was in fact very much free to do as he pleased. Deep booms rippled through the air as Katsuki blew his way out of the ice slowly but surely. He finally burst free of the icy prison and dusted himself off, still watching Shoto with that eerie quiet. Shoto narrowed his eyes and created some more ice. Not gonna be that easy, huh? As he prepared to unleash another burst of ice, Katsuki suddenly blitzed towards him with a flurry of explosions from his palms, getting on top of Shoto before the teen could react. His hands flew out and grabbed Shoto by his hair and shirt, then flipped forward to throw him towards the edge of the field. Shoto created an icy wave and flowed on it away from the edge, creating a half circle of ice around Katsuki, who merely watched him. Shoto aimed his right hand at the other boy and unleashed another blast of ice. This one smaller than before, and Katsuki simply blew it away with a well-timed explosion. Still riding the ice wave, Shoto launched attacks in a circle, trying to catch his opponent off, but Katsuki was alert and easily blocked him. The wave of ice now completely encircled Katsuki, but he looked undeterred and watched as Shoto rode around him. As his opponent came around for another pass, Katsuki lunged for the ice in front of him and leapt up, then spun with an explosion to blow a hole through the wall. Shoto raised his arms to block the chunks of ice that got thrown his way, but his eyes widened as he felt Katsuki grab his ankle. A blast bigger than any thus far in the battle ripped through the stadium and sent Shoto flying into the ice wall on the opposite side of the ring. The teen was stunned for a few moments as Katsuki remained concealed by the cloud of smoke he'd generated. Shoto winced as he tried standing up. Katsuki's explosion had seriously hurt his right ankle to the point that it was hard putting weight on it. He tried standing again and instantly regretted it, kneeling to clutch the injury. That hurts. Is it broken? Unfortunately. He didn't have any more time to address it since Katsuki lunged out of the smoke cloud with a burst of explosions from his hands, propelling him forward. He tried launching another wave of ice at the charging teenager, but Katsuki used another explosion to shift his trajectory and flipped to the side before Shoto could change the direction of his ice. He'd touched back down and closed the distance. Shoto's head jerked back violently as Katsuki drove a vicious kick into his chin, then proceeded to grab him by his left arm and yank him back. The breath left Shoto's lungs as he got the full force of Katsuki's knee crashing into his sternum. He slumped to his hands and knees and shot another burst of ice at Katsuki, but the teen merely stepped to the right and easily avoided it. His wounded ankle was making it hard for him to twist his body and aim his attacks. "You ain't gonna win without using your left side, dumbass," Katsuki muttered as he crouched in front of Shoto. "Shut your mouth," Shoto growled. "That's none of your business." And so, Katsuki reached up and harshly pat Shoto's left cheek once, twice. The second pat exploded. It wasn't terribly powerful by Katsuki's standards, but it was like getting punched in the face for Shoto. He was knocked over onto his side and struggled to get back up, but his crippled ankle made it difficult to maneuver. "Oh right, I can't burn that side of your face any more than it already is," Katsuki sneered as he stood up and grabbed Shoto's left arm, hauling him up only to viciously slam his elbow into the other teen's throat. Shoto wheezed for breath, stunned by the shock of it. "The rest of our class didn't pull any of their punches in this tournament, and you think you can just win with half of your power?" Katsuki mocked, turning and dragging Shoto towards the massive piece of ice he'd created at the beginning of the fight. "You're such a little beach." "F you," Shoto gasped, but was unable to stand on his injured leg and regain his balance. "You've got no right telling me that. I'm not obligated to use that guy's quirk if I don't want to. Guess you'll never be a hero, then?" Shoto froze as Katsuki went on. "Deku was scared as all hell of his quirk the whole tournament, and you know what? He still used it. You never beat him. He self-destructed, you never won. The only reason you decided to use your left side in that fight was to get back at your city old man? Anyway, even that is such a bullshit excuse it makes me want to throw up. So go on and keep using only half of your quirk. You're just a coward, and cowards don't get to stand at the top." He heaved Shoto over his shoulder and aimed to throw him at the mass of ice in front of them. Katsuki snarled as he threw the teenager with an explosion to propel him into the air further. "You lose." Shoto could only stare as Katsuki aimed his right arm towards him in the mass of ice and unleashed the same behemoth explosion he'd used to counter Ochako's meteors earlier that day. Only Cementos frantically throwing up concrete barriers between them prevented Shoto from getting hit by the full force of the blast. But as it was, the shockwave sent him flying out of the arena. He crashed into the ice near the walls and lay there, stunned by the impact. Well, in one big move, Katsuki blows Shoto away. It's been decided. The winner is Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike's announcement had the crowds cheering, but it was a little quieter given how especially ruthless Katsuki had been in this fight. Aizawa was starting to get wary about the possibility that his student was a little more unstable than he'd originally guessed. He'd have to bring that up with him soon. Katsuki snorted in satisfaction at the sight of Shoto sprawled in the ruins of his own ice before turning away and stalking out of the arena. As soon as he was out of sight, he gripped his right arm to stop the shaking. With a grimace, he leaned against the wall and took a moment to massage the pain out. "Well, that's the last time I'll be using explosion for a couple of days." I pushed both of my arms to their limit against round face and icy hot. "Better go see Recovery Girl about that, I guess." He glanced back towards the battlefield and admired the wreckage from afar, letting a vicious, lopsided grin return to his face now that he didn't need to concentrate so hard. It was worth it. I don't give a damn about the awards ceremony, or whatever. Kicking your ass into the dirt was the best prize I could have gotten, icy hot. Well, I guess the best prize would have been fighting Deku in the finals no holds barred, but whatever. All of the lame onlookers probably would have shit their pants if they saw that. Heh, everything felt soft and warm around him, Izuku thought to himself as he slowly woke up. He couldn't really remember when he'd fallen asleep. Maybe he was dozing in and out of consciousness all morning. He was a pretty light sleeper most of the time. He shifted slightly and opened his eyes, squinting against the lights overhead. He blinked when he heard a little gasp. "Deku, Recovery Girl, he's awake. Ask if he's in any pain. I've got a more pressing patient right now," was the reply. "I'm gonna go tell the others he's awake." That sounded like Mina. Izuku twisted his head to the left and his eyes widened upon seeing both Eri and Ochako sitting beside him. Eri looked ready to bawl her eyes out and Ochako just looked relieved. Eri jumped out of her chair and hugged him tightly, squeezing with all the force she could muster. Mind you, it wasn't much, but his body felt kind of tender for some reason and Izuku had to try and not wince. Hey, Eri, Izuku mumbled back sleepily as he wrapped his right arm around her and squeezed back. What are you doing here? We'll talk about that later. Izuku turned to his left and realized his mother was standing on his other side. Like Eri, she looked ready to cry. Does anything hurt? I mean, I feel pretty weak, but nothing hurts, he replied, trying to sit up with Eri still hugging him. That didn't go well and Ijiru, whom he only noticed as the other boy set his hand on Izuku's shoulder, gently pushed him back down. The redhead smiled at him. Easy dude, you got pretty messed up in that fight. Izuku frowned as he tried to recall what Ijiru was talking about. What? It all came back to him in a rush and Izuku froze, sucking in a sharp breath. That was right. The fight against Shoto. Oh, honey. Inko regained her son's attention with a gentle touch. It's okay. It'll be okay. Would it be? He wasn't sure, but he was also too tired to think about it right now. Hey, Deku. Ochako shifted in her seat somewhat. I'm not sure if you were wondering or not, but ... if you're wondering where Tenya is, he had to leave the tournament after his fight. His older brother was hurt by a villain and got sent to the hospital. It's not like he didn't want to wait for you to wake up, you know. Tenya's older brother, the hero Ingenium. Izuku was stunned by the knowledge, but he also appreciated Ochako telling him that Tenya hadn't left because he didn't want to be around Izuku. At least Tenya wasn't. Totally scared of him and his quirk. He let his head fall back into the pillow with a sigh. Thanks, Ochako. I'll call him later. Recovery girl walked over then and shuffled by Ochako and Eri so she could inspect her patient. Well, that's one down ... now. Let's see how you're doing. How's the arm? My arm. Izuku frowned and glanced at his right. It looked fine to him. He looked at his left and his left arm was a mess. The hand looked a little crooked and he had 3 jagged burn scars cutting across his bicep, elbow, and forearm. I had to do surgery to prevent any permanent nerve damage, Recovery girl told him. But you didn't have the energy for me to heal you in one go. I'll be able to repair it a little more over the next week, but you really exhausted your body's energy reserves in that fight. The scars and that crooked hand will remain, no matter how much I try to fix them. Consider that a warning to you to not push your physical limits so far again. Izuku stared at his damaged arm for a few moments and sighed. That was the consequence of overusing One for All and All Flare the way he had, he supposed. Speaking of which, oh, Izuku suddenly exclaimed, his eyes going wide with fright. Shoto, what happened to his quirk? I don't remember what happened exactly, but I took his flames and... Quiet down. Recovery girl bopped the top of his head with her cane. You're liable to weaken your body further with unneeded panic like that. Shoto's fine. His quirk returned to him as soon as you collapsed. Izuku slumped back with a groan of relief. Okay, honestly, getting worried like that when you're as wrecked as you are. Recovery girl shook her head in exasperation. You're more like All Might than I gave you credit for. That brought a smile to his lips, unbidden, and the only woman smirked. Well, I was going to do this while you were asleep, but even if you're awake, I still need a blood sample. Inko blinked in confusion. A blood sample? What for? Something happened to his quirk in that fight and I'm not sure what, Recovery girl explained. He self-destructed and his body shut it down forcibly. That doesn't happen normally. I'm concerned that there might be a defect of sorts and if there is, I need to know so I can find out if it's treatable. I'd rather catch and address it now instead of watch his quirk destroy him again. Izuku nodded. I'm okay with it. Eri shivered next to him. Izuku blinked at her curiously for a moment before he realized why and smiled at her gently. Eri, how about you get your blood drawn with me? Huh? She stared at him in surprise. Why? Well, I know it might seem a little scary, but it really doesn't hurt if Recovery girl does it, he explained. Besides, people get their blood drawn all the time. They donate it to help people who are sick. Eri bit her lip. Izuku knew she was scared of needles, but he also thought that he might be able to help her with it by doing this. Not to mention Tsukachi still needed a blood sample from Eri to find her real parents. There was no rush if she wasn't ready for it, but still ... he felt obligated to try for Eri's sake. She finally nodded slowly, eyes wide in fright. Izuku hugged her firmly to him and murmured softly, "It's okay, you won't even feel it." Right. Recovery girl smiled at the little girl and nodded. Not even a little bit. I've done this to a lot of people, Eri. I haven't gotten any complaints yet. Oh, okay. The old woman waved her cane slightly at the people surrounding the bed. All of you give me some space. I only get one chance to make sure Eri has a good experience with this and I will not let a crowd ruin it. In fact, go take a look at Shoto and see how he's doing. Ochako backed up with a slight smile. Yes, ma'am. Shoto, Izuku asked with a frown. He's here, too. Was he injured? If you consider a broken ankle, bruises and burns all over, and a busted lip injuries, then yes, Recovery girl said somewhat sarcastically. He's fine now. Katsuki put him through the ringer, but he'll recover quickly. Katsuki did that. Izuku shivered a little. It was hard to watch, dude. I've never seen Katsuki like that. He didn't yell or scream or rage. He just beat Shoto to a pulp. It was kind of scary. Izuku blinked in confusion. Was he hearing that right? Katsuki hadn't raged against Shoto. It was, unlike him. He lay back inside as recovery girl prepared 2 vials for his Inari's blood sample. Izuku had a feeling the day wasn't done with them yet, but he was too tired to worry further for now. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.